Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, jackasses?
Give me a
Hey mate, hey mate, hey mate!
Screaming.
I mean, do that to a man.
gee, I don't-
Hey, it's a female, buddy.
No, I just want
Get your hands off her.
What are you gonna do?
Touch.
Hey,
No, bro.
Don't you
bro.
dare touch me!
Bro, you don't have to go grab her like
and
that,
all I hear
mate.
is your shit.
Hey mate,
There
you
are
could have gone
animals
about it a
suffering
different
in
way
No,
there.
than
I just
that.
want to get rid of that.
Somebody did that to Jasmine. They'd have, like, permanent severe brain damage. I'd throw them on like, head first into the concrete. It's fucking cowardly. Like, notice how he goes after Tash, and not, like, any of the men here. Fucking loser.
Of going vegan is.
No.
Do you want to take a guess what you
I
think
think
the number
it would
one?
just be health, right?
Not so much, because again, like veganism extends beyond that. It is an ethical
That's all
view.
I know. I only know what my selfish...
no worries, no worries. Would you like me to tell you
Yeah,
what
I
the
would
number
love
one?
you to tell me.
Okay, so the number one benefit is that by going vegan, animals are no longer abused, tortured, and murdered on your behalf. Because you're no longer paying for it to happen anymore.
Alright.
The other benefit is because you said that you're against animal abuse, you're no longer a hypocrite. Do you accept that?
No, not
No?
yet. Not yet. I need
You
to
don't
be
think
rich
it? You
first.
don't think it's hypocritical though, or
Yeah,
would you
it
agree?
is. It is. It's very
Yeah?
hypocritical when I'm eating meat and
Being
I
against
swear.
it, yeah.
I'm being against it.
Fucking tired.
Well, I was saying, like, the problem is humans are selfish,
Yes.
right? And I absolutely love bacon.
So I think we should put our morals before our pleasure, because some people would argue, oh well, sex is pleasurable, right?
Yes.
Does that justify rape? Absolutely not. And it's the same thing for animals. Does taste justify murdering and abusing and subjecting animals to torture and rape and violence? Well, most people would agree absolutely not. No.
Yes.
This is the gas chamber in the gondola. You can see they're screaming and suffocating for their lives. And as I said, I've been to these slaughterhouses and I'll never forget those screams that I've heard. Like it's like children screaming.
Mostly young kids do scream a lot anyway.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is this?
Like my 6-month-old just keeps screaming.
Yeah, but this is different, right? They're being forced literally into a gas chamber and
I
have
have to force my kid into the cot.
I just tell this guy to fuck off.
She's annoying.
yeah.
To be honest, like she screams and she's 6 months old. I'm like, get the fuck in the cot.
Do you feed your
Yeah, who the fuck is this? Yeah, Tash should, I think, stop wasting her time when she realizes these people just aren't actually there to argue, and they start, like, doing this, like, troll thing. Just tell them to fuck off. Like, you don't want them to get what they want out of the situation, so just tell them to piss off. Have you played Destiny 2? No, it's a shit game. Never playing it. Raven's back in Tekken. Yeah, I heard about that. Let's see.
Hi VG. I hope you are doing great tonight. Well, I just found out today that my MAGA cult father is a Nazi sympathizer. Since he said to me when I was telling him how Elon Musk allows Nazi propaganda and he went and said the Jews control everything in this world.
Yikes. If your dad was still working, you'd have a pretty easy way of getting him fired. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Witness the results of my training.
Huh.
Get ready for the next battle! Tekken 8! New challenger!
And damn, Tekken 8 looks so goddamn good.
Raven!
I saw that.
That's a really weird map. Oh, Jesus. I have a funny feeling he's gonna be OP as fuck.
Non c'è spazio per i dilettanti.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how I feel about this. Like, Tekken has usually been a pretty grounded sort of fighting game, and then when you have characters that have, like, fucking teleport powers and shit, I don't know, they just stand out in a, like, really funky way. Like, he looks like he belongs in Mortal Kombat.
You won't see this coming. Nothing personal. My ninjutsu has evolved to a new level.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never actually played as Raven. I skipped Tekken 5 and 6. And I got back into the series when Tekken 7 came out. So I don't know what he played like before, but I don't know. The teleporting and shit seems a little off to me.
Del café. ¿Entrar? Aquí viene el espectáculo de Azucena.
Azucena!
She's cute. Huh. That's interesting. Looks like she has a dedicated dodge move or something. It's cool that Leroy's back in the game.
Bebida número 1 en el mundo.
Let's see what Max thought of this. I'm probably gonna get back into SF6 at some point. I've just had to take a break. John Sally don't need to tell us, hey dude, please watch this part. Lol, you should watch this debate later when you get a chance. As excuses were cellulose though, sugars though, although I will say Sally wasn't a good debater too, but he's vegan, so that's a plus.
Wow, I guarantee you would. How much you want?
I've
How about I get 30 pounds on top of it?
I benched over 300 pounds before, but that's what it is now.
Nobody was there, so we don't believe you.
It was in college. We can check my.
Yeah.
We can check my.
That's
We
my
can check my
Canadian
football
girlfriend,
coach.
yep.
My football
Yep.
coach has a record. of it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He also had needles in the back room.
Yeah. All right.
He doesn't believe somebody can bench 300? Maybe we can look through that. It's only like 15 minutes. Thanks for the donation, John.
Yeah, if only he was working, I would be singing like a canary to his work lol, but he is retired. He also believes the propaganda on how Jews are the most intelligent as what the Nazis spread. I didn't want to believe it, but my bro said I told you so.
Yeah, if you, like, this is all documented. Like, you can look up Nazi propaganda at the time. No one in Nazi Germany was spreading propaganda that Jews were superior when it came to intelligence. If anything, they're saying the opposite, but they did have conspiratorial beliefs against Jews, that they were slimy, conniving, stuff like that. But yeah, like, the rhetoric at the time was that Germans were part of a superior race of humans. They almost believed in, like, fucking aliens, practically. Like, Germans were descendant from basically an alien race. And Jews in particular, but basically the rest of the world, like other races, were wearing down, you know, the German bloodline, basically. So it's weird that your dad would believe that. He's also fucking retarded. Thanks to the nation, though, Ben. Donated $2. Let me see.
Good afternoon. This is your captain speaking. If you look to the right side of the aircraft, you will notice a giant skeleton. I've turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Not much else we can do here, but continue minding our business. Thank you.
Was that real, or is that, like, fake? I can't tell. Thanks for the nation, though, too. Mac donated $2 morning alarm song to start making videos to advocate veganism. I remember this. Voltron was pretty cool. Thanks for the donation, Mac.
You should do some cooking segments during your live streams where you try new recipes.
I suck at cooking, but I'll consider that. Ugh, music, what the fuck? What filling is that? He's literally just putting Cool Whip in it? That's not a fucking Twinkie. Yeah, it's Scam. Just look good overall, but that's not a goddamn Twinkie. Man, they really should make Twinkies vegan. They're pretty nice. I have not watched Walking Dead, no. Yeah, that show never looked good to me. It just looked stupid.
Large herbivores is the exemplary of diet, large muscle mass.
The only pathogen until if animals aren't people, explain this. Let me see. Well, that polar bear is doing very person-like things. Wow. That's a nice polar bear. Oh my god. Wow. Why is he bouncing like that? It's so weird. Yeah, he's bouncing. That's a funny little sheep. Oh my god. Is that a llama or... What even is that? Is that a llama? It's a really pretty llama. Wow. Very round and fuzzy. Also, please make this your thumbnail plus play straight tonight. Let me see. Catato. I don't know if I'll make that my thumbnail, but that is nice. I'll send that to Jasmine. Well, thank you for the donation, Only Path. Appreciate it.
Those types of things, but you kind of discount that a lot of these herbivores have way different digestive systems and spend most of their day eating vegetation. For example, the lowland gorilla spends about 90% of its day eating different vegetation.
Which ones? Leaves.
Leaves.
Yeah.
Right, and fruit, and shoots, and any type of vegetation in the jungle.
Right.
In the lowlands.
While trying to have children. So I know what you were going to go
10%.
to. I was right. 10% of his time
But also
is literally, he's out trying to father and
the irony of finding out this info about my Nazi sympathizing dad is that he loves the Indiana Jones movie and Harrison Ford is okay with punching Nazis, lol.
Yeah, that is pretty baffling. Like maybe the one exception being like Chris Pratt. I don't know of any fucking actor in Hollywood that isn't pretty left-leaning. Like Matt Damon is maybe closer to center left or libertarian.
Would the ultimate Nazi puncher, Indiana Jones, would he support these people doing the punching?
He'd push them out of the way to get in the first punch. As well he should.
Yeah.
That was a black and white world. And this evil presented itself to the world.
I honestly didn't know.
Fucking base take from Harrison Ford. Thanks for the nation, Ben.
Race. Now I know what you're going to talk about, the stomachs, right? Of cow.
No, Ron Perlman had the fucking most hilarious base take during the actor strike. He was like threatening some of these CEOs, saying that he knows where they live, and if they're gonna prolong the strike, he's gonna like burn their houses down. It's fucking hilarious.
Having 4 stomachs and they having it. Well, we have one, and we take bovine fluid, which is not designed for a human body. It's designed for bovine. So when you eat bovine fluid, for you guys that don't know that, called milk, well, cow milk, it doesn't digest. So not only am my black ass.
So that's not true. You do digest cow's milk. It's just that if you have a lactose intolerance, you're not going to be able to break down lactose. Asians are the most lactose intolerant group of people on the planet. And then I think next would be black people. They have a really high prevalence of lactose intolerance.
Here's $4 expressly for you to do some activism. Gary Yarovsky retired from burnout. Are you just too disabled or afraid of carnists or burnt out to do activism and or make vegan skits again? Time to come out of retirement. The animals need you on the clock.
Alright, well that was $3, not $4, but yes, I will come out of retirement soon. Thanks for the donation, Al-Wally. So yeah, lactose intolerance is very high among blacks and Asians.
Few red pill shorts.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the nation, TT. And lactose intolerance can present in a number of ways. It can make you feel like nauseous and get vomity. You can have diarrhea. Can also cause like skin irritation, constipation, not constipation, like skin irritation, joint pain, weird stuff like that. So no, you can digest it. It's not good for you, but you can digest it.
There's 4 black birds on a fence. How many wings do they have together?
Well, obviously it's not going to be the obvious answer of 4 birds, 4 times 2.
Which is?
8.
Okay, good. How many beaks do they have in total?
4.
Good. And how many feet do they have in total?
8.
Good. A white cat approaches the fence and smiles at the birds. How many teeth does the cat have?
What?
I don't know how many teeth the cat has.
It's funny, Andrew. You seem to know a lot about black, but nothing about white. There's
Got him. It's pretty good.
Men also have issues with their mother, the way some women have issues with their father.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
You know, like a lot of people look at me and they assume that I got a lot of pussy in my past, and they would be right.
Okay.
So my friend once said to me, Alpha Nima, how would your mother feel if she knew how awfully you treat women? And I looked at him and I said, I don't give a shit what she thinks about me. Because that woman, it felt like she never really gave a fuck about me. And, you know, the one thing she was good for was the milk and her titties. And that's actually Alpha King rule number 88. If you want to build strong men, when they grow up, treat their women like queens. Set a good, loving example for them when they're young.
That wasn't one of his best ones. It's a troll channel, but that wasn't particularly good.
Rich, did you ever watch the film Downfall?
I did not. Looks good. Maybe I'll take a look at that. I've never even heard of it. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Not lactose intolerant. None of us are to deal with lactose.
Was you saying no ice cream?
Not cow ice cream.
No, but some people do continue to have lactose in their the exact enzyme to break down lactose.
No, they don't.
Later, yes, they do.
No, they
later
called
into their
pimples.
life.
Those are called pimples. And so that big white thing that comes on your forehead,
that's milk.
That's your body literally.
No, that's not what that is. So there is some evidence that eating things like dairy can trigger acne, but it's through different mechanisms. Seems like part of it might be an allergic reaction. Might also trigger different hormones that just make your skin break out.
Really trying to
we've totally digressed from the actual question.
Can I
question? Is there a question in the future?
I'm going to run Billy through the translator. So I think what Billy's getting at is that he's saying that yes, certain animals can get big and develop muscle mass, but they spend an amount of their day eating these things that we as humans, we don't have 90% of our day to sit around eating leaves.
It's inefficient. Most of plant matter.
Well, luckily you don't need to eat leaves to get big and strong, so... this guy should invite me onto his fucking podcast. I've seen a lot of his nonsense before. The, black dude.
Matter is made up of cellulose, which is made from cell walls, when we are made up of cell membranes. We can't consume those.
Okay, so I got a question.
Cellulose is a type of fiber. What is he talking about?
Within the cell, right? Within the mitochondria, how do you clean that? If you eat things that are blocking your body, you literally are slowing down the fan and you're slowing down your cell production. And if we're talking on a cellular level, when you're speaking on a cellular level, you should only eat cells that can go in your mouth, give you fuel, and be removed. When you're eating dead carcass, your body now, when it goes into your stomach, recognizes it as
I love you, vegan gains.
Well, thank you, Jalen. Appreciate the support, man. Thanks for the donation.
flesh, throws an enzyme around it and says, hey, you're eating yourself or you're eating of yourself, when it only recognizes self.
That is not true. I don't know why the fuck he thinks that. This guy, I feel, looks at a lot of weird alternative health sources that say the stupidest shit. No, when you eat meat, your body doesn't recognize it as your own body and then doesn't digest it properly or something. That's so stupid.
Else, I forgot to tell you too. I'm almost a doctor, but besides that,
No, but quick question about that. When it takes to, so you're talking about like high cholesterol and a lot of the oils that go in.
that comes out of the food that you're eating.
Right.
We're not supposed to eat the cholesterol. When you eat eggs, that's 100% cholesterol, and that's bad.
I don't know what he means by eggs are 100% cholesterol. Like, they're not. They're very high in cholesterol, but they're like an entire egg is not 100% cholesterol.
LDL. You don't want to eat that. So if you're eating 100% cholesterol in your body, you are now slowing down your blood content. You're adding so much blockage within your veins, and you're causing your heart to beat harder.
But doesn't that have more to do with?
So eating eggs does raise your cholesterol score, and that is related to heart disease. So he's right about that, but the way he explained that is really weird.
With insulin sensitivity, which has to do with muscle mass rather than actual cholesterol levels?
No, so when you're taking these cholesterol, most of your insulin comes from your liver. So if you're blocking your liver, you now put all the problem or all the added onto your pancreas, which doesn't make anywhere close to the insulin as your liver does.
Your pancreas is what releases insulin, not your liver. I'm also kind of confused what he means by having more dietary cholesterol blocks your liver.
Here's $3 for you to email that guy, cause he making vegans look dumb and like we don't know anything about health. Educate that dumbass so that you can skyrocket to fame. Hashtag ban Christy XO. LLLLLL.
Let me see. John Sally. I don't think he'd invite me on.
You know,
what is his fucking channel? I've seen a fair bit of his crap, but does he just get invited on these podcasts? Does he not have his own channel? Donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, that's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Solomon.
So if you don't eat things that block your liver, you now will not.
So if you have a diet very high in saturated fat and cholesterol, it can contribute to fatty liver disease. And it can also contribute to things like gallstones. I think that's what he kind of means by blocking your liver. Hey, Prim Prim. What you doing? Yeah, you're a cat. Yeah, come here. Come on. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Come here, meow, meow. Come here.
A disgusting cunt.
Let me see. TT.
The Tate brothers have been released from house arrest, and I have plenty to say about that, especially because
they were released from house arrest because they could only be placed under arrest before the trial for 6 months. So, I don't know if according to what's it called? Romanian law, they can just hold them in jail. Like, I guess they could. Charges have been filed against them, but it doesn't look like they've moved to actually keep them in jail, or they let them, like, pay a bond. So they may end up going back during the trial. I think especially if Tate tries to leave the country, which I think he will. At this point, it looks pretty obvious that he's going to lose, and I know if he has any reasonable legal representation, they're going to tell him the prospect of winning the case is incredibly low, because his lawyers are going to be seeing the evidence that the prosecution has. So he might actually try to flee, and if he is unsuccessful, he's just going to end up getting arrested.
Because since sitting down with him for 3 hours in Bucharest last week, people have accused.
I saw a short clip of this. Basically, all she did was, I don't even know what the fuck this crap is. Basically, what she did was, she repeated nonsense that Andrew Tate said. So, like, and acting as if it's evidence. And she also tried to show evidence that one of Tate's accusers, like, is against the prosecution. Like, she's not cooperating. Like, that's not actually evidence in favor of Tate's innocence. You typically see in cases like this, where women are kidnapped, manipulated. You also see this in cults. Victims of these cases often try to defend their accusers. Or sorry, the victims try to defend their captors or their abusers. So you can't use that as evidence, at least not entirely, to disprove the accusations against him. I don't know if I'm really going to go through this because, again, she just takes a bunch of text messages out of context and they really don't do anything to exonerate Tate. And she also just flat out repeated bullshit that Tate made up without, like, any evidence. So, I don't know. It's hour 15 minutes. I don't think I'm willing to waste. Thanks for the nation, though, TT.
Not become diabetic or have this insulin problem.
Now back to but seriously, to keep your
I
insulin.
feel like that ref from the box.
No, but keeping your insulin levels, I mean, your insulin sensitivity, a lot of that is affected by high sugars, seed oils, and a lot of the stuff that you end up.
Homin KB Zodashamod, Bijosto Juyi Sahib Ashraft. Darkandin Parkus Buyi Rakaikias Mand Bud. Imroots, Manyek Sagi Karvai. Varyek Sagi Siarmadom Abzebar. Holespad as it maim Dabiristan Varid Dansha Shodamva, Darish Tibi Tetilam.
That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Mandalam. Yeah, so seed oils do not lower insulin sensitivity. Saturated fat does. So I don't know why you mentioned seed oils specifically, and no, eating more carbohydrates improves insulin sensitivity. Low carb diets, or, you know, like no carb diets, kind of like keto or carnivore, they can actually inhibit your insulin sensitivity to the degree that if you were to take like a oral glucose tolerance test, you would basically test as a diabetic. So he's wrong. Carbohydrates, including just pure sugar, do not lower insulin sensitivity.
Consuming as a vegetarian because you try to fill your hunger levels and try to eat stuff that is vegan or vegetarians, and this is a lot of fruit sugars, fructose, sucrose, just because you're searching to get energy from things that will give you energy and end up ruining your insulin sensitivity, lowering your...
Yes, because look at how many vegans who are eating lots of fruits and vegetables who are diabetic, right?
Muscle mass and just all those benefits that you
Okay,
look for
hold
through
on.
the vegetarian
Okay,
diet.
so this is one way of looking at it, but this is the true way of looking at it. Your body does not want fructose. Your body wants glucose. Where glucose, that is what is helping
Glucose, not glucose.
the mitochondria of your cell. Glucose. But when you eat a Western diet, they're forcing sugar, which is fructose, into your diet. When you eat a hamburger,
I don't know what he's talking about. Fruit has a combination of glucose and fructose. Like table sugar has about like a 50-50-ish combination of glucose fructose. I think most fruits are something like 30, 70 or 40, 60, something like that.
all that sugar inside the bread, all the sugar inside the ketchup, all the sugar inside of mustard. When you eat, because your body's designed as a herbivore to only.
I do not.
Was your mom a MILF or was it just me? Can we watch and react?
Oh, Jesus.
What's up, guys? I am happy to announce Lemon Light, a natural electrolyte drink mix. And there are many electrolyte powders on the market, but none of them have the correct ratios.
I found somebody selling this on Alibaba, and I put a really shitty label on it, and I'm selling it for a 3 times markup.
Of electrolytes or use high quality natural ingredients. The ratio of sodium to potassium.
What does he mean high quality natural ingredients? Like what? Like it's a mix of like sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium. Like how is magnesium natural or unnatural? Like they're elements. Like what?
To magnesium to calcium in Lemon Light is what naturally occurs in your food, in
what
the
a
water
fucking
supply.
idiot.
We also use the most natural forms of electrolyte minerals: sea salt, potassium citrate, magnesium glycinate.
Magnesium glycinate is the most natural form of magnesium, apparently. What a fucking dummy.
And calcium carbonate. Organic lemon is the only flavoring. No artificial or natural flavorings, just actual lemon fruit. A very small amount of organic stevia.
Yeah, let me look into this. I think he's lying about the flavoring. So, let's see. Organic lemon is the only flavoring. Sorry, no artificial or natural flavorings? Wouldn't that be a natural flavoring? What is he talking about? Potassium citrate, sea salt, organic lemon, organic stevia, magnesium glycinate. I don't understand. Like, is this powdered lemon? This is shady as fuck. Like, I don't know what the fuck is even in this. He's not explaining how it's flavored. Like, did you literally powder lemons, like dry them up and then crush them into a powder? I don't understand. This is shady as shit.
Is used to balance out the flavors for a perfect taste without any added sugar. You guys can try Lemon Light on organsupplements.com.
Oh yeah, you're right. Frank Tufano does look like Butthead with his hair. Yeah, he does look like... He has the same hair as Butthead. That's funny. Frank is just such a fucking clown.
I'm going to show you how to make a testosterone boosting testicle smoothie. Not for the...
Frank is taking TRT right now, I'm pretty confident. He's supposedly stopped weight training, and he shrunk like fucking crazy. Like, I accused him of taking steroids before, and then he grew a lot of muscle, and considering how terrible his training was, like, there's no way. And then once he stopped weight training and shit, he shrunk and, you know, ended up looking like a starving child again. And then, like, he's not training still, and he grew. Like, he doesn't look like a malnourished child. So, I think he's taking TRT. He's also talked about having low testosterone for a very long time. So, why... I don't know why these fucking people... A lot of steroid users do this, where they talk about how to naturally boost testosterone. Oh, I had low testosterone before, but then when I started sleeping like this or eating like this, my testosterone went... Like, they're taking steroids. So, it's just such a stupid fucking grift.
The faint of heart.
First, you need some testicles from Frankie's Free Range Meat.
Bro.
By the way, literally back in the 1910s, they had oral testosterone. They figured out how to make it orally bioavailable. You can't just eat testicles and get testosterone from it. It has to have like an ester attached, and it needs to be made in a way where it can bypass your stomach acid.
Oh, imagine if my balls were this big, I might be able to get a girlfriend.
Then you need to cut it up. I'm using about half a testicle because these are really large.
Then into a blender with some water, just a little bit.
Oh boy.
Don't blend it too long.
That is fucking disgusting.
Because you'll start oxidizing the proteins, and bottoms up.
Oh, shit, dude. Oh, what
That's
fuck?
lovely. That's lovely. Not something you, not something you want to wake up to in the morning, and as I said earlier, not for the faint of heart.
Like, just, I think he sells these testicles for, like, retarded prices, too, by the way. I can't remember exactly how much Frankie's Free Range. Don't know if that would be under the organs section. Beef testicles. So for one single testicle, it's $15. So if you take this once a day, which you'd need to if this had any oral bioavailability, that would be $450 a month. You can be on performance enhancing doses of testosterone for like $100 a month. Like, why wouldn't you just, if you're gonna do this either way, like, both ways supposedly would boost your testosterone. And again, if Frank is claiming this is orally bioavailable, which it's not, it would have the same side effects of taking testosterone like through an injectable, because it's exogenous. So it would cause natural shutdown. Side effects are going to be the same. Why wouldn't you just choose the cheaper fucking option that isn't like fucking disgusting and makes you want to vomit? It doesn't make any sense. It's cheaper, and like in every way there's a benefit. It actually works. Frank is so stupid, dude.
Are you tired, unmotivated, lacking focus, no desire for the
being tired and brain fog are not really signs of low testosterone. Those are extremely general symptoms. Usually, if you're going to identify low testosterone, symptoms are going to be much more specific. So, lack of sex drive is one. It's pretty unusual for men to have, like, a complete and utter lack of sex drive. Difficulty gaining and maintaining an erection, especially when you can rule out any, like, other physiological or psychological issues. Anxiety, mood swings to where you might start crying randomly. That's actually a pretty common one, where if a guy is watching like a sad movie, he'll start crying, or randomly you'll just start crying for no reason. That's a sign of low testosterone. And you can also have like general anxiety from low testosterone as well. There's a lot of ongoing research. There's a lot of funny kind of new symptoms of low testosterone that they're starting to find. Apparently, low testosterone is also associated with extreme fatigue after ejaculation as well. But yeah, tiredness and brain fog, that they're not really lumped in with low testosterone symptoms. It can be a result, but it's more like motivation and drive. It's not just tiredness and brain fog.
I think I remember you saying that you'd rather learn to surf than skateboard. I personally feel like sharks are a huge concern for me. Are you not afraid of encountering one in the ocean also react?
Well, I don't really surf, for one thing. I don't think I'd be particularly worried because, like, something like 5 people a year are killed by sharks or even attacked. So I wouldn't be particularly worried. I might have considerations for that risk if I was surfing and where I was surfing. There's actually a hilarious Australian vegan who got bit by a shark, and he said the shark bit him because he tasted good because he's vegan. Let me see. Vegan bit by shark. I don't know if I can find it. It was fucking hilarious. Oh, he said he survived because the shark didn't like the taste of a vegan. Okay. Let's see if this will fucking play. I don't know what the video player's doing. Yeah, this old guy got his...
who came to the aid of a
Here we
man
go.
being attacked by a shark on the mid-north coast has downplayed his role in the incident. But today, speaking from his hospital bed, Colin Rowland was full of praise for his fellow surfer, who he credits with saving his life.
6.5 feet of fiberglass is all that stood between Colin Rowland and certain death.
Well, it was my surfboard that saved me.
How are you feeling, Colin?
Joyous that I'm alive.
The 62-year-old was attacked yesterday by a 4-metre-long great white at Booty Booty near Foster on the mid-north coast.
He took me 2 metres into the air and put his nose right through my board while he was doing it. But it was monstrous, and I just myself, and then he dived and dragged me down with it because the bulb was still in his mouth. And I just fought and fought and fought.
That frantic fight for life shredded the father of 3's arm and foot.
I seriously thought he was going to be in 2. Like, it was,
the way the shark was at him, he's very lucky to.
Billy Eitz was the only other surfer in the water. The local chef bundled Colin onto his own board and took him to shore.
So I got him on my board and was swimming behind him, kept pushing the board forward.
Colin had surgery late last night. He's had 20 stitches put in his foot, but still there is no slowing this bloke down. Colin, when do you want to get back in the water?
Mate, as soon as I can stand on my back foot on the back of my surfboard, I'll be out there.
We'll be doing the first surf together, I reckon, once he's good to go.
As promised, the state government has started installing drum lines along the coastal strip. A drone will watch out for predators over the weekend.
It's not the shark's fault. I was in his territory. I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Sophie Walsh, 9
Damn it,
News.
he didn't say it. They didn't show the clip of him saying the shark didn't eat him because he was vegan. That's too bad. Well, anyway, thanks, vegan chocolate. Yeah, I would rather learn to surf than skateboard, just because I've tried skateboarding before and it fucking sucks. Wiping out in the water, I would imagine, is far less painful than wiping out on concrete.
Are you tired, unmotivated, lacking focus, no desire for the opposite sex? Well, you might be a homo. No, I'm just joking. You probably have low testosterone. And this applies to females as well, which is almost always overlooked. If your energy isn't high...
Have you reacted to this already? If so, what about this? Look at comments on first video. Why do you think content like this is so popular? Is it just conservatards?
I will react to that in just a moment. Thanks for the donation one.
Every day...
Oh, I think I've already reacted to this video. Maybe, but I'll take another look.
Especially physical strength to be active all day, you should feel physically good. Low testosterone is mental too. Brain fog, poor memory, you don't feel sharp. Testosterone helps you.
No. Depression kills your memory. So if you're depressed due to low testosterone, then technically, but if you don't have depression due to low testosterone, it's not directly associated with memory issues.
You feel good physically and mentally. Some people think they're asexual, but it's usually just poor hormonal balance, especially low testosterone combined with poor diet.
Low estrogen can actually cause lack of sex drive as well. Like, these hormones work in tandem.
An inflammatory environment. Again, this is for females as well as males. Your physical body too. Being overweight, storing abdominal fat. You can look better without working out just by boosting testosterone.
Yeah, he'd know because he's injecting it.
First of all, I want to say thank you for being here. You are 4 incredibly brave women, and you're my heroes. You have been willing to put yourselves out there to address a form of care we wouldn't even consider as any form of serious medical care.
We are very concerned about this. The own AAP, American Academy of Pediatrics.
Another way to put that would be, I used to believe that I was born in the wrong body. And the adults in my life whom I trusted.
Oh, this is the girl who was on Jordan Peterson. She's a fucking liar. She was misdiagnosed as not having autism, even though she did have autism. It's just at the time of her diagnosis, they thought autism is a general cognitive impairment. So, you're going to be more retarded than everybody else, but it doesn't work like that. A lot of autistic people are extremely intelligent, and she was very advanced for her age. And she was having basically weird autistic paranoia about going through puberty and growing up as a woman. She overheard a conversation with her parents talking about how horrible pregnancy was. And she also had this idea that if you're a girl, you need to look like Kim Kardashian or something. And then I think when she was like 11, she was like, well, I don't look like Kim Kardashian, so I'm not even like a good woman. And I'm also like afraid of getting pregnant, so fuck all this shit. So then she got the idea to lie about having gender dysphoria. So she's the reason she got wrongfully diagnosed with gender dysphoria. And now she's fucking pretending as though no one has gender dysphoria. It's fucking bizarre. Like, she's such a fucking demented lunatic.
Affirmed my belief, and this caused me lifelong, irreversible harm. I speak to you today as a victim of one of the biggest medical scandals in the history of the United States of America. I speak to you in the hope that you will have the courage to bring the scandal to an end and ensure that other vulnerable teenagers, children, and young adults don't go through what I went through.
Don't lie! Don't lie to doctors, and you'll probably be fine.
At the age of 12, I began to experience what my medical team would later diagnose as gender dysphoria.
Yeah, no, so she made it all up. She lied. So, and like, she's not even good at lying. She let it slip that she never felt like a man or anything like this. For her to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria, given the symptoms she was talking about, like, just like general anxiety and stuff, and just a feeling of awkwardness growing up, and like insecurity. Like, she literally admitted she wanted to look like Kim Kardashian. Like, if you tell that to a psychologist, do you think they're gonna fucking diagnose you with gender dysphoria if you're female? Like, obviously not. So she's just a fucking demented liar.
I was well into an early puberty, and I was very uncomfortable with the changes that were happening to my body. I was intimidated by male attention, and when I told my parents that I felt like a boy, in retrospect, all I meant was that—
Yeah, and you lied. You said that to get a gender dysphoria diagnosis.
I hated puberty, that I wanted this newfound sexual attention to go away, that I looked up to my brothers a little bit more than I did to my sisters. I came out as transgender in a letter I sent on the dining room table. My parents were immediately concerned. They felt like they needed to get outside help from medical professionals.
I'm not listening to this. I've heard this lie before in her Jordan Peterson interview. She's an absolute fucking wacko, and her story changed. She's giving a fairly different version of the story than what she gave to Jordan Peterson. She said that the doctors diagnosed her with gender dysphoria. She didn't say in the Jordan Peterson interview that she came out as trans and then got confirmation for her gender dysphoria from, psychologists or psychiatrists. My two Dragon Balls Don't Eat Tellers, do you remember that one episode when Cell said the N-word? Cell classifies as black, right? Does he get the N-word pass?
Hello, nigga.
Yes, he is black, so he gets the N-word pass. Thanks for the donation, my two Dragon Balls. Thank you for that, Brickety. Appreciate the donation, dude.
That I think we need to know in order to be able to defeat it. Today, the episode is actually if your government will help.
I'm not watching that. I don't know why somebody sent me that.
I believe that humans were originally herbivores.
No.
Now we've got
Chimpanzees are probably closest living ancestor. Eat other monkeys. They eat meat. It is well documented. I think we are actually omnivorous and
So, it's pretty clear that humans are obligate omnivores. Like, you're not going to get an access to B12 or a reliable access to B12 just from eating plants. So, yeah, there's a reason why we have a requirement for B12. There probably was meat eating in our ancestry. That doesn't mean you have to keep eating meat. Like, just take a B12 supplement. This idea that eating a natural diet is also ideal is fucking stupid. Like, wild animals will eat whatever they can to survive. It doesn't mean what they're eating is ideal for optimal health or longevity.
That was what created the extra.
But did we descend from chimpanzees?
No,
or did
we
descend
have a
from
common
cousin
ancestor.
of
I
chimpanzees?
gotta answer it.
I'm
We have
sorry
a
to
common
get all
ancestor. That was
anthropological on you, Billy,
documented
but
to
that's just
eating
a
meat.
no.
Eating meat is
fake
one of the
stat.
reasons why our brains grew when other animals didn't.
Listen.
So, I don't mean to insult anybody's cat, but I don't see a correlation between meat eating and intelligence. And, Prismo is a very smart kitty. And he doesn't eat any meat because he's a vegan kitty. He's been a vegan kitty ever since he was a little boy. Mwah. And he's smart. He's very smart. Love you, Prim Prim. Love you. Mwah. She's a sweet kitty. You're a sweet kitty. But there's a variety of factors that contributed to human intelligence. For one thing, I think a lot of people downplay how intelligent our species would have been prior. There were clearly already selective pressures before we became Homo sapiens, or before That's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Sprickety. There were clearly selective pressures for intelligence before the genus Homo existed. So when you're looking at like really, really early proto-humans, like even pre-Australopithecus, there were already selective pressures for intelligence. Like again, look at our closest cousins, you know, great apes. They're very, very intelligent animals. So meat eating doesn't seem to be at the root of this sort of adaptation for intelligence. Some of the like some social factors around meat eating, like learning how to hunt, coordinate in groups, stuff like that, that might have been a selective pressure for intelligence because, again, if you need to get whatever food you can, and you need intelligence to work in larger groups and coordinate and develop language, then that's going to be a selective pressure, but meat eating itself isn't something that contributed to our large brains. Like, again, it doesn't make any sense. The great apes are some of the smartest animals on the planet. Like, aside from maybe some aquatic mammals like whales, they're arguably like the smartest animals, and they're not, you know, big meat eaters. Chimpanzees, like bonobos, they don't really eat meat. Gorillas, they mostly eat like plants, same with orangutans, and they're extraordinarily intelligent. So again, obviously meat eating itself is not a big promoter of, you know, brain capacity.
Damn bro, sick chair, you look like fucking Zardas from Gothic 2. Great game BTW, highly recommend, has that early 2000s Oblivion vibe. Thoughts on UFO Congress hearing and LK-99 supposed superconductor?
Well, I'm not playing that game. Yeah, that looks a little too old school for me. So the UFO hearing in Congress is pure nonsense. I don't even know why they're doing it. Like, there might be some idiots who genuinely think this is a possibility, which is why they're having these hearings. But the guy, like, the main witness that's testifying, he's clearly a fucking liar. He's full of shit. And the new superconductor, as soon as I heard about it, I knew it was bullshit. Apparently, it's a type of ceramic. So it's not even metallic, and it doesn't function the way they say it does. So it has a very limited use case. So the big experiment that they used to show it off was basically faked. It's not really a true superconductor in the way they're trying to make it out to be. But thanks for the donation, ASD.
Trent Horn is wrong about abortion and animal ethics, but he completely dismantled the argument Destiny had been making against you in a few seconds. Go to 950 in the video.
Let me take a look.
View that, well, it's consciousness that matters. I don't think it works. And if you bracket it to say, oh, I'm talking about human consciousness, then I think it gets arbitrary.
I would agree to some extent that it gets arbitrary, but arbitrary in only the ultimately skeptical sense of, like, all morality absent a religious justification can arguably be arbitrary. So,
well, I would argue against that. Even moral arguments with religious justification would be arbitrary. Even if God did exist, if there was a God who created morality, even that would be arbitrary, because, again, that's just God's point of view. It's not like made any more valid because God's really, really big or something.
I can half agree with you there, but I think we both probably agree that the human conscious experience is significantly altered or different than the animal conscious experience. I have had some people bring up the argument that, like, well, if you're defending conscious experience, what about conscious experience of pigs or dogs? A 2-year-old dog might have more of a conscious experience than a 6-month-old or 6-week-old child.
Right.
My understanding is human development doesn't happen that way. I don't think that we, at 6 months in the womb, that we have like a lizard consciousness, and then we're born and we have like a horse consciousness, and then we're like 1 year old and we have like a primate consciousness, and then it becomes like.
So Destiny tries to do the shit with me where he muddies the waters and doesn't like give any kind of specifics of what he considers like human consciousness. Because there, like, if you were to give him an example of somebody who's mentally disabled or blind or lacked hearing or something like that, he would consider that all human consciousness. So, yes, human consciousness can be comparable to a cat or a dog or a lizard or fucking any animal you want. Like, Prismo has more intelligence, better hearing, better reasoning skills than a fucking 6-month-old fetus. So, like, is Prismo more human than a 6-month-old fetus? Because Prismo's consciousness more closely approximates an adult human consciousness? It just doesn't make any fucking sense. So he just tries to muddy the waters and act as though, oh, like, human consciousness is this vague thing that I can't define, but it's very specific to human beings. So it's not something, like, he just tries to make it a difficult sort of trait to actually attack.
Like a human consciousness. My assumption is once all the parts are in place, you have to gather kind of these quality of these experiences in life. You see things, you experience things, and your mind kind of grows. But the development is done. Now it's just the acquisition of experience and then kind of like the connected neurons and everything. I don't think that our conscious experience significantly changes such that it's evolving from like one animal to the next. I think these are...
So it absolutely is, and he's wrong. That's just total bullshit.
Probably all stages of like human conscious experience. And
did he just like freak out for a moment, like when he sees this guy pulling out his notes?
then I would go back to, it sounded like you kind of said earlier that there's kind of this like ontological category of like human, and then at all stages you protect that human thing from fetus to end of metabolic activity.
Well,
and then
right.
I would agree with you, except I would bracket that inside the conscious experience part. But,
Right. And the reason I don't bracket that is because there are two reasons I think you're going to include.
By the way, is this guy vegan? Or wait, you said he's not, right? Because if he's gonna say protecting human consciousness specifically is arbitrary, why the fuck wouldn't he be vegan?
Non-human animals or arbitrarily disqualify them,
Uh-huh.
or you're going to exclude some human beings.
Yeah, he's right.
Well, I guess let me ask you just a question here. So I've got this. This is a cool book, actually, if anyone wants to get it. It's called A Child is Born by Leonard Nilsson. He is actually pro-choice. He doesn't let pro-lifers.
You can donate. I just paused the donations while I'm reacting to this because I don't want to have to read out like 10 donos that all give me links, and then I have to take a look at the links and then have this kind of get put off to the side. I just want to get through this first.
Use these pictures in their books and stuff. But he pioneered in utero photography back in the 50s and 60s. He died in 2017. So like this would
Gross.
be a 26-week-old fetus.
Can't look at it.
And so that would fall under your definition, requires legal protection. Right.
yeah, but not because of what it looks like, but yeah.
But I'm just showing the thing.
Sure.
I think it's important in this this is an I understand these things are and I'm fine showing actually from all the stages. So if you want to bring me back up here, like this would be first trimester. So that's about can we actually go back? So this would be a embryo. It's about 4 weeks old. Embryo at 8 weeks. Let's bring that up.
That negative right afforded to us. So as
He didn't. I've seen some of this debate. Destiny 1. This guy has like the crazy Zen Shapiro stance that like even a molar pregnancy has to be, protected. So Destiny does have a better stance on abortion than this guy, but he kind of failed at making the argument. And I think he failed at making the argument because he isn't vegan. So like he did rightfully point out that Destiny is only protecting like human consciousness and like for no particular reason. He can't even define what human consciousness is, and he can't explain why human consciousness is somehow more unique and valuable than some other kind of animal consciousness. And he did also point out that if he is going to value human consciousness and give it some kind of, like actual definition, then he's going to end up excluding a good number of human beings, probably in the millions, which he thinks can be like tortured and killed. But I think he didn't continue along that line of reasoning because this guy isn't vegan. The only way to really get Destiny on his abortion stance is to have a vegan fucking stance. He's also an idiot and he thinks abortion shouldn't be allowed even pre-sentience, so that's just fucking stupid. But he did not destroy Destiny. He did pretty poorly there.
Can we watch and react?
I'm not reacting to this. There's no point. She probably died of sudden cardiac death. She wasn't drinking water and she was only eating like a raw diet, so she was underweight, and she probably also had muscle loss in her heart muscle, and she probably also had an electrolyte imbalance, and she might have also gotten COVID too. Like somebody that weak is going to be particularly affected by COVID, and she might have just had sudden cardiac death. But I'm not gonna fucking watch Frank's take on it. He's too annoying. And I fucking hate his videos where he does that sort of reaction content on a green screen. He just wastes time, and I hate seeing that fucking disgusting smirk on his face. Thanks for the nation, though, Will. That's great. Thank you for that, Sprickety. Mild $8 privileged rich guy mad that UPS drivers are getting a raise and actually making a livable wage.
And this guy commented, I want to give you a quick shout out here with the comment. Chef Nick Nero, he says, I work for UPS drivers and loaders. They kill themselves daily in the heat.
Well, by the way, they literally die. There have been a number of UPS delivery drivers who've died due to heat-related stress.
Humidity, cold, snow, the money is well earned. Well, Nick, I hate to say it to you, buddy. In the military, they literally kill themselves and they get paid nothing. Zero.
So that's not true. Depending on what your role in the military is, again, depending on your rank, how long you've been serving, the types of work you're doing as well, and there are pay bonuses. So there are bonuses for combat pay, and those can be pretty high. So it kind of depends on what you're doing, and you are paid depending on the level of risk of what you're doing. So the US military knows this. If you're only going to make like $30,000 a year, and then they're asking you to like go into combat where you're being shot at, and you have snipers fucking aiming at your head, and there's like mortar and artillery strikes, like you're probably just gonna like say fuck it. So they give combat pay bonuses, and those can be pretty high. And okay, like, so I don't understand, even if this was true, that, you know, you, like, okay, there's harder work in the military and they get paid less. Why does that mean you shouldn't be able to argue for higher pay in your own job? I mean, you can go to an African country where they make like $2 a month and they're literally breaking their backs and they die at like 35. Oh, well, they only get paid $2 a month and they do work that's so backbreaking and toxic for you, like, you know, working in a fucking cobalt mine, that they die in their 30s. So maybe we should pay UPS drivers like $2 a month, because somewhere in some other country, like, they're getting paid that much for harder work. It's just stupid.
This idea about you're working in the heat and you're killing yourself, it just means how soft everybody has gotten.
Yeah, you know that fucking law that says you can't leave a baby in a like hot car because the baby could die? This guy will come up and say, look, the parents aren't at fault. That baby is just a fucking pussy. The baby died from heat exhaustion because your baby's a fucking bitch. Like, what are you, retarded?
Now, if they're going to pay you the money they're going to pay, the consumer is going to be taxed for it. So if we want to start paying this kind of...
I'm sorry, like, what's his... This was decided by a union, by the way. So the union negotiated with the employer for the higher pay. What is his argument against something like that? Like, is he saying employees shouldn't be able to negotiate pay?
Money. Ain't nobody, if you're going to say this, cops get killed, they should start getting paid $300,000.
You can find actually a lot of cops making well over $200,000 a year. They get paid a fuck ton of money for overtime. Ridiculous amount. I knew a guy who was a cop. He said like overtime pay is like double and a half sometimes. So even if your like starting pay isn't that high, there's almost always overtime work, and if you do a little bit of overtime, your pay increases massively.
Dollars per year. Yep. Military guys go give you freedom. They should be getting paid $200,000 a year, $150,000 a year.
Well, yeah, they should, considering the U.S. military budget. If he's acknowledging they should, then what is his problem with UPS drivers getting paid more?
It's a ludicrous argument, but if you got your money, you got your money. I'm not sitting here telling you anything that you didn't get your money. All I'm saying to you is the consumers are getting the tax, not.
Yes. Okay. That's the value of the work they're doing. He's an idiot. Valuetainment is a fucking moron.
VG, can you tell less is more and EST to just fucking get it over with? Like honestly, they both thirsty for each other and wanna suck each other's dicks and pussies. Fuck me anyway. Sherb cake or pink kush, you choose my next strain to have in 10 minutes.
Okay, sure, I'll do that. Thanks, Bootycum. Let me see. Bend over, donated $2. Ugh.
1930s Germany, the Führer wanted to influence everyday life, including education. He wanted to control what people learned, what they were allowed to read. All textbooks had to be approved by the government, by the party. Teachers were required to advocate the regime's ideas or lose their jobs.
Well, yeah. We all know Republicans are fascist, and you can find a lot of similarities between pretty much any Republican and Hitler.
Of course, they targeted Jewish people and black people.
Yep.
They aimed to spread propaganda and shut down opposition.
Yeah, I don't need to watch the whole thing, but yeah, DeSantis is a piece of shit. Thanks for the nation, bend over.
How are you feeling tonight? Did you rest well?
I am feeling just fine tonight, Sam. And yeah, I did get plenty of sleep. It was raining all day, so I couldn't really go out. So I did a little bit of training. I did some... Started taking calf training seriously. Did some chin-ups, and I'm going to do some arm training on stream tonight. It's mostly going to be brachialis work. Thanks for the nation, Sam.
He's not vegan. He uses a different standard for determining moral worth, and I think it's having the same future as humans. It's wrong, but the guy at least is well read and understands why consciousness is a losing argument against veganism.
Well, if you if you're gonna use human consciousness, again, you're gonna be stuck in a spot where you're gonna have to define it, and if you define it, then that's ultimately gonna exclude some human beings. So that's why Destiny refuses to define it. He just says, like, oh, whether you're retarded or a girl or a boy or elderly or have some sort of cognitive impairment or super intelligent or blind or deaf, it's all human consciousness, and in no circumstance can any expression of human consciousness, like even if you're fucking retarded, could it be compared to an animal's conscious experience? Like, it makes no fucking sense. So human consciousness, according to Destiny, is just everything, so that would technically mean animals would be protected in that case. Thanks to the nation, though. I'm Negra.
You are
that's good to hear. Thanks, Brickety. Let's see. The only path to tell her is they're so happy. Those are very pretty sheep. Wow. Well, thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Scuffed Tates donated $2. Tristan is beyond fucking retarded. Can't stand when the tater tots put that stupid fucking cigar in their mouth like smoking chunks of tobacco. It's the coolest fucking thing in the world.
I'm the kind of guy that if you break up with me, you've got about 24 hours to make up with me, or there's going to be somebody else in my bed. Don't break up with me for stupid reasons. And this girl understood this very well. So essentially, we broke it up, start sleeping with other women, obviously, get back with this girl for about 2 days. And then this girl I was sleeping with says she's pregnant. And I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. It's an interesting situation to be in. So I straight up tell my girlfriend at the time, yeah, this girl's pregnant. And she basically gave me the choice. Well, okay, fine, tell her to get rid of it and then we'll stay together. I'm like, oh, I see. So you think I'm gonna literally a child for a woman who breaks up with me because of stupid reasons like this? I said no. That was the choice I made. It was hard losing her, but it was.
Was that Thurston? Yeah, Thurston is kind of a piece of shit. I don't know if he's still doing this whole fucking Tate coping thing, but when all this news first broke out, he was defending the Tates. Even when there was a few leaks that came out of the investigation, like really showing pretty clearly that they're criminals, he was still defending Andrew Tate. And I think he might still be doing that. Thurston is, I'm kind of getting the idea that he's a piece of crap.
It wasn't a hard choice. It was the easiest choice in the world. And now I have my daughter, who I love more than I'll ever love that choice.
So that was...
Yeah, by the way, this is coming from the same guy who... I don't know what the whole circumstance of their relationship was, but one of the girls that works for him for the like OnlyFans modeling thing, he ended up getting her pregnant, and even after she had his kid, she's still doing it. She's still doing the OnlyFans thing. It's really fucking creepy, and it also looks like she was sex trafficked. So it's really fucked.
Yeah, that's the exact situation. I'm the kind of...
Yeah, and then this guy's saying he loves his kid. He also made a video talking about how he punished his girlfriend who he had a child with by putting her in a shittier like apartment, which ultimately punished his kid as well because she didn't obey him. Like, this guy is a fucking wacko. He doesn't care about his fucking kids. He's just full of shit.
Well.
I'm going to show you how to make a testosterone.
We already saw that clip, but thanks to the nation smile. Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate it.
You never answered if your mom is a MILF or not. Also, why is Frank's picture gone from the member emoji list? Can you please remove Liver King and add Frank back? Please listen to this song, it's awesome.
I'll consider that. Thanks for the nation, L.
Can you react to this Rich Joey Carbstrong's speech live at Vegan Camp 2023?
I'll take a look in a second. Thanks for the nation, dude. That's pretty sick. I might save that.
The next talk is going to be amazing.
So please give a warm welcome to... This number represents...
Yeah, this is 36 minutes. I don't know if I'm gonna watch this.
Other pigs and their piglets, dairy cows and their calves, chickens. That moment made me think of my own mortality. Thinking of, I'm going to die. My father's going to die. My mother's going to die. It's a fire inside my heart. If anyone else has that fire, it would be birds. This is my first. Holes. When you arrived unannounced, that's when you see I get criticised by me.
Like, I don't know why you want me to react to that. It's just a waste of time. It's like all shit we already know.
And I'm going to tell you something. If we came from, like, remember that guy said, if we're descended from apes, why are there still apes?
Because we're not descended from current apes. We're descended from a common ancestor.
Okay, so this is going to get into a deeper thing, and I want people to do the research. This is not me saying it. This is research. Okay?
Sneakerella, Disney Plus.
Black people have been on the planet for 16 years, 16,000 years. They say the Caucasian has only been on the planet for 6,000 years.
We're gentrifying.
Right? Then they came in and took over Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Right? So if that is a true statement, right? I got part of this from Dr. Ben Carson. I'm not saying that, but he knows, and Dr. Clark. And so when we talk about humans and how the humans are designed, certain people are designed a certain way. Caucasians come from the Caucasus Mountains, supposedly.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation, dude. There's no such thing as, like, Caucasoid race. That's just all bullshit.
Now, when I went to Egypt, and I studied, and I, just to let you know, I'm just going over. So different digestive going to it. Being you have light hair, light color skin, light eyes, obviously a cave dweller. And it's because you had to come from, you couldn't deal with the sun. Your hair was elongated, your nose was elongated because it was cold to air. Am I correct?
This is, yeah.
Billy tapped out. Billy tapped.
You got it.
Oh my God! I've never seen Billy just
right hair on your body. White. If you see Africans, there's no hair on our body, on our chest. So it's a different.
That's not true at all. There's some, like, pretty hairy black dudes.
Different situation. And when you...
Yeah, wasn't Kimbo Slice, like, fairly fucking hairy? And he's, pretty blackish. Like, what is he talking about? Yeah, like, Kimbo Slice had a fair bit of hair. So that's not true. Like, I'm half black. I have a pretty nice mane of chest hair.
When you're in cold weather and you have to eat what's available is when they grabbed animals. The first thing they did in Africa, if you did it, they did it in Japan too. When they would eat a fish, that's why sushi, they would have a whole fish and have small amounts of it. But when you eat something that, boom, that shuts your body down where you have to go to sleep, it's not just black people who got negroitis or, you know what I'm saying?
What the fuck is he talking about?
White folks eat and get sleepy too, and they rubbed it because your body is trying to digest something that is not supposed to be in it. It's not giving it fuel.
Yeah, so post-meal like tiredness, that there's a number of reasons for why you might be tired after a meal. One of the, like, big factors that will determine if you're tired after a meal is how large your meal is. If you have a very large meal, it basically just makes you tired and shit because your digestion is dealing with a lot of, like, food that has to move through. It takes energy to break down food, and it just puts you in a state of, like, temporary exhaustion just so you can conserve more energy to break down food.
How hard are you coping now that the Tate is free? You really believed in accusations made by hookers. Such a dumbass. What have you to say now, loser?
Well, he's free because he was in jail and then put under house arrest because under Romanian law, before you're charged, they can imprison you for 6 months. So now either the court has to make a decision to arrest him again and keep him under arrest, or allow for him to pay a bond. And I'm assuming, I guess they can let him charge you without demanding a bond, but it doesn't mean the charges are going away. It's just the 6 months time has, elapsed. So they had to let him out. If they want to either put him under house arrest or put him in jail again, they're probably going to just have to put up a bond, and then he'd probably be able to pay the bond. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Appreciate it.
It shut you.
Hearing what my Nazi sympathizing dad about Jews control everything afterwards reminds me of this classic clip from The Good Liars lol.
You think Jews control the country?
Yeah, they control the fucking country.
Oh, interesting.
They control Wall Street, they control the banks, they control Hollywood. Every fucking building in New York City is owned by Jews.
Hey,
Don't get
hey,
so fucking close.
I'm Jewish.
I don't give a fuck.
Hey, you gotta get out of
I ain't
here.
going no
I control everything. You gotta go.
I'm not going no fucking way.
You gotta go. I'm Jewish.
Fuck you.
But I control everything.
No,
So
you don't control
you
me,
gotta
fucker.
go. You gotta go.
Movement.
I'm just saying So there you have it. Jews control everything. I was able to clear the square there. I just commanded him to leave and he left.
Yep.
Did you see my earlier message? New Frankie vid?
Yes, I did. I told you that I'm feeling good. I'm probably going to do some arm training on stream today, and it's mostly going to be like brachialis. And I'll do some like grip strength too. And I got plenty of rest. And we did react to a few new Frank shorts already. I don't think he has any new long form videos that I have an interest in watching. Like, he just did this stupid video commenting on this girl. She just underate and was dehydrated, and she probably just had sudden cardiac death. I don't really want to listen to Frank yap about it.
Wheel, 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 boo.
Thanks again, Sprickety. You're kind of annoying when you randomly interrupt me like that, but thanks. So, yeah, this is just, this Russian influencer. There's just nothing to it, and it's like 13 minutes, and he's probably, just gonna yap, and I hate his gross face. But, yeah, she just underate, and she wasn't drinking, and she probably just got, like, dehydrated and died. But we did watch a bunch of Frank Tufano shorts. He was talking about testosterone, disgusting, fucking testicle smoothies he eats. But, thanks again, Sam. Little Bad Nigga, donated $2. Do you remember these scenes from the Boondocks? I'm not watching Boondocks clips, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Looks like Frankie has let his hair grow.
Yeah, he kind of looks like Butthead from Beavis and Butthead with his hair like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. Appreciate it.
You down, make you go to sleep because the body is cleaning and digesting while you rest.
I mean,
oh yeah, Kenny, you do have a cat next to your name. Congratulations.
this all makes sense to me because every time I eat a big meal, I want to go to sleep.
Right, and you're lazy. You don't want to walk.
Yeah, that's true.
Also,
Guilty.
Let's distill this debate down to something that everyone can understand. What is the greatest food of all time?
Oh,
the ones that the best thing about we call fast food fruit in the vegan world.
Oh, that was so lame.
Yeah,
if you
But
grab
you
it,
end up eating too much fructose.
I got excited
You're getting
for a
fat.
second.
not fructose.
Yes, fruit makes you fat.
It's glucose.
No,
So-
when
you're eating fruit.
the definition
It's,
of fruit.
it's a pear.
Okay.
Fructose is sugar from fruit.
Okay, but this is sugar that your body identifies. The other sugar is literally like
It's literally the same thing, but there's no study on fruit consumption that has shown fruit has the same harmful effects as like industrial processed fructose. So like, fatty liver disease. Carly, you're coming for Kenny. Yes. Sure you'll get that cat badge.
a residue of salt. Like when you get table salt, that's a residue of sea salt. If you take sea salt, and I tell people also,
What is he talking about? What?
Did he just blend a testicle?
Yeah, he chopped up a testicle, blended it, and then swallowed it. It was really fucking disgusting. He is monstrously stupid. Thanks for that donation, Sam.
all the time, I literally would tell you to take a half a teaspoon of Celtic sea salt and put it in your mouth and
Sea salt is the fucking same as table salt. The only difference is there isn't any iodine added to it.
literally swoosh it around for 5 minutes. Then spit that out. And the reason I tell you that is now you have all the minerals that you need from the salt. And every time you eat, you will not have a
No, you... Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate it. Yeah, swishing salt in your mouth does not give you all the minerals you need for an entire day.
taste. You would not say, hey, this needs salt. It won't happen. And if you eat the fruit, right, you eat fruit that has the citrus fruit. Certain times you eat a citrus fruit. I think you should eat bananas every day, especially man, it's good for your thing. And I also think that you should eat fruit and vegetables according to seasons that they grow, because that's how your body is going to move.
No, that's... Why would you do that?
According to the sun and the moon.
So are you saying banana is the greatest fruit of all time?
The greatest fruit of all time is passion fruit to me. I love passion fruit.
But you understand that corn syrup is fructose.
Corn.
Yeah, so corn syrup does not have the same ratio of glucose to fructose as fruit. And on top of that, fruit has fiber and a bunch of other different phytochemicals that affects things like, rate of absorption of glucose and how it just ends up getting, processed in your body. Like, again, there's no study linking fruit consumption to fatty liver disease. Dodo donated $2. Can you react to this? The fastest way to lose weight. Cut your leg off?
In this video, I will share with you the fastest way to kill you, and it will make you lose a ton of weight, in fact, and that is the problem that is the effect, and that is the yo-yo effect. This is a problem that specifically occurs in people who
fast weight loss actually tends to be associated with better long-term diet success. And that's because if you achieve very quick weight loss and your dieting period isn't as long, you're just more likely to be successful at it. And people who lose weight faster also seem to keep the weight off longer.
Who had a lot of trauma in their childhood or who have a specific mental illness. So if you have
Obesity is not like due to trauma and mental illness. It's mostly due to genetics. If you're looking at the population level, 80% of obesity is predictable by your genetic makeup.
Or who have a specific mental illness. So if you have some very deep self, and on the days it was from I would recommend. I don't
want to have to listen to this. It's kind of boring.
Jasmine.
Can we watch Transformed X latest video? Let me see.
Did he just say, the minerals you need from salt? Salt is a fucking mineral. I think this guy read one BuzzFeed article and suddenly thought his grade school education was complete. This is painful. Move. Boof.
What channel are you talking about? Yeah, Jolington, I don't know what channel you're talking about. Thanks, 9014, excellent spam. Yeah, Adam, that guy gets his, like, health advice from, you know, really bizarre niche websites. I don't know where he's getting his information from.
There's way too much poop in my butt. I've held it for days because I'm trying to be productive. I sleep 1 hour a night, hold my poops, pee in a jug. I'm a hustler. I'm going to microwave the poop when it's out toe. Should I save you a log? Kisses.
Sure, yeah, save me a log. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop.
Corn syrup is a derivative of what they make in a factory. Anything made in a factory is factory made, and that's not it. But anything made in nature, organically, not the watermelons without seeds, not the GMO situation. You can eat it. Look, you can't tell me that because I watch Usain Bolt run backwards faster than most people run forward. He's a fruit-eating gazelle.
Is he a vegan?
No, he should be because he's Jamaican. They eat oxtail and they eat ox dick, but most of the time they're eating green, and they're eating like even rosters, right? Rosters don't eat anything that you can't catch in your hand. So for fish, you catch it in your hand, you could eat it.
So I don't preach, like when you said talking about cheeseburgers and stuff, I don't think that's healthy.
Really doesn't
I think
preach
high
that.
protein, like high meat diets.
What's high protein?
Just
went and got cupping therapy done. Now my back hurts worse. I still haven't done any research on it. Probably should have. Cupping therapy is stupid and it's actually pretty dangerous. You can pretty easily get like skin infections from it and like permanent discoloration and bruising. So dumb.
Alright guys, so
this one.
I have my chicken breast. I'm on a high protein diet, 300 grams.
Alright, we can watch this cooking tutorial. Jason's cooking tutorials are great.
Sip 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 kai be sip 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 see.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation.
Check out Bitch McConnell at Fancy Farm Picnic after health concerns.
Retire!
That is kind of funny. Probably should. Yeah, he really does need to retire. Not only is this guy old as shit, but he's clearly not cognitively there. And didn't he get like a concussion or something too? Like, I don't know why the fuck he is still working. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
250 grams carbs, keeping it catabolic. Friday to Saturday is a high carbohydrate, low fat day. I'll have only one fat, with the avocado and Kerrygold butter.
Oh my god.
I'm eating about 80 to 100 grams of fat tonight, around 200 grams, 150, 200 grams of carbs, and about 300 grams of...
Okay, here comes the log. Ugh. Ugh. Almost there. Fap you puff. Oh Jesus, it hurts. There's blood. The cold poopy water splashed back into my asshole, but it didn't clean. It's dripping back into the bowl. I'll cut off a nice corny one for you. Call me.
Alright, well, thank you for that microwave poop. Appreciate it. Donate to $2. Can you watch? Give your opinion. I don't give two fucks about Fauzi Tube, so, no. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
The protein throughout the day, 4 meals to 5, 6 meals a day, every 3 to 4 hours approximately. Drinking my water, about 2.5 to 3 pounds of water, with about approximately 32 to 42 ounces of water. I got my asparagus. We're going to weigh everything out. I got the food scale in the mail. The food scale will weigh out my food. Going to have in a portion 4 to 6 ounces of everything. And portion carbs. Slow twitch carbs was the bulky foods, like the sweet potatoes, the brown rice, all that shit. The fast twitch carbs was the greens, with speeds up the molecular, so you burn fat quicker.
Fast twitch carbs help you burn fat quicker. Well, I'm not a nutrition expert, clearly, since I've never heard of this.
I'm having Dijon mustard, which only got about 5 calories. Sodium not very high, 5% was 150 milligrams, was about 15, 20 milligrams. Kerrygold butter was probably the best Irish butter. We're having, this is the carb, we're having wedge potatoes. It's seasoned, it's grilling ideas on the side. Total fat, 8%. That's getting my fats in. Saturated 0, trans 0, polyester 1, monoderated fat 3, cholesterol 0, sodium not bad, 380 milligrams, 17 not that bad. Total carbs 7 grams, 20%, with about 7 to 8 grams per 4 to 6 ounces. 2 grams of fiber, 0 grams of sugar, 2 grams of protein, not much. Iron 1.3 milligrams at 8%. Potassium, what I need so I don't cramp up. Gotta have that. The green, the asparagus. The asparagus is, greens, about 25 calories, every 5-ounce servings. Total carbs 2. This is the good stuff. This is the protein now. The chicken. I got this at Costco, Kirkland, a big bag, about 6.5 pounds should last. It's 100 calories, so it's not bad. Totally fats 1. Sodium 8, 22 grams of protein, so that's very good. Iron 2, potassium. Gonna eat this. Gonna have my fats. By the way, we're gonna look at the cover now of this fat. I got this avocado, 120 milligrams. This is your fat, very important. 15 grams, 12%. 2 grams of saturated fat, 10%. It's got all my fat, sodium, not bad. 10 out of 240, it's probably around 10 to 20 milligrams. Total carbs, 3%, with about 1% daily fiber, important. Total sugar, hardly anything. Protein, I'm gonna have that. And that would be every 6 servings in a container. Having that, then we're having our Strawberry sparkling water. It's got absolutely nothing in it. It's got carbonated water, citric acid, potassium, benzoate preservative, aspartame. Don't need that too much.
Literally reading out water ingredients. Alright. Just skip that.
Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. I've had a module. It's in the same family. It's a precursor. It and really does work. It knocks away. This is White Mengen D.
Wait.
Jewel. Purchase.
What is that
I've had these
shit?
over trade. Wow. Time goes. Now I have this company called Next Level Kratom. You can use their
Oh my god. He should not be taking Kratom.
and I want to give a big shout out and thank you to my boy because I'm going to come out with my own waste taper. Right back, folks. Okay, guys. So we're going to weigh out the food now, guys. We're going to weigh out the chicken. The chicken's got to be about 6 ounces. We're going to get it on the pedestal. Okay. That's about 7 ounces of chicken. It's almost in the perfect range for cooking. Our guacamole, about 2.3 ounces. Gonna have a good meal. I'm sure we get about a good amount of portions of potato fries. That's about 6 grams. About 1.4 ounces of these things. 2.3. We want to make it 4 to 6 ounces total on the stuff. 3.1 ounces. We're gonna make it about.
That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Spurkity.
About 6 for carbs. 3.6, 4 ounces. That's about 4 ounces of potatoes. Wedges. These are potato wedges, guys. So 5 point something. About 5.7. About 6 point. No, we don't want that. That's about 5.8 ounces. That's about right in the ratio we want it in. We're going to put it in the bowl before we cook this. We're going to put all this in the bowl. All in a bowl to cook. Definitely want to get it in there. So we're going to get these wedges in this little bowl because I got to weigh out everything in
We're getting it in a bowl. We're gonna get it in a bowl.
portion control before I cook it on my scale. This is going to be all weighed out, all in portion control.
Why don't you just put the bowl on the scale and then put the wedges in so the scale doesn't get dirty?
Now we got asparagus or fast switch greens. Make it about 2.2 ounces. Gonna make it about 4 ounces for the greens, 3 ounces. 3.2. Science to the T. So we got about 4.5. That's where we want to be for the greens. Get those, the greens. So basically,
Oh,
we're
this is gonna
cooking
be
this.
so bad.
We're definitely cooking this now. Gonna get this thing going.
He didn't even like thaw anything out. Like this is gonna be so bad.
We're cooking. We're on the front. I don't know where I am. Medium high, guys. Medium high. Spray. Rubbing Rouse Tego. Thick spray, a little bit of that. Give it a little flavor. We're gonna have some garbanzo beans with this. We're gonna have some seasoning right here. Some seasoning, Italian seasoning, a little bit of that. We just want to make this taste good. Little basil. Get a little bam, baby, bam, like Emerald says. Garbanzo beans. See these? Simple, vegan, low sodium garbanzo beans.
How has he not learned how to, like, fucking cook food? This makes no sense. He has frozen chicken, frozen asparagus, and frozen potato wedges in a fucking skillet on his cooktop. Like, what does he think is gonna happen?
We're gonna have
Holy
those.
shit.
Okay.
He's not even gonna drain it?
Gonna have that, guys.
I don't understand. He has potato wedges.
A little bit of these. Give it a little
Oh
flavor.
my god, dude.
That's some protein right there.
Oh,
some fat. Some fat right here. Definitely
what
want some
is
fat.
happening?
So we're trying to see what this has got, like a lot of fat here. So we're gonna get that.
Oh my god.
Sorry about this, guys, but this thing is just. We're gonna get some olive oil. Put a little bit of that. Give it a little fat because we want energy. Apples. This is good for your body when you're fucked up. Vinegar, apple cider.
What?
I'm gonna have that. A swig of that.
He's
now
not
what
putting
else
that
we're
in
gonna
there.
do is definitely gonna get some more seasoning.
Oh my god. Is he gonna put that in there?
Tony Carroll. Some of that. And that's it, guys. We're gonna cook this. Definitely coming out. We're getting there. Seasoning's
not
coming.
Cooking.
Getting good food. Garbanzo beans. Wedges. Some asparagus. It will cook. It's thawing out right now. We're gonna.
How does this guy live on his own? He needs a carer.
Have some apple cider vinegar in a bottle. We're gonna have a swig of that. I'll tell you my opinion on how to get freaky
Oh my
games,
god.
feeling vegan and feeling healthy. You take a little bit of this. You don't want too much. Very strong.
That is so much.
And you drink a swig of it because this cleans out
That is so fucking much. Oh my god.
your immune system. Put a little in here to give it a flavor. Definitely firing up tonight, baby.
What?
Gotta make those gains, and we'll be back. So I want to
Oh
show
my
you the
God.
guy who's sponsoring me, the Kratom. He's a good guy.
This is
It's
insane.
Kratom Next Level, and he wanted me to tell you guys that use the promo code Lord Vader, get $20 or more off your order, $10 off, and that's what you get if you want to relieve your pain. Get it while it's hot. Kratom Next Level. Now this is cooking good. Got your Vermont Village organic apple cider.
Oh
And
shit.
we got our sugar-free Jello we're cooking. Let me tell you something. I have socket joint problems, and that Kratom helps my joints.
Are cops' jobs really as dangerous as everyone makes it out to be? I'd argue UPS drivers' jobs are more dangerous because they have to deal with heat, dog attacks, and is way more physically demanding. Same with construction workers, roofers, loggers.
I'm not sure if there are more deaths directly related to the occupation. In, you know, like UPS with UPS delivery driving versus policing. The danger of policing is way overblown.
Quaif 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 f.
Every time I get interrupted mid-sentence to listen to spam, I die a little inside. Thanks for the nation, though, Sprickety. Yeah, so the danger of policing's way overblown. More police died due to coronavirus versus all job-related hazards combined. So if you're a cop, you're more likely to die from corona then getting shot, stabbed, run over, heat exhaustion, like you name it. The two biggest like health concerns for police are coronavirus and obesity. Obesity is a big killer of police. You're, like, again, more likely to die from obesity or obesity-related illnesses as a cop than you are from getting, like, shot or anything. But thanks, Mike.
Water around them. Because where we have water around our joints, I have so much chronic pain in my shoulder. Puts water. Also, the D-ball and the T-ball and the Anadrol help me with my joints. This is Cooking. We'll be right back. For this quinoa, this Kerrygold butter.
I can't believe he said Anadrol helps my joints. Like, what the... Like... Why did he quit? Like, he's so fucking hilarious. Anadrol helps my joints.
We're gonna put it in, get a little flavor, and it's gonna taste good, guys. So we want to get it moist in there.
Oh my god! What?
Get all of our butter in there and everything.
What
this
the
is an
fuck?
early meal. You know, we're gonna put a little apple cider vinegar because we want to clean
What
our body
is
out
he
of toxins.
doing?
Just a little bit. A little flavor. Got some wedges.
He already put so much in.
Got some good food. We'll be back. All right, guys. So we flipped it over. The wedges are going good.
Oh my god.
Asparagus with all that seasoning and stuff.
Yeah, he has autism. He also has, what is it, Tourette's and dyslexia. Dude. This is
he
so
not
bad.
The children? Is he not the children? Is he supposed to bring balance in life?
A prophecy. Please ban Christy XO from the chat. She's a secret carnivore spy. I found her YouTube channel profile. Kike 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 kike.
Sure, I'll do that. Thanks for the nation, pump and dump that hoe. Emoted tellers, is there any benefit to direct sunlight exposure, or should it be avoided as much as possible? There's zero benefit. Aside from, like, maybe some people saying they feel better being in the sun, but, like, direct sunlight exposure is not good for your skin or eyes. UV light destroys your skin. And it also damages your eyes as well. So wearing sunglasses, sunscreen, or long sleeves, and just doing whatever you can to prevent your skin from getting exposed to UV is a good idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Emo.
That might have missed me. A prophecy when might have read. It might have been.
He's fucking doing a Yoda voice.
Clouded boy is very, very clouded. Actually, the best is dark side. Actually, the suffering. Actually, the hate. Actually, the I said much fearing you. The boy you trained, Gandhi, is consumed by Darth Vader. You are you. 900 years I trained Jedi. Excitement, adventure, a Jedi craze. No such
Dude,
thing.
I want to see him eat this. Like,
Clouded this boy is very, very
how can you
clouded.
stomach
Actually,
this
the path of
food?
the dark side. Actually, the hate. Actually, the stuff. I said much fearing you. Dude, that is what you did. 900 years I trained Jedi.
Oh. My master mission is feel, don't think. Use your energy on the Jedi.
Dude, I really doubt that chicken's cooked all the way through.
Bro, you see, I'm filming now. Look, I'm filming right now. That's wedges, my corn, my my asparagus.
He included
my,
this in the video?
Chickpeas and my fucking chicken 6 ounces and 4 ounces. It's a very clean meal, and I got my food scale, and I got my avocado, and I got all my stuff. And look, I got my original San Marin High School, California thing from my first year in high school 20 years ago. Got all my trophies, got my kratom, got my shit. Well, yeah, look, I got my protein. Bro, I know what the fuck I'm doing. Bro, here's the steroids. Here's the stash of drugs, bro. Bro, I ain't fucking around. Bro, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I don't like people talking so much shit. Fuck the haters, man. Make money, bro.
Oh, what the fuck?
You think that's full cooked? You think that's cooked through? Give me your opinion. You think that's cooked through? Did I cut it in half?
Oh, shit.
It looks fully cooked though. Let me cut it in half and give you my opinion on it.
How does he live on his own? Like, how isn't he dead yet?
Let me look. I'm gonna tell you right now if it's cooked. Fully cooked almost, man. Perfect.
Fully cooked almost.
Bro, this is a perfect meal, bro. This is the money, bro. Chickpeas. This is a good fucking looking meal, bro. This is not shit, bro. Bro, I'm Chef Crackhead Professional. So we're gonna be filming this. We got our 100% whey protein. We're gonna have 2 scoops, 50 video herbs, avocado for fats, chickpeas
That looks horrible.
for carbs and fat, chicken 4 to 6 ounces. We're gonna weigh this, see what it comes out.
Why
This
would he
comes
bother
out
weighing it?
to about, can you see it, guys? 1.5 pounds, which about 16 ounces of food, and we got our 1,000 ounce dressing for our fats. That's about 4 ounces.
Oh my god.
Our dessert, about
Didn't he add like a massive stick of butter in there too?
3.7 ounces, and our protein shake, about 1 pound. So we're having about 2.5, 3 pounds of food, and yeah, that's our dinner. Our dinner's avocado, and to make it spice it up and give it a little flavor, we're gonna have some lemon for citrus. Nothing's complete without some citric acid in your diet. Some citrus will really help go a long way in the diet.
What the fuck?
So we're gonna have some of that.
Like, none of this
Nice,
makes any
clean
sense.
meal, fresh meal, healthy food, and we're gonna have maybe a little bowl of fruit with it. Some little fruit, healthy dinner, and this sickening protein dollars.
Dude, I have a hard time believing he'd eat that. Like, especially with all the fucking apple cider vinegar he added to it for no fucking reason. That was so much fucking apple cider vinegar. Like, what the fuck? That would taste so bad. That was one of the most retarded things I've ever seen. It was fucking hilarious.
You know, the
I'm not
keto
doing
diet has been
macros.
proven to cause heart attack.
Right, I'm saying
Yeah,
low
he had
carb.
us on it, and we all
Almost
got
had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we
but
were-
that depends on your
we got
insulin.
kidney
sensitivity.
stones.
Everyone in this room has kidney stones.
Yeah,
thanks to
because
Billy.
of Billy.
Yeah. Okay, so how we get rid of kidney stones? This is what I want you guys to do. I want you to
piss.
drink a liter of water, spring water a day, and I want you to put a teaspoon of baking soda in it. And throughout the day, I want you to drink that. That is going to help your kidneys, give all the nutrients it want, and we can hopefully eventually push the stones through your body without having to have pain.
Okay. Wait, you got more?
My last point.
Okay. Yeah. Phil, you're already tapped.
I was tapped. I mean, we started talking about
this is like a UFC fighter that's been submitted. They're raising the other guy's hand, and
like,
then
no,
Billy's
no,
finally waking up. He's like, I want the
rematch. I want a rematch. Yeah, I'm good.
But
Billy, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh yeah, I have children. Oh, Sneaker's older than you. But that doesn't mean anything. I'm glad you're at this point, but I want you to look and I want you to pay attention to literally what you eat should go in, give you energy, and go out. And when you eat dead carcass, your body is slowly to move that through your body, and it dehydrates you, which makes it even slower to move through your body.
How about
what
this?
if I'm
If John
evolved as
Sally
a carcass eater?
Then your teeth would be sharper, and you would eat it raw. If you really, really want to prove that you should eat meat, you should never cook it.
Oh, he already doesn't. Yeah.
Well, what you're going to do is get really sick because it's decaying carcass. So the only way they can get around it is to change the DNA by cooking it more than 118 degrees.
No, that's. Oh my God. The sky is crazy.
I think that eating a healthy diet with meat, low carb, without like all these processed stuff, seed oils, processed sugars. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying meat isn't really the devil.
It is
more the
No,
process.
the people that kill sentinel beings thinking that I
sentinel beings
deserve and I'm
Yeah.
above them. Nothing deserves to die. Let me just say this one thing to you. I'm going to get this to you. Remember I Am Legend with Will Smith, great movie, and I Am Legend 2 is coming out. I don't want to advertise that movie because Sneakerella 2, Sneakerella is coming out May 13th on Disney Plus. Make sure you check your listings. This is the deal on the 13th. If you had to hunt your food, you'd be a vegetarian. Guaranteed, because you would not be able, one, you wouldn't have a refrigerator. Two, if you killed a big old something, you would have to hurry up and get it before the real predators came and decided that you were going to be a side meal. And if it got to it, and one thing you can't always go and get a kill, you're going to have to eat something. And there was, I eat beef jerky.
I'm not saying not eat vegetation.
Right. But pretty soon that was all you'd be able to eat.
All I'm going to say is I'm going to end this here.
Wait, one more thing.
John Sally definitely has done a lot of research.
This
research.
is all I did. One more thing.
He's just nuts like that. Anybody listens to him is kind of a shame.
I wasn't going to get into genetic diets.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just let me give you this. Let me give you this one thing I want you to think of. So at one time, black folks were brought to this country and were enslaved. They did not give them meat. And look how strong they were. There was no meat. They wasn't given no slaves, no steak. They wasn't.
Well, they would feed slaves like, corn, beans, and stuff like that primarily, but they'd also get like leftover cuts of meat. So like fucking tail, ball sacks, kidneys, bullshit like that like rich white people didn't want to eat. Cornman donated $2. Do you remember that one Star Wars episode when Jason Genova fought vegan gains? Well, here it is.
No, Jason Genova, Lord Vader, Jason Genova are such a frickin' vegan, bro. It is not even funny, vegan games. This is Jason Genova, but my new nickname is Lord Vader. Order 66 is commencing. Main course of the resistance. Broccoli. Plate with nothing on it. I pledge myself, I am Lord Vader now. My fans don't call me Jason Genova, they call me Lord Vader. I'm scared of haters, I'm Sheldon Boss, the Sith Lord, are such a frickin' vegan, bro. Lord Vader is my new name, the Rise of Lord Vader. Pledge myself to the dark side of the Force. You know what, vegan games? All you do is eat vegetarian food. Why eat that stupid tofu shit?
Order 66 vegan games, my army will destroy you.
You eat tofu and almonds and all that gay shit. You're not a carnivore. You eat that stupid tofu shit. And it's pretty
You are beaten. It is useless to resist. Don't let yourself be destroyed as Obi-Wan did. Don't make me destroy, and I will.
That was good.
And giving them no chicken. You better not kill that chicken. They were eating vegetables, and look how strong they were.
There's no chance Billy's going to have anything to say to that. Yeah, it's tapping out. So how about this, though? How about if you can accurately predict who the NBA Finals MVP will be right now? Tatum.
Yep.
Oh.
Then Billy has to go vegan for a month and try it.
I put it to this way. If you do it my source of vegan, if we can have a conversation and you don't lie, right, because you'd be lying to yourself. I told Madison too. Madison thinks I'm crazy on the stuff I'm trying to push in, but I'm sure because I did it the wrong way too. I was a junk food vegan and I was a processed food vegan, and it's not the way to be. I would give you things that they're not mentioning to you, digestive enzymes, systemic enzymes. I would make sure you took a certain amount of herbs. You're 23 years old. I would give you the right amount of herbs, especially ones that clean out your lower intestines. And I guarantee you, your cut of your body after dealing with me and your workout, I guarantee you're going to be like, yeah, and you're not, because I'm going to give you a fake cheat day, meaning you get a processed food day, just not a dead animal processed food day.
Okay, so Billy, if it's Jason Tatum, NBA Finals MVP.
Then doing lift. Your body will never push a weight. So the more static and the more flexibility you get, the stronger you become.
Will I be
You should do more.
drink Coors Light? Is Coors Light vegan?
Yes.
All right, there we go.
Coors
Or
Light.
will I get strength gains?
Yes.
Yes.
I will
You're gonna
go
be
up-
able to do
said that.
And you should do more static workout than doing lift. Your body will never push a weight. So the more static and the more flexibility you get.
I think he's trying to say if you do like static exercises, you can maximize force production. So any weight that you're actually able to lift, it's below your maximum force production, which isn't technically true. So for one thing, with static loads, yeah, you can maximize forces, but you're only maximizing force production in that position, not through a range of motion, so it's not particularly useful. It's really only good for like muscular endurance, it seems like, or very specific cases like arm wrestling. Where you kind of need that static strength to be able to like hold on to something. And on top of that, with static loads, you're also not getting the benefit of power production. So it's you're not gonna build the most amount of muscle doing static work. I don't think it's actually at all useful in most, like, for building muscle or for getting stronger at a given lift or stronger in general. It's only like for specific cases like arm wrestling.
The stronger you become.
Will I be able to bench press more than I can?
He only benches 255.
275. That's
Same
a
as me.
lie. That is
Oh,
why
I know a girl that can do that.
No, look behind you. 275. That's my. I'm
That's
on
your
top of the
handwriting
list.
as well.
Wow. I guarantee you would. How much you want? How about I get 30?
I can't believe how accurate this a day in the life of a liberal is, Lamau.
Cup of gender fluid. Once I decide to be gay, I have my first abortion of the day. I clean up with some male tears and have a delicious vegan lunch of plain bread. Then I allow my vaccine to sync with the woke mind virus network so I can get my orders from Joe Biden, like planting illegal documents in Trump's house. Then I do a quick commune with Satan. Finally, I spend the rest of my night complaining about how hard my life is and asking for handouts online.
That's basically my life. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
30 pounds on top of it.
I benched over 300 pounds before, but that's what it is now.
Nobody was there, so we don't believe you.
It was in college. We can check my. We can check my.
That's
We
my
can check my
Canadian
football
girlfriend,
coach.
yep.
My football
Yep.
coach has a record of it.
Yeah. He also had needles in the back room.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll have one at gunpoint. Actually, he's gonna ram me.
I think somebody wanted me to watch this. Yeah.
Hey everybody.
I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment. I think that's the highest it goes up. Yeah, that'll be good. Let's listen some of this shit.
I think I'm pretty close to 100% right on this, and I do think a lot of people are just straight up wrong. Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for Renaissance Periodization, and today's video is about the stiff-legged deadlift versus the Romanian deadlift, and the fact that this is an illusory dichotomy. In fact, these are basically, no, they are the same thing. Controversial, I know. And I know because there are tons of other influencers, most of them very, very sharp and making great videos, that have made entire videos talking about what the difference is between an SLDL and an RDL, a stiff-legged deadlift, and a Romanian deadlift. And what I'm going to tell you is going to be potentially controversial, but I think I'm pretty close to 100% right on this, and don't worry, I'll support it, even with sources, that actually it's the same thing. Weird. And I do think a lot of people are just straight up wrong. With all due respect, I've been wrong many times in my life. Here we go. Maybe this is one of them. Let's find out. What is an RDL? I think it's an SLDL. SLDL, stiff-legged deadlift. And it is an SLDL as described to the attendees of a weightlifting seminar in San Francisco in 1990 by the Romanian lifter Nicu Vlad and his coach Dragomir Kiraslan. That's my best pronunciation of that. I am not Romanian, but close. Close. Man, Romanians have the sweetest names. I would pay good money to have my name be Dragomir. That's fucking awesome. You know that guy's in your weight class, you're fucking losing. In any case, this Romanian deadlift was actually named by US Olympic coach at the time, Jim Schmitz, as the Romanian deadlift because he asked during training, these folks were, Nico was doing the stiff-legged deadlift, and they asked him, hey, what is that movement? What do you call that? And they didn't really know. They said, deadlift. It is a deadlift, and they couldn't really explain it. So it's, Romanian deadlift. And so Jim Schmitz named it right there. How do I know this? It is well described by Jim Schmitz himself in the Iron Mind article that is linked right over here. Maybe Scott will drop this link in the description as well, but you can just look at it. It's written up, and just Google it. It comes up really quick. By the way, for serious strength athletes, Iron Mind magazine is the fucking bee's knees. It is unbelievable. I used to read it literally 20 years ago, and it was just great, is great, amazing. Can't recommend it more than I already have. Now, how did Jim Schmitz himself, and this is directly from Iron Mind, directly his quote, describe the lift, okay? He said, and I'll just read, so forgive me for not looking at the camera. You grab the bar with your clean grip, pull the bar to the tops of your thighs, but don't complete the lift. That is, don't lock out your back. The knees are not locked out, the chest is out, the back is flat, and then you then lower the bar to about 2 inches from the platform, keeping your back perfectly flat or arched, and your knees slightly flexed. Then you return to the almost erect position. I've been almost erect a few times. That's me, not him saying that. But it is very critical here not to fully lock the knees, then repeat. 2 very important details are, number 1, your back stays flat or arched at all times, and 2, your knees stay slightly flexed at all times. This lift is almost all low back, glutes, and hamstrings. Now, color me fucking completely crazy, but that is the stiff-legged deadlift that lots of lifters have been doing around the world for decades, even at that time in 1990. No? Well, let's find out. Again, here is Jim Schmitz. Quote, an interesting side note here is that Yoshinobu Miyake, Japan's 1964 and 1968 Olympic champion in weightlifting, was at the clinic where the Romanians were, and he said he did the same exercise back in his prime in the 1960s. I let that sink in. I'm calling them Japanese deadlifts from now on. Weird. In addition to this, my PhD chair, Dr. Mike Stone, who's one of America's best ever sports scientists, was and is, used to say, very angrily, I might add, when you called it an RDL in front of him, we used to do stiff-legged deadlifts before the Romanians visited. They did not invent that exercise. They did it like many, many other people around the world had for decades. Now, let's get into the weeds of the refined technique. Technically speaking, the RDL is a variation of the stiff-legged deadlift. It is a type of stiff-legged deadlift, which is a broader category of potential ways of doing that exercise, but it's actually the most common way of doing that exercise, and it is probably in most cases the most proper technique. The stiff-legged deadlift is designed to hit mostly the hamstrings, and RDL style, which Jim Schmitz just described for us, is exactly, or almost exactly, how most people would do it. It's nearly ideal. Now, I just said that the RDL is one type of a universe of stiff-legged deadlifts, a spectrum of ways you could do that exercise. And so some of the stuff that was said in the way to do it, like stopping a few inches from the ground, we could critique and say, aren't there different ways of doing that? Yes, and here they are. First, all stiff-legged deadlifts can vary on the degree of back arch. You can be ultra super arched in your lower back, or you can be even very rounded. Number 2, they can vary in the degree of knee bend. You can have a significant amount of knee bend, or you can do, technically speaking, a stiff-legged deadlift with completely straight knees and everything in between. Number 3, the degree of bar and hip travel. You can keep your hips relatively stationary and let the bar swing out really far. You can try to keep your hips stationary. This is very challenging, and keep the bar super tight to your legs. You can try to push your hips back really far as you descend and have the bar travel very far away from you as well. Or most commonly, you have your hips travel really far back and the bar stays very close to your hips and the rest of your body. Number 4, depth differences. You can finish a stiff-legged deadlift at the bottom at just around or below the knees, or generally, if you're very flexible, you can do them all the way to below the floor, which means you're standing on a platform or lifting with smaller weights, and those are deficit stiff-legged deadlifts. Number 5 is the grip. You can have a narrow grip or a wide grip or even a snatch grip. These are all variations on a theme of the stiff-legged deadlift, and the RDL is one subtype of the stiff-legged deadlift more generally. Okay? Now, there are a few other more minor distinctions, and I'm sure I haven't even covered all of them, but here are some other things to think about. One is the degree of eccentric control. You'll notice that RDLs, you descend relatively slowly. Hypothetically, you could do a stiff-legged deadlift where you descend more quickly. Retracted versus rounded shoulders. You could have a stiff-legged deadlift where the shoulders just hang. You could have ones where you arch and pull back your scapulae the entire time. You can choose to pause in the bottom position or not to pause. You can touch the ground or not touch the ground, and about a million other smaller changes you could make. Now, because in my humble view, probably the best use of stiff-legged deadlifts is hamstring training, let's review what the best practices are for using stiff-legged deadlifts to train your hamstrings. How would we change these variables we just talked about that could be different between different approaches to the stiff-legged deadlift to actually train our hamstrings the best? Well, here it is. First, you'll see, by the way, many of these, almost all, overlap with how an RDL is described. First, you want to have anterior pelvic tilt, which means that you have a neutral back or an arched back. Your hips are tilted up and back. That pre-stretches the hamstrings, allowing them to get into a more favorable position to be stimulated for growth. 2, you have a slight knee bend. It means you're not going to be really uncomfortable with no knee bend at all, and you can produce a loading situation for the hams without concerns for safety, so it's really good. You don't want too much of a knee bend because then you just have to move the bar a lot further to get the hamstrings actually stretched out. Number 3, you want a slow descent to maximize that nasty eccentric hamstring stimulus and to stay safe. The hamstrings are a finicky muscle. Any of you guys who have ever played sports know the hamstrings like to get injured every now and again. And those are really almost always really nasty injuries you don't want. They're pulls, they're this, they're that. You want to go nice and slow because you lose nothing going slow and you gain an extra margin of safety and even probably a bit of stimulus as well.
That was 51 pounds per arm that I was curling.
Another advantage to going
With
slow
fat
on the
grits.
stiff-legged deadlift is your knees and hips tend to go off track because they counteract each other. If you go slow, you can always reinforce that you're still using your hamstrings and that they're being pulled apart painfully. If you go quickly, you could do a thing where you do a rep, you come back up and you're like, fuck, I bent my knees too much. But if you're going slowly, you can auto-adjust, make micro adjustments, pushing your knees back, keeping them forward, back and forward to keep the right amount of tension on your hamstrings. Number 4, you want to descend deep enough to painfully stretch the hamstrings, which is where that advice for stop 2 inches above probably isn't the best advice in the world from the RDL proponents, because if you're really flexible in the hamstring, stopping 2 inches above the ground can be just not enough of a stretch and you don't get really sore or make a ton of progress. But if you're in that case, you would want to do some deficit work and really go below the floor, so to speak. But if you have very poor flexibility in the hamstrings, then you'd have to round your back a shitload in order to get 2 inches above the ground. Once you round your back, your pelvis tilts into posterior tilt. It takes tension off of the hamstrings, and then it's just not much of a hamstring exercise anymore. So really what you need to do is the height. Where you go to is the most auto-regulated part of the stiff-legged deadlift, and you go until you feel a deep, painful stretch in the hamstrings, not much further than that, and definitely don't stop until you feel that deep, painful stretch. Let me tell you guys about the RP Hypertrophy app. With over 28 preset programs already app adjusts to. What do you think about RDL versus SLDL? It's tantamount to asking someone, do you like fettuccine Alfredo or the kind of fettuccine Alfredo they make at most Italian restaurants? What? It's kind of the same thing. The RDL is the most common and basically the most effective type of stiff-legged deadlift for training hamstrings. So it's just kind of damn near the same thing. Or you could think about it as a stiff-legged deadlift is a very large circle, and an RDL is a also large, just slightly smaller circle that is entirely enveloped by that large circle. Trying to do a stiff-legged deadlift that is also not cataloged as an RDL usually means you're not training the hamstrings anymore, and it's just not really clear what it is you're doing. You can do very bent periodization, and today's BS topic is food pairing. What you want us to eat all the foods by themselves now, Mike? What is this? Actually, the opposite. So, food pairing is very common in religious circles. For example, if you are Muslim and you eat according to the rules that determine what is haram and halal, then halal has some things about what you can eat together and what you can't, and some things you can't eat at all. Almost identical, just kidding, very, very frighteningly similar rules to the Jewish religion. Kosher food has all kinds of stuff you're not supposed to pair. Oh.
Is he actually right about that? I've never heard about food pairing restrictions. I've only heard of some like meme shit in Christianity where you can't mix meats in sandwiches. Because of the statement in Deuteronomy, lamb or gazelle, not lamb and gazelle. So I don't know if he's right about that. Might be.
One food with the other. Milks and meats aren't supposed to pair, not supposed to happen at the same time. When Christians do Lent, there are some food pairings that are not allowed, and you're actually supposed to take a food group and take it away altogether and stuff like that. So it's very common in religious circles, but it actually has been seen in nutrition circles. For example, and this is not a religious video. I just want to point out that food pairing is a thing that exists in another realm that has nothing to do with nutrition, really, if you think about it. Here are some things that are actually advocated by people in the nutrition community, not to say qualified nutritionists, actually to say the very opposite, unqualified nutritionists, or people that aren't nutritionists really, just people that say things, will say things like, proteins and carbs digest better by themselves than if you pair them. And I was at a hangout, a picnic that my parents had with their friends and their older folks, and they were in their 60s at the time. And I had a lady sit me down and be like, you know things. Yes, you're sort of an expert. I was like, yeah, why not? And she's like, I'm doing this great diet. And now that I know nutrition too, you and I can talk and like we know things. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. What's the diet like? She's like, well, I know now that the enzymatic environment in the stomach and the intestines is so different between digesting proteins and carbs that I have all of my carbs separately in meals and all of my proteins separately. So she'll have like some whole grain bread and some fruit in one meal. Not what I would call a meal. That's like, where's the meat at? And then she would have like, a slice of fish or something like that in another meal. And then the next meal would be again some carbs, and the next meal again some protein. So she was doing that. Fun conversation, because she was like, this is good, yes? And I was like, actually.
Can't eat meat with cheese. Cheeseburgers not allowed? Okay. Never heard of that.
Actually, you would be surprised that this is all nonsense. I think I said it slightly more politely, but not by much. I've heard people say don't eat fruits and vegetables in the same meal because there's some kind of interference effect. And something I used to do and fall for is don't eat both high carb and high fat in the same meal. Because you see, the carbs, they raise the insulins, and the insulins, they're very bad. And they make you fat, but not if you don't eat fat. But if you eat fat with the high carbs, the insulin from the high carbs takes the fat and smashes it into your fat cells, and you become fat forever, and people make fun of you. And then you have nobody to talk to, but you can eat ice cream. And so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy until you die of obesity, 700 pounds, precisely 3 days after you start. So don't do it. And I used to avoid this as well. Now, here's the deal. All those three things I just said, it's all total bullshit. The religious stuff, respect. You do your thing. Religious freedom is an amazing thing.
No. I hate how he says stupid shit. Like, if you're gonna allow for religious freedom, then, okay. I guess it's okay to kill infidels and apostates. I guess ritualistic animal sacrifice and just eating meat in general is okay, because all these religious scriptures accept that. Like, that's fucking bullshit.
But if it's not religious, you're going to have to justify it. Because religion justifies things on faith. Dope. End of discussion. Total respect. Nutrition, people will ask you, is this a religious thing? And they go, no, this is something that we figured out works. Like, oh, okay. Why? And what follows is usually a descent into madness because there is no why. Let me prove my point. Proteins and carbs digest better by themselves than together. Almost everyone who tries to do this kind of diet is trying to lose weight. If you are able to digest your food better, you actually take more of the food, pass it through your GI tract. More of it gets to your body cells, including the fat cells. If you had a condition whereby you were unable to digest food very well or at all, untreated celiac disease, if you have lots of gluten, is that thing. I don't know if you guys know anyone with untreated celiac disease, but they usually weigh like 100 pounds because all the food that goes in, it goes right back out. It goes mostly undigested. That is a recipe for extreme weight loss and inability to gain weight. So if you claim that a diet enhances the digestion of the foods that you're eating, maybe you're interested in gaining weight, cool. I know bodybuilders that are very concerned when they're putting on a ton of bulk. They're like, I have to make sure my digestion's good, which is like, yeah, it's a legitimate point because if you're pooping out all the food you're eating, good God, you'll never gain weight. These people, though, that do these diets, they want to lose weight. And they're like, my digestion's better. It's like, that maybe the opposite of what you want. It's not to say that you want bad digestion, but if oops, by accident, you poop out half the food you eat, your life just became a lot easier. You're trying to make things harder. Good news for you, it doesn't work. By themselves and together, almost all the nutrients you can eat as a human get digested almost completely either way, 97% efficiency. But for a couple of weird situations where you're allergic to something or something doesn't fit or you just eat way too much of it and then your digestion is like, fuck that, I'm passing it all the way through. But for rare circumstances, carbs alone, carbs plus protein, fat, you're just going to digest and absorb all that anyway. And there is no upside. But there's a huge downside. And the downside is you're wasting your time destroying your quality of life by disassembling your meals needlessly into different sub-fractions. Like you go to a restaurant with friends and you're like, ooh, I love this chicken risotto. I'm going to have to, can I get the chicken separately and then the risotto separately? The waiter's like, yeah, okay, fine. That sucks, I guess. You're like, yep, that I'm trying to get lean. So, proteins and carbs, they don't, and the waiter's like, yeah, they sure don't. Give me 10 minutes and I'll give you your pathetic plate of everything separate so you can save something for later. What kind of nonsense is that? Don't eat fruits and veggies in the same meal. Why? Or to quote Christian Bale, why not? There is no good theoretical reason and absolutely no empirically validated reason. And there's no practical reason. It's just make-believe. And the burden of proof is on those people that say that to give us a substantial amount of either logic or evidence, or at least some hey, let's get some before and afters going. And then if you get those going, the first critique is like, well, didn't you just eat healthier altogether? They're like, well, yeah. Like, how do you know that isn't what did it? Like, well, it's the fruits and veggies not together. It's the acidic and the whatever nonsense comes out of that. And what about the high carbs with high fats? Isn't that bad? Well, if you have high carb plus high fat, you just have more calories. So the number one way that works well is if you tell yourself, I'm not going to consume foods that have both high fats and high carbs at the same time, you've eliminated almost every high calorie food. Cookies, gone. Pizza, gone. Ice cream, gone. Cake, gone. Totino's pizza rolls, gone. What? Sorry, nobody takes Totino's pizza rolls you pry them out of my cold, dead hands. But all of a sudden, I can't eat them. So yeah, I don't get as fat. But isn't there something molecularly, chemically, hormonally, a good fix there? No, because you get a lot of insulin secretion quite quickly if you eat exclusively a meal of carbs. Okay, insulin, yeah, lots of it. It will, if there's fat present, will cause that fat to be anabolized to some extent into fat cells. Quirky thing that happens, which has been known in nutritional science for, 80 years, is that when you have lots of fat in a meal with carbs, it takes the glycemic index, the rapidity of insulin response, and lowers it all the way down to what brown rice and apples are. So if you have a simultaneous high carb and high fat meal, the glycemic index is incredibly low, which means insulin slowly leaches out, which means nothing special happens that's very insulinergic or very fat gain promoting. If there's also protein in that meal, then it's just like a great anabolic feast that makes your body more jacked over the hours that it releases. So the whole idea that this is even possible just forgets the idea that your insulin dynamics change when you introduce fat to make things less insulinergic. So it's a self-fixing problem. It's not a problem. And if you get people to be like, yeah, I'm just trying to avoid high glycemic index foods, man, that's what causes fat gain. Bullshit, by the way. And they're like, yeah, like I can't have like treats and stuff. You're like, I just looked up the GI for ice cream and it's 17. Okay. Pure glucose is 100. Brown rice is like 40. So you can definitely have ice cream. And they're like, well, no, because it has sugar in it. You're like, okay, fructose has a GI of like 15 or something by itself. They're like, well, yeah, but like, right. They just don't know. They just don't know these things, so then they make them. Let me tell you guys about the RP hypertrophy. Like I sort of said before, it intentionally inconveniences your clients if you're a nutrition coach and you tell them to do that. And if you're doing it yourself, it intentionally inconveniences you, making your diet adherence lower on average. Because if you think splitting up your carbs and proteins is the way to get healthy, that's what you've chosen as your sort of vector for health, as your salient through the battlefield of health, then once you get really sick of doing that, and it obviously isn't helping you any more than anything else would, you have a pretty high probability of being like, man, you know what, fuck this. I'm going back to normal eating. Whereas you could have just eaten healthy without any arbitrary rules, and then you just have most of the food you like anyway. You control your portions. You have mostly not junk food and some junk every now and again. It's an awesome balanced thing that you can sustain forever. But if you make arbitrary weird rules that destroy your quality of eating, all of your friends go to a restaurant, you can't come. Your family eats food at home, you have to split it up. It's nuts. And it's so inconvenient, you're probably going to do it less and you're probably going to fail. And human beings, if they...
Nothing controversial in that video that I really disagree with.
Hello, everybody.
Let's see.
Welcome back.
Brazilian president bans 9mm handguns. That's really fucking weird.
Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva on Friday signed an executive order tightening civilian access to guns. It's a campaign promised by Lula. He has pledged to disarm an increasingly gun-toting country under his far-right predecessor Jair Bolsonaro.
Yes, ban guns so that only criminals have guns. Brilliant.
Lula also argued guns were responsible for political violence in last year's election. It is one thing for a citizen to have a gun at home for protection and assurance, he said at a press briefing on Friday, but we cannot allow there to be arsenals of weapons in people's hands.
What fucking sense does that make? Like, buddy, you can hide a shotgun in your fucking pants.
Brazilian gun owners surged about 8-fold under Bolsonaro.
And what's funny is, if it's only a 9mm ban, then that Desert Eagle would still be legal. That's either a 44 or a 50 Action Express.
Bolsonaro's rule to nearly 800,000 registered owners. Gun culture proliferated with restrictions loosened on permits for hunters, marksmen, or collectors.
Yeah, like... what are they thinking, man? These politicians are so fucking out of touch.
Lula's new decree states registered hunters will have access to fewer bullets and can now own 6 weapons, down from the previous 30. The 9mm...
Okay, so... I guess that's going to stop crime, because if you only have 6 guns... How are you going to commit a robbery?
Handgun will no longer be accessible to civilians. New rules close a loophole that let many gun owners go out in public with loaded weapons if they claimed to be going to a gun club. The decree also lays groundwork for a buyback program starting this year for new gun owners in the previous administration.
What is the brand of your sunglasses?
They're Oakley's. They're pretty good. They're especially good for, like, you know, biking, or if you're on a motorcycle. They're the Oakley Sutras. I think I look decent in them. Kind of like the Terminator glasses. They have really good coverage over your, like whole sort of eye. so, and they wrap around, so they have pretty good sun protection and wind protection. Thanks for the donation, T.
Lula also passed responsibility for civilian weapons control from the army to the federal police. The army was criticized for weak oversight and poor information sharing with law enforcement agencies.
Even though a vast majority of my audience is in the US, I'm highlighting the story because it's a direct indication of what the political left wants to do here in America. I try to stay away from the party politics of left versus right.
Luckily, in the States, even in left-leaning states, firearms laws seem to be getting expanded.
Right, Republicans versus Democrats. But there are a lot of classical liberal gun owners who follow me and who are in denial about the ramifications of voting for today's left-leaning politicians. Before there was President Lula, there was President Bolsonaro. President Lula is far left and President Bolsonaro was far right. This is what President Bolsonaro did when he was president.
Gun laws have just been relaxed in the country with one of the world's highest homicide rates. Brazil's far-right president, Jair Bolsonaro, is reversing earlier strict regulations that essentially prevented civilians from bearing firearms.
In order to guarantee the citizens this legitimate right of defense, I, as president, will use this weapon.
And after he did this happened.
He loosened Brazil's gun restrictions. He made it easier for people to keep firearms in their own homes. So what happened? Did people go crazy? More mass shootings? No, the country became a lot safer. Under Bolsonaro...
Let me actually look at the numbers. Brazil, firearms, deaths, by year. Oh, wait. Oh. Association between firearms and mortality in Brazil, 1990-2017, Global Burden of Disease Brazil Study. There was a change in trend of firearms deaths after beginning of the collection of weapons in 2004. Federation units that collected more guns have reduced rates of violent firearm death. Okay, interesting. What was the restriction exactly? Death from firearm increased Brazil from 25,819. 48,000, 2017. Fire mortality rates were higher among men. Wait, okay. So despite the ban, it still increased. Okay. Homicide rates increased during the study period, while mortality rates for suicides, accidental deaths, decreased. That's interesting. Group of Brazilian Federation units, highest firearm collection rate. Total violent deaths. Okay, that includes homicides. Or sorry, suicides. That's just bullshit. I think the study's a little biased. So they still increased. Let me actually take a look. Because Tucker Carlson is not a reliable source. All right, so when was that act enacted? Brazil. How do you spell his name? Bolsonaro. Firearms Act. Let's see. So in 2005, voted against banning the sale of guns.
Speaking of Jair Bolsonaro, did you know that the Brazil court imposed an 8-year ban on him for running for president until 2030 for his version of January 6th?
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I don't really need to see the video, but that is certainly reasonable, since he literally tried to trigger an armed uprising, and he was literally egged on by it by Donald Trump. So Bolsonaro relaxed the firearms policies in 2019. So this is in 2019. It looks like firearms deaths were on the decline before he even enacted that policy. So I don't know. Really, guns are so accessible anyway. I don't think I don't think it really makes a difference.
Bolsonaro's gun policy, homicide rates in Brazil have dropped by 34%. Last year, Brazil's murder rate fell to its lowest level in 14 years.
This is why this new president of Brazil is only talking about political violence instead of all violence. He can't claim he's restricting civilian firearms to reduce the murder rate because the murder rate is already falling while there's less strict gun control measures. Keep in mind, Lula was the president while the murder rate was at its highest and gun control at its most strict in Brazil. And now he's literally trying to do the same thing again. Just like the left-leaning politicians in America, gun control isn't about safety, it's about control. This isn't about taking guns away from the criminals. He doesn't even mention criminals once in this entire statement. He doesn't like that the civilians who don't agree with him politically are able to have firearms. He all but says this: we will continue to fight for a disarmed country. Who has to be well armed? Is the Brazilian police? It is the Brazilian Armed Forces. He's literally banning the people from owning 9mm, the most popular self-defense handgun round in the world. How is that supposed to keep the...
It's really weird how he says that when Bolsonaro was so close with the military and police. There was a big risk of him like actually enacting a military coup. So why the fuck would you trust the military?
The people of Brazil safe. It's not. It's supposed to keep them in...
What was I saying about suicides? I was saying I don't care about firearms suicides. It's just stupid to consider suicides with firearms when deciding whether or not firearms should be banned for public health. Because it's all men committing suicide by firearm, and if they don't have access to firearms, they're just going to hang themselves.
In control. What's going on in Brazil is no different than what's going on in the US. Left-leaning gun control policies empower the criminals and the government while leaving the people defenseless against both of them. So to all of my liberal gun owners, I love y'all. I really do. But just understand that every time you vote for left-leaning politicians that support gun control, you're voting against your 2A rights.
The problem is, and it's like a really fucking annoying situation, if you vote Republican, especially if you have successive Republican governments, like, you're going to get fucked. Like, your life is going to get shittier and shittier. Living expenses are going to go up. National debt is going to go up. Social services you have access to are going to go down. Your actual, like, really meaningful rights are going to be violated, like right to free speech. Like look at what's happening with public education. Ron DeSantis, like, books are getting fucking banned. They're coming after, like, gay people, trans people, shit like that. It's just the kind of shit that you have to deal with on a normal daily basis, is kind of a bigger deal than your right to bear arms. Like, on a normal daily basis, you don't need a firearm. So it's like a really shitty thing to have to vote fucking Republican to keep that one right.
If you're okay with that, so be it. But you can no longer lie to yourself that the left is not only in this country, but in the world, are doing everything in their power to restrict the people's right to defend themselves. Oh, and one last thing. See my hat? Yeah, I know some of y'all have asked me in the comment section about this hat. And yes, it does come in other states. It actually comes in all states that we have in this country. So this is from my Keep America Tactical collection. As you can see here, we have them in all of the states, along with the If You Know, You Know shirt, which, if you can see here, each letter in the If You Know, You Know spells out a specific quote about the Second Amendment and freedom in this country. And it's really designed to kind of do a nod and a wink at the people who understand what the Second Amendment really means and why we have it, but then also can be used as a learning tool for people who don't know. Now, on a lighter note, I'm going to be doing another giveaway on this channel for my YouTube members. For those that don't know about YouTube members, it's another way to support what this channel does in a two-way space. There are 3 different membership groups. There's the Pew Pew Life, the Militia, and the Amosexuals. Now, during the last giveaway, I gave away $700 worth of Surefire lights. Now, I conduct these giveaways exclusively for my members. So, if you're interested in learning more about the YouTube membership, click Guns Aren't Political, clicking the thumbs up.
For syntax.
Tesla created a secret team to suppress driving range complaints because they had lied about how far their cars would go when fully charged. All this and more on today's Majority Report. On that Tesla thing, it's not just, to be fair, it's not just that like you couldn't know how far it was going to go, because when you were driving, you would ultimately know when the charger was going to run out. What it's clear that they did is lie in their sales material. And then this is what is really amazing. Like when you really get a sense of who Elon Musk is, he had them develop an algorithm so that the car would lie to the driver, essentially, on how much of a charge you had. Until it got below 50%. And then it would actually kick in with the real amount of time you had left. And then as an extra cushion, they'd give you an extra 15 miles when it says that you have no charge left.
Right. I mean, these are innovations from tech. Like actually the progress bar you see loading up in Windows often, it will go slower at first, despite more progress being made, and faster at the end because your patience goes down. But
that's not how that works. It has to do with like the total amount of cache and like speed at which like a drive can actually seek. So that's not how that works.
But I mean, just maybe let's not apply this to automobiles. Like,
Yeah.
maybe that's not improvement.
Well, it's also a lie because a lot of people went in
Right.
and bought a Tesla because they thought, oh, I'm going to get 350 miles or whatever it was. And it turns out like, actually, no.
I don't know anything about computers.
Maybe closer to like 120, 200 miles.
This does not seem like it should be legal, right?
No.
We're thinking this sounds a little illegal. Maybe
If
he
we had
could
a
be in some
country,
hot
we would
water.
be stepping in. Like, what's
Yeah,
the
right.
Department of Transportation for?
It's old, Emma Old School Vigland. Where that
Yeah, can Buttigieg weigh in? Where's he at right now?
it really is. They'll rename the Tesla X, and then they won't be able to.
There's already a Tesla X. He of course got to
the
that.
whole thing.
Can you imagine being an adult that fixated on a letter in the alphabet? I mean, it's a very weird thing to be obsessed with, but regardless.
Dank Uger just IM'd, and this scam artist wants you to trust him with your bank info. Yeah, I'll be passing on the banking.
Yeah, once he figures out the windshield wiper on the Tesla truck, which is still a major problem apparently, then I might, bank with this guy.
Yeah.
I won't. I won't.
Still not.
Actually, hope Miguel is in here, yeah. I'd love to see what Miguel would be like in Tekken 8. I hope if there's a returning character, it's Miguel. Ooh, new stage. Oh, is this unknown stage?
I just love the caucasity of this bitch who tries to defend conservatives by saying that they aren't calling for the death of anybody.
Don't make me defend conservatives, but I don't openly see them calling for the death of anybody.
Oh, you haven't seen that? Well, allow me to share this with you. Trigger warning for everyone else.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
Committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. And that, my friend, is the cure. Because if you executed the homos like God recommends, you wouldn't have all this AIDS running rampant.
The Bible says that man also lie with man.
Well, yeah. We all know they're genocidal. Thanks for the nation, though, Ben.
Oh, shit! Raven's back. Oh, shit. Damn. Raven is dripped out. Raven! Why is this announcer not in the game? Why is this announcer not in the goddamn game, dude? Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, dude. What is happening? What the hell is happening? All right, Raven is looking incredibly fucking cool. All this, like, astral projection shit is looking ridiculously cool. Where the hell are we, dude? We're in, like, the nether realm. Yeah, his shadow clones. I like astral projections more. He's connected to God. What the hell? It's so sick. Shadow clone jutsu. That's a badass super. Now that is a badass super. That's a badass windscreen too, dude. Holy shit. Wow. Her eye.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not really a big fan of characters with, like, super crazy powers in Tekken. I'd rather it be a little more grounded. Let's see.
And the left in particular, especially the radical left, and those are where the real psychopathic types hang out, they're unbelievably good at manipulating guilt. And so, yeah, they're unbelievably good at...
I mean, these phantom figures, these ghouls, if you will, I haven't really seen them or their powers, but, like, I don't see a lot of right-wingers suddenly just, you know, bending to the powers of the woke whisperers, you know? Oh, bloody hell, they're making me feel guilty. I can't use the N-word anymore.
65% of voters feel America is on the wrong track.
And 37% of them feel the country's problems have gotten so bad we're now in danger of failing as a nation as we come up on our 250th year anniversary.
That's right. Psychologist and author Dr. Jordan Peterson is here to react. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. What is your reaction to this?
Oh, good morning, bloody hell. Oh, I gotta tell all of you about Grandma's brush. All the strokes.
Well, I think if you spend 40 years demoralizing people, that it works. And we've spent probably more than 40 years. Since the mid-60s, we've been on a campaign to demoralize people. I think it started with the Club of Rome types who claimed that the world was overpopulated and that we're all headed to hell in a handbasket, and there's no evidence that any of that is true. I mean, the idea was that by the year 2000, everyone would be starving to death and that commodity prices would shoot through the roof. And
what?
Which they are.
What are you talking about? Like, if anything, we've been getting...
So there's different ways of looking at overpopulation. If you just look at, like, net food production versus, like, amount of human beings on the planet, yeah, you're going to have a hard time making an argument for overpopulation and lack of resources. If you account for the fact that many countries, many nations are import dependent, they're either energy dependent or they're dependent on imports of food and water, then you can make a very strong case for overpopulation, because as we're seeing right now with the war between Ukraine and Russia, these grain exports from Ukraine are being threatened, and you have the potential for 450 million people to starve. So if you have to rely on all nations getting along, all nations not having wars, economic issues, issues with importing or exporting, and you're banking on the idea that there won't be any climate problems, also causing, issues with resource shortages, then you're an idiot. Like, there clearly is an overpopulation issue.
Being the model of Steven Pinker for a very long time now. That seems to be the popular one, isn't it? That global poverty, thanks to neoliberalism and neoliberal policies, has been in the sharp decline. And then once you obviously examine what Steven Pinker's numbers actually demonstrate and show, and if you remove China from the equation, at the risk of being called a tanky, I gotta say the stats on the elimination or the reduction of poverty, once you take China out of the equation, oof, yeah, a lot trickier to keep passing off neoliberalism as being the sole reason.
I know that this is 18 minutes, but I do like the fact that the LGBTQIA+ community is starting to arm themselves with guns to defend themselves from the uprising far-right extremism towards them.
Well, yeah. I'm glad. I'm certainly seeing in younger generations. So like
how America,
people probably between early teens to maybe up to my age. A lot more people on the left wing are supporting firearms rights. It's probably partly due to the popularity of Call of Duty, but younger generations also tend to be just fucking smarter, and they likely see the issue of just not being armed. So
America's left is preparing for escalating violence.
There are fears that a polarizing election will further inflame the culture war in the U.S. This week, the Department of Homeland Security warned of a rise in right-wing terrorism. The potential targets, including the LGBTQ community, as well as racial and ethnic minorities. Now, while the debate over gun controls remains deadlocked in Washington, one organization says the best protection for vulnerable groups is to give them guns as well.
Hey,
DW's
hell yeah.
Amian Isif caught up with them.
Rob Royce knows his guns inside and out.
This is for the revolver. That's 9mm, pretty standard 45 ACP for the fellow right there.
He's a certified handgun instructor, but not what you might call a typical one. He isn't a police officer, he's not in the military, and he doesn't vote Republican.
But yeah, the funny thing is that you get a lot of agitation in some lefty orgs for being a white dude with dreads. I don't give a shit about white people having dreads, by the way. Anyone, if you unironically give a shit, you're hyped up in the wrong issues.
Not in the military, and he doesn't vote Republican. He's a member of the Socialist Rifle Association, and he knows his politics may be a bit out of place here at this rural shooting range in Maryland. When he talks about the training he offers, he lowers his voice.
So for what we're doing, the target group is to provide a safe space for trans, queer, people of color, and other marginalized groups to get this training.
No teaching today, just target practice with fellow SRA member Eric to keep informed. In the parking lot, a prejudice is confirmed. A bumper sticker with an anti-trans slur.
Liberty or tranny?
Rob
What?
and I want to make sure that, that there is pushback against this kind of shit. That, trans people...
I should get that bumper sticker. Where, what state?
I had a trans friend in my old Modern Warfare 2 clan who said when she was growing up, there was a big neo-Nazi group. It was in BC, and they even had their own clubhouse right around where she lived. And she asked the police in the area if she could carry some kind of weapon on her, and they said they wouldn't stop her if she carried a big survival knife with her. So she carried this big 9-inch blade that was almost like a machete. kind of like a Rambo knife. So, yeah, you have to be a special kind of fucking stupid if you're black, gay, trans, and you want to give up your firearms rights. Like, especially trans, like, they're more likely to get fucking murdered, and you actually literally have fucking psychos who hunt down and kill trans people. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you want a gun?
State is this in? This is in Washington? This is in Washington, right? Oh, this is in Maryland? Okay, sorry. I saw Washington down here.
People have a right to live.
The Socialist Rifle Association was formed in 2017 and now claims several thousand members. A handful of the Maryland's chapter's members have come out to this monthly picnic. They say they're nothing like a right-wing militia, but one thing they do have in common is the belief that guns will...
Did that guy have beard dreads? Holy shit, look at this dude over here.
But one thing they do have in...
Oh my god. Dwarf.
In common is the belief that guns will make them safer.
So I bought my first gun. It was a shotgun 10 days after January 6th. I was terrified that, you know, there's going to be like an armed
Cautious people. I would not get along with any of these people. I can tell.
militia at the grocery store, and like my child is non-binary. They hear me say they, them, or whatever, and you know, so they just total like you know, this essence of paranoia.
So I was raised Jewish, and I sort of recently came out as trans, and both of those aspects to my identity put me at like a higher risk for political violence. When you hear about it so much, it feels like sooner or later it'll get to you. And you don't want to be in a position where you don't see it coming.
Perhaps surprisingly, there aren't any weapons at the picnic, but there are tourniquets and wound packing. After the barbecue, Rob teaches a first aid course called Stop the Bleed.
Stop right there. Look for blood on your hands.
There are no illusions here that carrying a firearm makes you completely invincible.
It does.
In the U.S., an overwhelming majority of those who lean left politically support stricter gun laws and are less than half as likely to own firearms as those who lean right. But at this public outreach event in a park in Washington, D.C., the Socialist Rifle Association finds an audience for its message that there's an arms race in this country whether you like it or not, and the right wing is winning by a long shot.
I feel like if you're going to have success with this long term, going with like SRA was probably the wrong idea, right? I mean, I still think you should go if you can, but the goal would be not like getting all the communists to arm up. It would be getting like the liberals and progressives and social democrats, like a broader coalition. There aren't enough communists or socialists to really meaningfully right that gap. Yeah, you need a popular front. LRA? No, like the NRA isn't called the Conservative Rifle Association. It's called the National Rifle Association.
Sniff my cock.
I'll do that later. Thanks for the nation. I'll sniff it later.
I think it would be better to go with, you know, I don't think calling it Rifle Association is a good idea either. It should be like Defense Association or something. I don't know.
By my colleague Amin Isif, who joins me in the studio. I mean, if I'm honest, this was quite disheartening. I mean, can you tell us a little more about the socio-political climate that makes people in vulnerable communities resort to guns for their own protection? Because obviously they don't feel protected by the authorities.
Certainly. Yeah, I sense a sense of hopelessness there. And, you know, the Department of Homeland Security just came out with a report yesterday.
Police are always the ones harassing these fucking groups of people. Especially in the States, like, you're talking about mostly right-leaning conservative men, so no shit. You can't really rely on the police if you're gay or trans. I've known, like, cases where, like, disabled people, like dwarves, are victims of a crime, and, like, the police just won't take them seriously because, oh my god, he's like an elf. So yeah, you can't rely on the police They rarely take things seriously if you're not like them.
Today, actually, outlining that the new terrorist threat in the U.S. right now is from extremist violence, specifically right-wing violence. Here's what they said in this bulletin. The likely targets of potential violence in the U.S., including critical infrastructure, are members of the LGBTQIA community, schools, racial and ethnic minorities, and government facilities and personnel, including law enforcement. And also the threat against law enforcement is now coming from the right wing, not just the left wing like we saw with the Black Panthers and things like this in the 60s and 70s.
What about the John Brown Gun Club? I like the John Brown Gun Club, but that's not really a general firearms advocacy group. That's like a specific like organized militia showing up at events thing. So they're looking for a much more targeted, much more active, you know, like, I guess I'll put, like, so many people are a part of the NRA as, like, a general thing, you know? Like, being a part of the NRA doesn't mean you have to go to a weekly meeting or whatever. It's, like, a huge org that you can be a part of at many levels. The John Brown Gun Club's a very dedicated thing. The SRA is more dedicated than the NRA, though not as much so as the John Brown Gun Club. So a big problem here is that there's no money in the Socialist Rifle Association, right? Like, the NRA gets millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, you know, from gun groups, lobbyists, politicians, the PACs that back them, like that crap, you know, tons from donations as well. And that's just not the case for the SRA.
So there's definitely a climate here that's different from when I was a kid, you know, growing up. Left-wing and gun ownership just did not go together. But I think, you know, since the 2020 elections, this kind of polarization in the United States, then culminating in the January 6th riots at the Capitol building, the storming of the Capitol, that was a watershed moment for a lot of people on the political left when they saw this eruption of violence from the right wing. And I think that stuck with a lot of...
Interesting. It looks like the NRA is not doing great right now either. Leaked documents indicate NRA membership is at its lowest since 2012. That's interesting. This is from 2022. Oh no, this was from 2023, but the documents from 2022. With a drop in revenue from NRA members driving a 24 million drop in revenue in 2022, missing its revenue projections by 23%. Why would NRA participation be dropping during the Biden presidency? Shouldn't Trump supporters be losing their shit, like giving money to the NRA and signing up? It's because their members are dying? That might actually be it. It could be COVID-related, too. A lot of the right wing has become disillusioned with the NRA and have flocked to other right-wing gun groups. So, like, it's people moving from the NRA, which is basically just a general gun advocacy / lobbyist group, towards actual radical militias. So this might be bad because it means they're now going towards, like, Patriot Front or whatever. That's probably good, though, because the NRA as a whole is much more effective at advocating right-wing gun ownership than a bunch of individual fractured radical militias can be. It's not to their benefit to splinter like that, I don't think. Whereas their spending is increasing. Interesting.
People, you saw one of these guys in my report saying that he literally went out a few days afterwards and bought a shotgun because his kid identifies as non-binary and he was worried about protecting his own family. So this idea of protecting your own family on the left wing.
It's an argument, though, that the gun lobby has used for a really long time, right? It takes a good guy with...
Oh my god! It's so funny when these people who are traditionally anti-gun figure out why like the right has been talking about protecting your family, self-defense for so long. It's like, oh, the world's dangerous.
With a gun to take down a bad guy with a gun. How surprised were you to see that on the left of the political spectrum?
Right. This is kind of new to this generation now. You haven't seen this since previous eras in U.S. history.
Well, okay, wait. I reject this framing. The good guy with a gun versus bad guy with a gun thing is the idiot message conservatives tell themselves to make them believe that owning a gun will mean they'll get to, like, epically stop a robbery or a rape or a murder or something. Which is bullshit. It doesn't make the world safer. Crimes don't go down because you own a gun. This isn't about good...
They do. So you actually do often see a reduction in victimization with legal gun ownership. So that's not true. And typically you see a concurrent increase in victimization when guns are banned. That happened in the UK. That seems to have happened in Brazil. That happened, I believe, in Ireland. Didn't happen in Australia, I don't think. But I think when Australia enacted the NFA, I think they already had a reduction in gun violence. It was going down really, really quickly before it was even enacted. And I think they also increased mandatory minimums as well.
Good guy with a gun versus bad guy with a gun, which is fundamentally an interpersonal framing. This is about like broader social violence, you know? So like I wouldn't advocate a person own a gun because they're worried about burglary, but I would advocate a person own a gun if there's an entire political wing that's been making open death threats to them, right? So
That's
this
stupid.
like even laws and like
why would he say that? That's just absolute nonsense. And there have actually been a few mass shootings recently where somebody with a gun stopped the fucking mass shooting. Like, what is he talking about?
California regardless, where you can get a license for a firearm much more easily, or like a concealed carry permit much more easily, if you can prove to the California court that there is a specific reason why you fear for your life. So if you're a judge or a lawyer or somebody who faces like very specific targeted threats, then you owning a gun is much more impactful, not only as a reactive tool, but also as a deterrent. The knowledge that the people you're targeting might potentially own guns can be a broad deterrent against a class of people in a way that's not necessarily the same with an individual act of violence like robbing, you know? The Black Panther Party proved this,
Yeah.
you know?
This is not surprising to a historian.
Well, gun control has a long fucking racist history.
OMG WTF, you skipped the debate with Kid. He was ready and said he waited in Zoom for 1.5 hours and you ghosted him. You have to debate him and respond to him. You disappointed me.
I'm not going to click on that video. I already messaged him and he said he'd be free to do it tomorrow. My alarm just didn't go off and I slept through it. It may not have happened anyway. He sent an email saying that he had to do it later and shit. But yeah, we'll try to have it happen tomorrow. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who's looked at the
Yeah,
U.S.
but like I was
gun
saying, there's a long history of racism with gun control. I think the original tax on machine guns was made specifically to prevent black people from owning machine guns. Yes, they did try to enforce gun control due to the Black Panthers. And again, in a lot of these cities, they targeted ethnic crime, like ethnic criminals or gangs, to prevent them specifically from owning guns. So, like, oh yeah, and in the fucking apartheid, they also tried as hard as they possibly could to ban blacks from owning firearms. They had this incredibly fucking strict thing they had to go through where you had to pay more money than what most blacks could afford at the time to even apply for a firearms license. You needed like a shit ton of fucking training and this and that. They gave you so many fucking hoops to jump through to prevent blacks from owning guns. So this is a thing all over the world where governments try to prevent minority groups from owning guns.
Violence has existed at both the left and the right. You had union members, radical socialist union members in the 30s carrying weapons to defend themselves. You had the Black Panther movement in the 60s and 70s arming themselves against police. That was very provocative at that time. But this is pretty new, this idea that the left, people, LGBT members, it's very new.
However, the most important thing is that the majority of the U.S. Army stays loyal in the event of a far-right takeover. My impression of the military as it stands...
Dodo Nutellers, I'm guessing he said he had to do it later because that was probably after he waited for you for a while, but no. Before the debate, he said he had to like move it forward like almost an hour. I'll try to get it done tomorrow. We'll see. Thanks for the nation, Dodo.
Right now is that the military would absolutely not side with a far-right coup. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Pentagon broadly, are staffed with at most neoconservatives, not fascists. Like the U.S. military is a massive bureaucracy, like one of the biggest on earth. And that bureaucracy is keyed towards technocratic outcomes. They're not politicians over there in the Pentagon. The attitude that I get from like looking at them and their general tendencies is that they just would not lean in that direction at the moment. Obviously, that can change. What about individual state National Guard units? Well, that's a different story. But they can't, there's only so much you can do with that as opposed to like the federal government broadly, Pentagon. Remember Comrade Milley calling MAGA-tards Nazis? Yeah. They're like, not just Milley as well, but there are like multiple generals who have made pretty explicit statements about the threat of the far right in this country. General Mark Milley drew comparison to Nazi Germany as Trump tried to overturn election defeat. Yeah, Comrade Milley.
They would take up arms to defend themselves. So yeah, I think that
the U.S. military is a bureaucracy that has been historically involved in coups and authoritarian regimes in other countries, such as in Latin America. Yeah, that's over there, not over here. Also, like, you can't really cite that as example, right? Well, like 50 years ago, we did a fascist coup. That's not, first of all, a lot of those coups weren't directed by the Pentagon. They were directed by the CIA and State Department. The CIA's head directly appointed, presidency, the State Department, literally like the cabinet of the presidency. The Pentagon tends to be more technocratic and less ideologically swayed. Obviously, they still are. There's no such thing as an apolitical military, but they're not the CIA. But nowadays, like, internally,
all right. Reese donated $2. If you punch someone as hard as you could, do you think you could break your hand or wrist? Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty easy for anybody to break their hand or wrist when punching somebody. Extremely common injury. Thanks for the donation, Reese.
just keep in mind that, like, the president was able to order paratroopers to guard black students as they entered recently integrated schools, and it's not like the whole military threw a revolt over it, And that was back in the 60s.
I haven't heard this argument coming from the left wing in my lifetime, but one difference that I would highlight is not this sense of like a hero who's at a shopping mall and saves everybody from an attack. That didn't exist in this group that I talked to. It was more the idea of that if I'm trans and I am specifically personally a target for right-wing hate crimes, then it's more about protecting myself against these crimes.
It's heartbreaking.
For me, it's one level even further, where it would be like if there was mass social instability, you would have a phenomena where cities, which are generally blue, would be raided by militia groups from the surrounding countryside. Because I guarantee you guys, surrounding every major city in America are thousands and thousands of right-wingers who, like, commute to work for an hour and 20 minutes, but are like hardcore preppers who feel like it.
Donate $2. Let me see.
Let's do this quickly here. I found out what happened to Vegan Gains in the debate. They slipped through their alarm, evidently. So.
Does he think he's like, I'm afraid of debating him?
It's going to be hosted tomorrow, hopefully at 12 to 3 Central. That's the longest I'll go. So.
Okay, Central. Okay, well, I'll be sure not to miss that one, alright? Thanks for the nation, Dodo.
any day, like the Great Revolution could come and the day of the rope and blah blah blah. So like, I feel like it would be much more difficult for somebody like the Patriot Prayer guys, like some dudes with rifles and a pickup truck storming into Seattle. It'd be way more difficult for them to do that and, you know, get away with it if they were like running around trying to shoot people or like take over city blocks or whatever, which is what they fantasize about. You can go on right-wing militia forums or like look at leaked info from them. They fantasize about this. This isn't like made up fear-mongering. This is what they want to do. This is the thing the preppers want. They don't want to just sit out there in their bunkers forever. They want to retake the cities that they think have been corrupted by feminism and liberalism and Jews and black people, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what they talk about. Yeah, they fantasize about it nonstop. So if they ever tried that, like, what situation do you think they want, right? They want to roll on into a city that is armed to the teeth or a city that is completely unarmed?
I don't like how bulky aggressive skate boots are. Why are they all bulky? Are there normal boots with youths mount? Is there a reason to not put aggressive skate frames on like a recreational boot?
Let me see. That's not what I was looking for. Wizard frames. I think Wizard Skating has, maybe it was a different one. Who else makes... Give me a second. Adapt. I think theirs are slightly less bulky. They're still kind of bulky though. I'm sure they're made like that for a reason. You may need the bigger like base so that the frame like fits on properly, so like the whole boot has to be wider. I'm pretty sure if you had like a UFS mount on a normal skate frame, it wouldn't be flush with the bottom of the boot, so it'd probably create more torque. Like that's what I'm assuming. But I think Adapt, there's another one. Can't remember now. I thought it was Wizard, but I guess not. There was some other skate company that made carbon fiber aggressive skates. That sounds like a bad idea, but considering how much you like fall on them, but some other company that made carbon fiber aggressive skates that seemed less bulky. Thanks for the nation though, Nonwib.
You know? Can you imagine what a like disorganized right-wing militia would have to go through in order to meaningfully occupy a city where there are full apartment blocks of people who already own guns? Like it's like impossible. It's like militarily like Jesus. The U.S. military could barely handle occupation in Afghanistan and parts of Iraq. You know, like can you imagine a bunch of militia groups trying that shit? No. Yeah. I just don't want them to be able to storm through the cities and do mass executions of minority groups.
Really, and the truth is quite the opposite, isn't it?
Wasn't Vosh's opinion that you have to submit to the mob? There are evangelical generals too. The Flynn brothers and Jerry Boykin were not isolated examples, especially in the Air Force, but by no means limited to it. Well, yeah. I think the military as a whole does do a good job of keeping out like far right wingers, and they seem to be pretty committed to doing that. So the likelihood of some kind of right wing authoritarian military coup, at least for the time being, seems pretty unlikely. With a Trump presidency where he wants to give himself power to like hire and fire basically anybody he doesn't like in every department, that could change.
More guns don't mean more safety.
That's right. Statistically, it's insignificant. You know, you have these horrible attacks.
Well, that's not true. When you look at any fucking study looking at crime victimization and firearms ownership, they don't have sample sizes significant enough to really like make any kind of determination. Like usually what happens is they'll have like 5 or 6 cases in a study where a firearm was used for self-defense, and like hundreds or thousands of others where a firearm wasn't used in self-defense. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? The best research so far are just those large surveys where people say how many times they've used a firearm in self-defense. I think that's just much better. Like, chance of bias is lower with that kind of sample size. So I think the best estimate right now is between like 500,000 and 1 million cases of firearms being used for self-defense in the US each year. And the vast majority of those cases, like 80% of the time, they didn't need to even fire a single shot. So they pulled out the gun and it de-escalated the situation.
From the right wing in the U.S., this horrible bloodshed and violence, but that doesn't make individuals statistically more likely to die from gun violence, politically motivated gun violence. It's still just a small percentage of gun-related deaths. But what is interesting is, you know, that this idea exists that that they have to do that. So, yeah, I think going back to the idea.
U.S. military doesn't keep fire out. Well, they can't keep them out completely, but they do try. There is an active effort to try to do that. Mike Weinstein at the MRFF has more dirt on this. Well, yeah, I'm sure, but again, there's an active effort to make sure the military doesn't become far right-wing radicalized.
Idea that owning a gun will make you safer. This study after study shows that this is simply not true. There was one from Philadelphia that said possessing a fire.
I like this guy. I think this guy's doing a pretty good job of making the kind of arguments that I would make. Basically, I'd say basically this. I think he's doing a good job. I'm happy to see this presented positively to German media. I know that Germans are nowhere near as pro-gun as we are, but they also have their own problem right now with like far-right militia groups.
Germany is, in a lot of ways, more pro-gun than Canada.
Except their militia groups are, like, all veterans and cops. So, you know.
Firearm, it was done over a year. Possessing a firearm makes you 4 times more likely in an assault to die from that assault. And if you had a...
Yeah, no. Where is he getting this idea? That's completely untrue. So... like, is he on crack? He thinks he's more likely to die from an assault if he has a gun on him. Are you retarded?
Chance to defend yourself, meaning if you could actually draw your gun and defend yourself, then you were 5.5 times more likely to die. So even the idea...
No, you're not. Where did he get that? So should we... Okay, let's disarm police. So is he in favor of taking guns away from cops because they'd be less likely to die if they had a gun? Where did he get this idea?
Idea of like being aware of somebody attacking you with a gun, having a gun yourself, you are more and more likely the more armed you are, essentially.
What? The more armed you are and more capable you are of killing somebody attacking you, the more likely you are to die. Sure.
To die in an attack.
I mean, Isif, thank you so much.
You know, in all likelihood, he's looking at like some really fucking poorly done bias study where they just looked at, they basically just cherry-picked cases where a firearm was used, and they cherry-picked cases where no firearm was used in self-defense, and they ignored all relevant factors, like the person with the gun lived in a higher crime area necessitating the use of the gun, was in like greater proximity to violent gang members, was actually defending himself against somebody with a knife or a gun, versus the person who just didn't use a gun in self-defense. It was just some like fucking 13-year-old kid, like who just wanted to like beat somebody up. The idea that having a gun makes you more in danger is just so fucking monstrously stupid. I can't wrap my fucking head around it. Like, it actually sounds like he's trolling. So if, like, I wish I could debate people like this. So he would be in favor of disarming the police and not allowing them to have any guns. Because again, if a gun reduces your ability to defend yourself, then the police would have an interest in being disarmed. Like, what the fuck? Is he stupid? That is so monstrously stupid. Oh my fucking god, that's retarded.
For the decline. Also the standards, by the way, Steven Pinker's standards, where he set the bar for how much is poverty going to be qualified by, that also plays a lot into the numbers. I would watch Mehdi Hassan's takedown. Actually, maybe we can even watch it later if we still feel like we got Steven Pinker on the brain. But no, it has not been consistently doom and gloom.
That the planet couldn't tolerate 3 billion people or 4 billion people, and all that turned out to be utter nonsense. We're richer worldwide than we ever were before. There's absolutely no shortage of resources. Commodity prices have gone down.
I mean, just, I gotta ask, Jordan, where have you been hanging out, shopping, or do you not notice the change?
This is coming from a millionaire, by the way, saying things are cheaper. Like, he'd know.
You've not noticed any...
Like, this is somebody so rich, he doesn't bother looking at the price of the cars he buys. So, yeah, right. Like, he'd know about commodity prices.
Increase in the cost of goods and prices? What's it go? You not notice any of the inflation? I mean, come on. I don't gotta be like, well, I'm truly a man of the people. Okay, I've had jobs. I've had blue collar jobs. I've worked construction, so I know what it's like. But
Yes, he's talking about common people. He's saying when common people need to defend themselves, having a gun puts you at higher risk. There's no evidence for that, and if that is the case, then that would also be true of the police. Why would it only be true of a civilian? So if a civilian is getting victimized by, say, a gang member, and it would be dangerous for them to have a gun because somehow having the ability to defend yourself increases the likelihood of you dying, that would also be true of the police. So if a gang member was accosting a police officer, the police officer would be better off having no gun and getting shot at, right? So that is by nature an argument for disarming the police, and they'd never say something so fucking stupid. Like, the idea is just monstrously fucking idiotic. Like just ask these people, if you were getting attacked, would you want a gun? If somebody was coming after you with a baseball bat, would you want a gun? If somebody was about to stab you, would you want a gun? If somebody was going to break into your fucking house and kill your entire family, would you want a gun? Every fucking case where they would want a gun, and then they say something fucking retarded like this, like, oh, well, actually having a firearm that lets you adequately fucking defend yourself, you're more likely to die. Like, Why don't these people play a fucking Call of Duty match where they don't have a gun and everybody else has a gun? Let's see how well they do. Like, oh my god, it's so stupid.
I still shop for my own groceries, I guess, and I've certainly noticed, a bit of a change in the cost of everything. Just bluntly speaking, everything, like across the board. Some things more ridiculous than others. Yeah, like milk and eggs. Like, well, it's a lot more than it used to be.
We're world record harvests this year, and all you ever hear is doom and gloom.
It's the most generic
World record
statement.
harvest.
I love it though. It's like it's a bizarrely strange, sour positivity. Oh bloody hell! The crops. Have you seen the bounty? The bounty.
To think about things psychologically, obviously, and
Peterson saying that is so stupid. There's a massive flood in Pakistan where it looks like millions of people are gonna fucking die, because of food shortages related to the fucking flood. Right now, with like that especially goes against his narrative that climate change isn't reducing food availability. Because of the forest fires, there actually has been food shortages. In BC earlier this year, there was actually a lot of shortages on fruit in Canada because all the fucking farms that were growing fruit, they were in the midst of these forest fires. And I'm sure that's also true in certain parts of the States, Australia, where some of these forest fires are happening. And right now with the war in Ukraine, that's also caused food insecurity, particularly for Africa. So, Jordan, you're kind of stupid.
Garner power to themselves, use fear. And I think that's how you can tell real leaders.
Sorry, what is this? What is this fucking freaky ass? What is going on here? Are they in a reality cooking show? Like a food cooking show? That's also about racial disparities. It's called Melting Pot. It's going to be delicious, both nutritionally and, of course, for the mind as well. Why are you all staring at him? Is this the audience, or is this considered part of the audience? Like, are we allowed to eat the food? No. No, we'd actually prefer if you sit still perfectly and then stare directly into Jordan Peterson's eyes. Yes, but don't make eye look.
Trying to terrorize you.
Okay, so if you just missed it, if you just tuned in, he started the sentence with,
This guy kind of annoys me.
Tyrants and not leaders, and you see that happening everywhere.
Jordan, who are the 35% who think we're on the right track? Who are those people?
They're
the dreamers. Yeah, I'm extremely much. If you don't ignore it completely, if you don't just completely just like turn your eyes off.
I think I'm done watching that. He's too annoying. Watch these women try to pick up men. This is coming from a 21-year-old virgin who admitted she has trouble attracting men, by the way.
I love how this fitness clothing brand is trying their hardest on not denouncing a sponsored athlete who is a Nazi. Lol, good thing for people like this guy calling them out.
As if Savage Tactical didn't get enough, he made a post today. Let's talk about it. Before we get into it, I wanted to point out one thing. The owner of Savage Tacticians is only replying from his personal account. He's doing that hoping that we'll just ignore this page, Savage Tacticians, which is the page that caused all the controversy. But we're not going to do that. If you noticed, I've only tagged this page and ignored his personal because I know exactly what you're up to, bud. Anyhow, small bit of recap if you're new. They had this guy as a model who had these SS Nazi tattoos. And
I really wonder how these people navigate daily life, because if you have fucking SS tattoos visible on your shoulder and you're wearing like muscle shirts going to the beach and shit, like, do most people not care if you're a fucking Nazi? It's really weird. Oh yeah, Lane comment. Well, he's Jewish, right? This is very simple. Remove the images, denounce the model, apologize for the fuck up. How is this difficult? Yeah, seriously.
when they posted him,
like, it really makes you think, it really makes you wonder if, the person with this brand is a Nazi himself and wants to cover for his Nazi friends. It's really fucking weird.
They would edit the Nazi tattoos out. When I called them out, the owner said that I was stupid, misinformed, and I didn't know what I was talking about.
We're gonna fight it. I'm not gonna get up here like some of you are like, oh, just denounce them. You take the L and this. No, that's not true. I'm not gonna do that because that's not who we are.
And all it took was hundreds of thousands of views, thousands of comments, and look, Savage Tacticians finally denounced the Nazis. Oh, wait, never mind. He's still defending the SS tattoos. But why are you so stuck on the SS tattoo? Let's talk about the other ones. To this day, you've...
Whoa, he still has like a death's head tattoo and everything. My god, this guy is a fucking wacko.
never explained the Blood and Honor tattoo. That's this one right here, the Panzer Skull. Your model liked this one so much he made it his profile photo in 2018. Now, BH stands for Blood and Honor, which is, surprise, a political slogan used by Hitler Youth. You're the victim, right? I'm gonna play you guys a clip from a phone call we had yesterday where he was crying about how people are coming for his livelihood. Yes, because you supported a Nazi, you fucking idiot.
You posted up a video. I've gotten lots of harassment all day. You're messing with my livelihood, my business.
No, that one's on you, bud. As if...
Yeah, what a piece of shit, dude. Holy fuck, they're retarded. Like, you really have to wonder, like, the guy has to be a Nazi if he'd go this far to try to defend a Nazi. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
This one is sick. It involves child abuse, and I'm so sorry that I even have to make this fucking story. This is Stephanie Flesher, also known as Fierce Fit Steph, professional women's bodybuilder and also represents Wings of Strength as an ambassador. I hope that this video makes the industry turn their back on Stephanie because she surely deserves it.
In 2017, Stephanie Flesher was charged with these felonies. Stephanie's live-in boyfriend, Nathaniel Hale, had been molesting and sexually assaulting a minor child in Stephanie's family. While Stephanie was initially cooperating with the police, she eventually stopped. These charges were brought against Stephanie when the police realized that Stephanie had bribed the child with a puppy in exchange for lying about Nathaniel Hale molesting her.
Wow. What a piece of trash.
These are statements from two of the minor's teachers. The child said to Shelley Brown, "If I say he didn't do it, Stephanie will buy me a Pomeranian puppy." Stephanie intimidated and threatened the child. The child also said, "I have to lie in court about a man that did something bad to me. He did do something bad, but I have to lie and say he didn't." Stephanie Flesher was the one intimidating this child. The man that molested the child was sentenced to 66 years. Good. Stephanie copped a plea agreement in exchange for her cooperation and only served 2 days of a 2-year sentence.
What? She was aiding and abetting a fucking child molester? And she only got 2 days in jail.
He pled guilty to one of the counts of threatening a witness.
Dude, why in the fuck would you, like, I don't know why the police do this. Why do they offer fucking child molesters plea deals? That's crazy.
Stephanie, you make me sick. You let your boyfriend...
She should have gotten life in prison, just like that other guy.
...molest a member of your family, and then when he got caught for it, you attempted to protect him. You sold your own family out.
Yeah, wow, and that's a family member. Holy fuck, dude. That is insane. All right, let's listen to a virgin give, dating tips.
The comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So I reacted to the other version of this video a couple of months ago.
Oh yeah, I'm sure her being a woman also contributed to her lighter sentence. It's fucking bullshit. It's kind of weird how there's all these like fucking simp bitch men who are like, she's a girl, give her a lighter sentence. Like, how much of a fucking bitch are you? Like, holy fuck. I don't know why you'd care if a fucking criminal's a woman or not. Like, fuck them. Natural Hypertrophy mentioned you in his latest video. Did he just say something about me being injured or some stupid shit?
People which problems start. Because while anime YouTubers might be very good at power, never get the most common mistakes that people make when trying to obtain an example or your life savings on race. Think of functional. The reasoning behind that flaw is easy to mistake that nothing. This workload sellable reflecting both as
you mind telling me where he mentioned my name?
Use 4 sets of 6.
So if you want to go watch that, we'll link it in the description. But I was reacting to girls ranking guys Riz, and I had some comments saying, Brett, you need to...
The one about Nippered, well then, that's not his latest fucking video, is it?
Hello YouTube, and welcome to a video on his YouTube where he included me, and that video was about the natural limit format, which in chronological orders are Jason Blaha, Vegan Gains, Field format on YouTube as I said, format on YouTube as I entire debate, quote unquote, with Jeff Nippert, which was really like an epistemology lesson. Today you get an history lesson because this channel is all about learning. So, the first traces of the Natty or Not format on YouTube, as I said, date back to 2014, so 9 years ago. And historically, there have been 5 main producers of this format, which in chronological orders are Jason Blaha, Vegan Gains, Fillion, that used to be named Fillion Fit, Greg Doucette, and More Plates, More Dates. These are the
I think Kenny KO was doing that before me, actually. I think there were like 3 other channels that were really doing it before me.
5 YouTubers you think about when you guy can get famous off of that format, then really anyone can, and so it's a dangerous.
I got famous more off the Worst of the Fitness Industry than the Natty or Nots. I didn't do Natty or Nots until a while later.
Weapon. And you make Natty or Not. So, 0 is, but for the most part...
Yeah, whatever.
You know, you need to react to the girls Riz. Don't worry, I'm here for you guys. I'm going to do that today. Here we go, let's jump into it. But before we do, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. I'm already preparing to cringe. All of these like dating videos from Jubilee and the
Nighty night, Jesus Christ, sweet dreams, dude.
Cutting all of these. Oh, they stress me out because it's all just so cringe and we all are terrible at socializing. But it's fine, guys. We're all doing great.
Fine? Because I am. Huh? Aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you? Who else is fine?
All right, let's just jump in. Ranking Riz.
I'm just gonna wash my hands and put my gripper away.
King Girls is Riz.
I'm a very polar person, so I don't think I should be in the front because I'm more polarizing.
But I feel like when you have a huge personality, you're more gravitating.
But it could be scary.
Also, some of the people in this video I think are from the original video, so call back. It's like season 2. Okay.
Me too. You know what though? You give like a very like sensual, sweet music video girl vibe. Like I swear, dudes love watching music videos. So like they're like, oh my god, the girl of my dreams. I think you should be first. Yeah. I think you should be first. Yes.
Wait, what? I thought we were talking about her.
The most awkward part of these ranking videos, and I've watched a bunch of them, and it's specifically with chicks, is that one of them always says, oh my god, you deserve to go to the front. And then nobody wants to seem like a bitch. So they all go, oh my god, yes, yes, yes. And then the girl who's being sent up to the front obviously is excited about it and you're flattered because everybody's telling you how amazing you are, but you don't want to seem like you are egotistical. So then it's like, oh my god, no, really? No, really? every single time. Go watch any of these videos with chicks. Literally, that's just part of the human female psychology, I guess.
As of now, let's just start moving people.
Let's stop tossing around.
You're not last.
You are not last. I'll tell you right now.
You were doing Naruto runs around the room. No.
I'm like, okay.
I think again, it's the same thing. Oh my god, me, I shouldn't be last. I can't even be upset with them.
Studio donate tellers, you ever soundproof a room? No. Trying to soundproof my studio, holy fuck, it's hard. Well, it's impossible. Have to eliminate noise going in and out, and also room echo, redoing walls, soundproof doors up to 20k. Well, yeah. You can't realistically soundproof a normal room. You have to put in like a different type of insulation. It's not just the foam that eliminates echo or reverb. It's not really practical unless you're, you know, making a lot of money with a home studio or something. Thanks for the donation though, studio.
I'd probably do the same thing. Again, it's just being female.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna lock it.
Have you guys ever been rizzed by a girl?
No.
No.
Not really.
No. They've
Just a
looked at
couple
us.
looks here and there.
Women have absolutely zero fucking riz. They don't know how to go up and talk, flirt, anything. Mike donated tellers, is she right? Let me see. Every fitness influencer. Why did you send me this?
It's like the little.
I actually don't know what it would mean to like rizz up a guy. Because I know that having rizz in terms of being a guy is like having good game and flirting. What is that even for women? We're not supposed to do that, men. Pursue us. I don't need to have rizz. That's my...
Yeah, that's right. You're just supposed to be stupid, antisocial, and bitchy, right? So like when a guy comes up and talks to you, you're... I don't have time for that. Yeah, right. Fuck you. I hate how there's that stupid social standard where women aren't expected to have any fucking social skills at all.
My first take in this video.
A little side eye, like they walk, they look at you, and they keep walking. The rest is up to you.
Girls don't have riz though. I've never like.
Maybe they'll have their friend come up or something, but.
Wow, I wonder if anybody's going to say that this is like a patriarchal video. Because the guys are saying that
You gotta turn the audio on.
chicks don't have rizz.
Even though the camera will be pointed so far up my arse you can see what I had for breakfast. I start off with a can.
Who cares? Thanks for the nation, dude.
Guaranteed there's going to be an angry feminist in the comments who's like, oh, I have so much game. They don't understand. Look at these awful toxic men.
They got the little brushes. They do like some of this. That's
about it.
That's about it. Okay, it's very funny. So I had one of my best friends had just started going out with a guy, and she was very, very nervous about showing that she was actually interested. I mean, this was like bare bones first date. How do I show him that I actually do like him? And we were in a group chat with my mom, and my mom called her and was like, you gotta brush his hand. You gotta, you know, you just need to lean in a little bit. You don't have to kiss him. Just lean it. Just give a little brush, a little physical touch. And my friend was so weirded out by it, but my mom swore that it worked. Diane understands Riz, guys. Apparently, that's what we're learning from this video.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hi, I'm Amara.
Hi, I'm Errol.
Nice meeting you. Where are you from, may I ask?
Originally from Philadelphia, but I
Nice.
kind of grew up all over.
Yeah.
You?
I'm actually so uncomfortable. How do girls even Riz? I don't even want to. Like, well, I'm trying to think of what I would do in that situation. I don't think I would do anything. I would just be very awkward and just say,
Gee. And this is the girl saying she has trouble getting guys to have interest in her. And then she's talking about how I don't have any idea what I'd say in this situation. Like, holy fuck. When you flat out admit you have problems even getting into a relationship, and then you say, I have no idea what I'd say in a situation like this. Like, wow. Holy fuck, dude. Girls aren't supposed to know how to talk.
Hi, that's not rizzing. I don't have pickup lines.
Can I just say your eyes are so
You idiot.
Thank you, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
they're like
Thank
literally
you.
shining. And I'm so sorry I keep on looking at your hands. They kind of look heavy. Yeah, would you like me to hold them for you?
Oh, I like her.
So with
I like
that
her.
being said,
I like her,
right?
yeah.
That's good. I would not have the balls to do that.
Doing after this, we're gonna go eat.
We can eat.
Have you watched La La Land before?
I haven't.
Ooh,
We can
neither
do that
have I.
tonight.
But
we can both watch it tonight.
we could go to like the observatory, have a little
Okay.
picnic, you know, watch
A woman
the
with plans, I like
sunset.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe rizzing is just having confidence and being like, no, you're coming with me, we're going out. Maybe that's it. That's fourth wave feminism, ladies.
I like her. She's nice. I like her.
That man is bought in. That man is absolutely bought in.
I'm literally shaking.
How you doing?
Hold on one second. Okay. You looking real good today.
Your turn.
Ooh.
How you doing?
Oh, you're so sweet. Hey?
Yeah, that was good. It just definitely, like, all of this, with all the Riz videos, you have to balance what feels over the top and contrived and what is just like casual Riz. Because I don't think.
Coming from the girl who admits she has no idea what to fucking say to somebody she just meets, and is a fucking 21-year-old virgin who's never dated before. Here we go.
Think of Riz as, and I said this in the original video, I don't think of Riz as having the best pickup line, like the most smooth entry. It's really just about confidence and the way you hold yourself. So I have
just
to make
full
sure I'm
of
doing the same
nonsense,
with the
dude.
chicks, because just walking around a guy and doing some cool pickup line, I don't really think that's Riz. I think that that's just being confident.
What's up?
Smell good too.
I smell good. Smell.
Yeah. You do smell really good.
Let me smell you now.
All right, go for it.
No.
You smell good too.
Thank you, Garrett.
Erica and Garrett were getting it on. It was actually getting hot. I was like, oh my gosh, the way she like did a little spin and he was smelling her, it was a lot.
It certainly was a lot. Again, is that Riz? Or is that just being incredibly sexual right off the bat? There's a lot we have to unpack here, guys.
I like to watch anime and I cosplay.
Anime?
Yeah.
What do you cosplay as?
So I
Guys
just
like
dress
that.
up as like any little anime character.
Can I make a couple special requests?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to get you some requests later.
Okay, I'll definitely do some for you.
I'm
Nice
so
to meet you.
uncomfortable. Ugh. It's like watching a sex scene when your parents are in the room. It's like, oh my god. Ugh. That's how I feel right now.
Give me a hug.
I hope that's 2 minutes.
I feel taken care of with you. I feel taken care of with her.
Of course.
That was exciting.
That's good.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing? Oh,
Hi.
straight for the hug. Okay.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
That felt Rizzy. The going straight for the hug, that was like smooth, didn't seem too.
Yeah, that's I'm not like somebody who likes being touchy with somebody I just met. When girls like come up and hug you and shit, it's like just makes me fucking cringe. Like, I don't know you. Why the fuck would you hug me? It's just odd.
Too forward and contrived, but like physical touch right off the bat. I don't know what he's gonna think about that.
It's kind of
think
funny.
that's right.
She's literally fucking like, what is the technical term? Negging? I think that's what it is. Let me see if I can get an urban... What the fuck? Negging is a practice of giving backhanded compliments and generally making comment that express... No, what is the fucking term that I'm using then? It's not negging. There's this weird, like, pickup artist thing where they'll tell you to immediately use physical touch to gain interest. I think they have a technical word for it, but it's weird. Now I'm seeing women promote this idea, like for picking up men. It's fucking strange. Like maybe for men it works a bit more because like if a girl's all over you, touching you, you might get the idea more that like she's interested, and obviously dudes aren't going to be like, excuse me, did I give you permission to touch me? So maybe it works more with girls, but when women do that shit, it creeps me the fuck out. If I don't know somebody and they start touching me, it's just fucking weird.
Actually, I live in New York though, so.
Damn, I was in New York last year.
Really? Why didn't you hit me up?
I didn't know you
I swear
yet.
I DM'd you last year.
Oh, did you?
You didn't see it?
Maybe you should DM me again.
Are you doing anything after this?
Dumb.
Actually not.
I might need a tour guide. Wouldn't want to get lost, you know?
Yeah. This is worse than like
reaction
some
to
of
like
the
a
shit I've
pickup
seen
line
from
is just like,
dudes.
oh no, distress.
Like, what's the normal like go-to for guys? Like, oh, I just thought you looked beautiful. Like, this is so much fucking worse. It's...
Yeah, I am attracted to women. I'm a straight male, but I think one of the reasons I haven't gotten into a relationship is because I find the thought of someone touching me to be really uncomfortable. Like, I've had girls touch me before and it's so awkward.
Well, maybe you should just get them to give you a hand job and break the ice. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
These videos stress me out. Is this working on him? There are a lot of pressing issues in our world right now, one of which is the FDA's attempts to control a powerful health supplement, NMN. NMN is a precursor to
Here we
NAD+,
go.
and has been shown to provide numerous health benefits such as improved energy, weight management, endurance, strength, and even anti-aging.
No, it hasn't. It has not.
And both men and women
Dear
use this.
God.
And by potentially head over to blackforestsupplements.com/.
Yeah, there's literally no reason to take an M&M or NMN. It's a fucking weird supplement.
Cooper and
name.
use code Cooper /Cooper and then use promo code Cooper at checkout.
She's good. Okay, she is good. Damn.
Can I get your number?
Absolutely. I mean, if I have my phone.
Imaginary phone.
Imaginary phone, okay.
You know what?
All right, well, I'm gonna get back to my girls, but I'll text you.
I think it's less about the things that she is saying and the way that she's saying them, where it's so casual. She's not pushing too hard. It's like a little flirty, and then she was just like, "Okay, call me later." Something
So
happened there.
bad.
Look at all their face. Look at his face in the background. Like, oh damn. That was nice. That was a good exit.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, Jimmy.
I'm Aurora. Nice to meet you. Are you from the area?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
I think
from
they're at a
Redlands.
bar.
You don't want a drink?
No. What do you?
Okay, right off the bat. Okay, this girl does what I do. Look at her. Look at her. How she's standing. It's like this girl. Ooh. Like that's how I definitely do that sometimes, or I definitely don't look as approachable. Like this girl is getting sturdy. She is grounding her legs like tree trunks into the ground. You need to move around a little bit. I have to work on that. It's just going to become like a body language video. This only spread your legs and stand like that if you are giving a presentation, if you are speaking in public and you're very, very nervous. When you get very comfortable speaking in front of people, then you can make intentional moves to walk around and you can I'm going to step when I say this. But otherwise, keep those feet planted because you don't want to seem insecure. However, if you're talking to a guy you like, it's okay to move around a little bit, be a little bit flirt, that sort of thing. And also, if your hands are like this, that's closed off. The whole thing is very closed off. I think body language is important for Riz. Am I correct in that? I think it is. I do like that this guy is pretending to have a drink at a bar, though.
I get to drink mojitos.
Mojitos?
Yeah.
Stop, because
That's your favorite? Oh.
We might be sweating.
That was good.
That is my favorite.
That was the best thing she's done.
Mojito.
But then she immediately went back to putting her hands down.
People who go for a mojito are they like the.
What
they
am I
like,
giving? What?
It's rare. It's you like the spice of life. You like things that might be a little bit more out of pocket, eccentric.
Out of pocket?
So maybe you're spontaneous.
A little bit. Yeah. All the above.
Spontaneous?
Super. We could just line them up with mojitos back to back. Okay. I'm sorry. I feel like
He should ask, what does it mean if I like anal sex?
I'm doing the
He just said it out loud. He was doing the rizzing, not her. She was doing some kind of psychoanalysis on him based on his mojito thing. The best thing she did was the genuine response to, oh my gosh, we both like mojitos. And then it just went back to
Done? Oh, okay.
That was not good like the other ones.
Oh, this is so good.
Jess and Nut.
Let's go. Redemption arc.
So they were in the original video. It was stressful.
I have the clammiest hands right now. Hi.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
What's up?
So in case you forgot, my name's Jess, but you can call me Mommy.
I'm not.
A fuck?
I mean, it's bold. She's got balls. The first part, until she said that, I was like, oh, that's good. The hey, in case you forgot. I was like, nice. Feeling this. He's gonna like that.
Really banking on him having a female dom fetish. That's a odd choice.
Look at his face, though. You can call me Mommy. Nope, that did not work.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Why would
It's
I
okay.
do that?
I just gave myself the ick too. It's okay.
Yeah. Glad we're on the same page.
We are.
That was the best thing she could have done. By admitting that it was weird and cringy and laughing at herself, that was good.
I don't know if I could ever, like, in bed, call a girl mom. Yeah, I don't think I could do that. It's just too fucking weird. I'm into, like, being called daddy or master or something, but, like, calling a girl mom. I don't want to fuck my mom.
That was endearing.
Cool. What's up? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Hopefully she'll be able to redeem
doing
herself.
great.
Did you have a bad day?
No, I haven't been having a good day.
I feel like this guy, I feel like he's hard to rizz up, and he's not great at rizzing. If you watch the original video, he's struggled just a little bit. It's just, maybe he's the closed off one.
So my love language is gift giving.
Like, she literally fucking told him to call her mommy, and then you're saying he's closed off? I wonder why. What?
I like receiving things. Did you bring me gifts,
This
actually?
in case you rizzed in the bathroom before you got
Okay, so...
I genuinely don't know how to respond to that.
Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. No. That is shock value, not rizzing.
Maybe next time I see you, now that I know you a little better, I can
Yeah.
bring you a better gift.
For sure. Thank you very much. Okay. I thought that was fun.
I'm mean.
That was the most flirty part of that entire thing was, hey, that was kind of fun. And then them going back and forth. Why was that when the simulation ended? Why was that the flirtiest part?
I don't mind if I do.
Hi, my name's Jazz.
Jimmy, nice
I
to
thought
meet
I
you.
would just come and introduce myself. I thought you're super handsome. I know you're with your boys, so
yeah.
you know I don't want to interrupt whatever you guys are
They
celebrating
creeping right
here.
now, looking over us.
That was very direct and intentional. That was impressive. If somebody actually did that in real life, I feel like that would go over very well. Guys, you can let me know if that would. But I feel like that was just like, no games, very nice. You know, that's one thing that when guys come over to girls, like, this chick gets it. Because it's like, you don't really want to be taken away from all of your friends, but you still want to make a connection with somebody. So it's like, hey, you look great.
What? Yes. I'm sure a fucking guy would give a fuck about standing around with his friends if some good-looking girl is showing interest. Oh my god, like, dude, she is so fucking clueless. Like, it's no wonder she's single and a virgin, at 21. Like, just no clue.
Great. You know, I see you with your friends, just wanted to say that. And then you can just leave it at that if you want, and then let them process it and decide whether they want to, you know, go back over and riz you. I don't know, you know. Socializing is so hard.
But I thought I would come and introduce myself and let you know I exist. And
You exist already. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
what are you guys celebrating tonight?
It's my
Hanukkah.
birth. Hanukkah. It's
Hell
my
yeah.
boys'
Okay,
Hanukkah.
Cute.
Yeah, you know, it's just we don't.
My boy's Hanukkah.
Anyways, I would like to take you out sometime.
Okay.
Show you how I roll.
Okay.
You know,
well,
how I do things.
How do you roll? Where do you roll to?
You have to come and find out.
Take you out.
Okay.
This is like a liberal man's dream. It's just to have a woman come and ask him out and be like, let me take you out. Gender roles be damned, ladies and gentlemen. But this girl is very direct. And I
like how she's talking about fucking gender roles like you're fucking virgin. So Like, yeah, at least she actually, you know, gets some peen.
Will never dock points for being direct and being intentional, because if you don't want to have games played with you, do not play games with other people.
So let me find out then. Hold on. Yeah, put my number down so I can find out. Yeah, take my number down so I can find out. Yeah.
Well, it's funny she says that when she says, oh, girls aren't supposed to ask guys out. So she's literally promoting that idea that women should be playing like fucking games and shit. Doesn't make sense.
What do you want me to say my name as?
Huh?
What do you want me to say my name as?
Just take a picture. I'll remember it.
I'm gonna put my name as Baby.
Baby.
We're getting into it.
Oh my god.
Instagram.
That was
Don't
good.
call me to your boys and stuff.
No. This is just for me.
You gonna call me?
Huh?
You gonna call me?
Oh, absolutely.
right.
Right after the show.
That chick's good. She's good.
No, she's not. She's fucking cringe.
She deserved to be.
Dude, if a fucking girl asked me to, or if a girl like said she was interested in me and like wanted me to add her to my phone, and then she says, I'm gonna put my name in as Baby, I'd be like, yeah, you know what, forget it. That's just weird and fucking cringe. And then fucking here's Brett. Oh wow, that's smooth.
At the front of the line, just saying. So now we're skipping ahead.
Like it's funny seeing this role reversal where when women are doing this shit, like they're doing the most cringe fucking goofy shit, and then they can get away with it just because like they're girls and shit, and then they make fun of dudes for, you know, like trying their best. Like I don't think there's really any way where you can expect somebody to be like not awkward when talking to complete fucking strangers. And then here they are saying, call me mommy. I'm gonna put my name in your phone as Baby. Like if a dude did this, like you'd think serial killer or something. Like that's cringe as fucking shit. Even like completely clueless dumbasses I've seen have done better jobs trying to like fucking talk to girls. Like you get a nervous guy who's trying his best to like, you know, talk to a girl, sound impressive. You're pretty. Can I have your number? Thank you. Bye. Like, call me mommy.
Kind of seeing them all interact. This is where they're going to rank the girls. So the girls are putting themselves in the positions where they were originally placed. The guys are going to be like, okay, you know, you're first, whatever. So here we go. Starting in last place.
So good. Aurora.
I got last place.
Knew it. Guys, the body language. What did I tell you? The wide leg stance. Like a bodybuilder. Like you couldn't push her out of like her stance with the closed off hands. Like she would have had more points if she loosen up. Again, like the subtle brush of the hand. Something like that. Just to flow like in the breeze. Aurora. That's what you need to do. Be like the princess, Aurora.
We love the confidence. It was great. But it was just kind of like
overbearing.
Yeah, it was a lot. You know, it was just
stiff.
Yeah.
It was
It was napkin.
Napkin girl.
He almost said jizz napkin girl.
0% shocked. I thought I'd be last.
That makes sense. You know, I think that she had some redeeming moments in just like her laugh and her humor, but it was definitely a little too.
I remember I was at the grocery store once sitting in the parking lot and there was this attractive girl hitting on this short ugly employee. She was saying he had a cute ass and shit, but the dude didn't even care, lol. Never saw anything like that before.
It's probably because she was fucking with him. She might have been trying to get free shit or scam him or something. So that's probably why. Either that or he already had a girlfriend or wife or something. But, you're seldom ever gonna see really good-looking women hit on, like, a really fucking weird, ugly dude. Especially, like, a fucking grocery store employee, so... Yeah, that is probably what's going on, unless they're friends or something, and there's, other context to the conversation. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben.
Too forced. The napkin, No. That's like that was a bad idea. I don't know why she did that.
I think you're great. I've appreciated our relationship together. So I was thinking about it as if like we're in a bar. If a girl came up to me and was like, "Do you need a napkin for your jizz from the bathroom?"
All right.
That is
not great.
Jazz. You're next.
Interesting. I would have thought she'd be first. Maybe it was like a little too forward. I think that she had the most like chill, I don't give a shit, like I don't really care, laid back, but also not very laid back, but it definitely was contrived. It was definitely effective. It definitely like got that guy whooped and ready to go, but I wouldn't say it was casual. I think that's important.
Yeah, the third was mine.
Third was mine. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mai, you did great. You did great, Mai. It's just that's why you
did great. Calm. It was cool. It was good.
Calm and cool. That's what I thought about her. Because some of the things that she was saying, again, felt a little bit contrived. Like, I think she was one that had like a little bit of a pickup line, but she seemed very unbothered and just like laid back, which obviously seems to be working.
You played the bar scene good. You were like in the role, you know, I believe.
And you asked for the phone.
I'm not even like legal to go out, guys. So that was real improv, okay?
And then you guys just swapped places.
Yeah. 1 or 2 years.
You both did great.
So the girl who was last, she's first. So obviously what this is showing is that what chicks believe is Riz is not what men think is Riz. And I'm sitting here and don't even remember what the girl at the top did. And this girl I thought was way too forward.
Wasn't that the first girl?
I guess the walk around the guy looking at his butt, really?
Yeah, that first girl was cute and it was kind of smooth.
Worked. Not what I would have expected.
Our
She
number
just
one.
killed it.
Yeah, our number one killed it.
Yeah.
She killed it.
It was all natural.
Yeah, it was just cute. Like for one thing, she asked to hold his hand too, which was nice, and it's just a handhold.
Killed it.
Yeah.
She killed it.
It was all natural. Definitely confident.
Then maybe.
By the way, what's also funny is she is arguably the best looking in this lineup as well.
She just killed it.
Yeah, our number one killed it.
Yeah.
She killed it.
It was all natural. Definitely confident.
Then maybe it's good that I didn't even remember her. Because this entire video I was saying like,
How does she not remember? She was the first one.
Okay, it seems like she's trying a little bit too hard. Okay, this seems like a little too forced.
Like, how much of a fucking airhead do you have to be? She was literally the first one.
I genuinely feel like I'm having a brain aneurysm. I don't even know what she did. And apparently that is effective. I don't know if that should be a positive thing for girls or if that is something that should worry us because you just have to be so casual.
Oh,
but
boy.
apparently that's effective. There you go. Yeah, she was literally last. That is so crazy. I mean, the girl's perception of what
Really shows just how fucking inept Brett is with men.
the guys would find attractive was totally different than what they actually did. It's just so interesting. This world tries to convince us that men and women are not different at all and that they're so interchangeable. This video is evidence that they are. We think different things. We have different impressions of things. We don't.
No, you're just a fucking inept moron. She literally does not understand how to talk to men.
Understand how the other operates, and you know what, there's beauty in that, and that is actually very, very cool. I also love these videos because they're not inherently political at all.
Holy
obviously
shit,
they
dude.
touch on things that are more socio-political and obviously big cultural things, but it's nice that you can just see people laughing and having fun, and that you can see men and women just laughing and having fun together, because everything today seems so polarized, especially with like the matriarchy versus the patriarchy and all of that. So it's just nice. It's just like a feel-good video. I love it. And apparently I need to figure out what Riz means for a woman.
Yeah, she is a fucking joke. Well, there's a reason why she's still a virgin.
Welcome back to the
Let's see. I don't think she posts on Instagram all that often. I don't know. Oh, gross. She did a video with that guy? Oh my god. What a fucking loser. Skeptic Donate Tellers, how much % of all targets should you fulfill every day on Chronometer? It doesn't really matter, like, as long as you're roughly around 100% or more for most nutrients most days, you'll be fine. My case, it's always like 53%. Would you be pissed if you had to wait with your bike on the street because of climate protesters? Depends on what I was doing, where I was, and how long it takes. But if you're at 53% for all nutrient targets regularly, then you probably need to change your dieting strategy. Thanks for the donation, dude. Destructive dating history of Ariana Grande. Yes, a 21-year-old virgin is going to criticize somebody's dating history.
Section. I'm Brett Cooper. So last week we talked in detail about Ariana Grande's relationship status, which is still trending on basically every single social media platform and is the subject of a lot of online discourse for good reason, because it is an absolutely wild story. Now, she is somebody that people have loved and adored for years. She's like a Disney Nickelodeon darling. She, was a cute little Broadway actress. Everybody loves her. She's like, oh, she's so tiny and adorable. We love her. Like, girls look up to her. And she and her new boyfriend are being exposed for cheating on their spouses and just being terrible people. So if you still think Ariana Grande is a role model, you should think otherwise. And guys, we're doing an update because it is a lot worse than we thought. Because Ariana Grande has done this before. Countless times. Now, before we get into this, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode.
Well, I'll tell you why chances are she is ruined so many relationships. It's because she literally looks like a fucking 12-year-old, and a lot of fucking dudes are just into that. Like, what? She's in her 20s now, and she looks like a child. Let me take a look at her Instagram. So, yeah, no shit. Somebody who's a degenerate would fucking, cheat on their spouse with a fucking girl who looks like a 12-year-old. She literally looks like a 12-year-old. I don't know how the fuck anybody is into this. Yeah, she's just too skinny and looks like a kid.
Brett Pooper is going to have to settle for a manlet incel subhuman. No high-value man would want that.
Probably. What's funny too is she criticizes women for having unrealistic standards when it comes to men. Reality is going to hit her like a ton of bricks, and she has no understanding of what men are interested in, how to have a relationship. And yeah, she's probably either going to end up in a relationship with her ideal tradcon conservative man, maybe she doesn't really care about height all that much because she said she's gone out with guys who are around her height, but she's probably going to end up with a dude who's only with her because of her looks and just doesn't treat her all that well. Or
why do some food products have a whole list of nutrients while the generic brand of the same product only has a few listed? Almond from Blue Diamond brand have loads of nutrients listed while the generic brands have only a few listed. At least in the US.
It's because it just isn't information that's been added to Chronometer. Thanks for the donation, dude. Or she's gonna end up dating some dude who, doesn't make that much money, isn't particularly good looking, probably left leaning. Honestly, I think she'd have to date a fucking kind of ugly simp. I don't know who else would tolerate her. She's pretty annoying.
episode. Now, first, we're going to do a little bit of backstory in case you missed the original episode, or if you want to go watch that episode, we'll link it in the description. You can go back, you can watch that, you can come back once you're caught up. But for those of you who don't want to do that because it's a lot of clicking on your computer, basically what happened is that she got married 2 years ago to a man named Dalton Gomez, and then for the last year, she has been in the UK filming the movie adaptation of the musical Wicked, where she is playing Glinda. And she happened to fall in love with her co-star named Ethan Slater, who played SpongeBob on Broadway.
That is kind of weird. Thank you for that, 9014. Appreciate the donation, dude.
And he also looks eerily similar to her brother Frankie. Literally looks like a pale, redheaded version of her brother, which is very weird. But you know what? Freudian? Maybe that's a take? I don't know. Anyway, Ethan has been with his wife for 10 years. They were high school sweethearts, and they just had a baby together 10 months ago. And he's now doing a little dance with Ariana Grande on the side. So they both blew up their marriages. They're both now getting divorced. That's all you need to know. If you want to know in more detail, again,
Hasn't James Cameron done this like 3 times? Usually, I don't know how much of this is like a factor of them being pieces of shit. Like they probably are, but it's kind of normal human psychology that when you're working with somebody for long hours in confined spaces and you can't really like leave or anything, you usually end up getting attracted to the other person. So like on a film set where people are going to be working with each other for hours, and it's kind of like an intimate sort of job where you really have to work closely with other people and develop chemistry and shit. Giving them the benefit of the doubt, like there's likely an aspect of that. There have been quite a few other celebrities, like James Cameron's one I know, where practically every fucking woman he's worked with, he's ended up marrying. And then he like breaks up with them when he does the next movie and then marries the next girl he works with on set. 24 Savage, you need to tell us facts, bro. Let me see.
I think you mentioned this in your speech. I just want to clarify. Do you think the only reason that we're involved in Ukraine is because of Hunter Biden and Burisma? What is the connection between...
The reason we're involved in fucking Ukraine is because Russia invaded. And the US kind of had a obligation to intervene. The US did make a commitment to assist Ukraine if Russia ever invaded.
Hunter Biden and Burisma and our involvement in this war, do you think?
Well, look, I think it is a hard fact that a Ukrainian-affiliated company, a Ukraine state-affiliated company, made a $5 million payment to the son of a sitting vice president, who's now the president of the United States, who is now sending $200 billion
You gotta be kidding me.
of aid to a country without ever identifying what the clear national objective is that we're advancing by sending that money.
The objective is to stop Russia. What is he talking about?
Everything I just told you is fact.
No,
it is
everything
also
you just said
further
is a
my
lie.
perspective that this war does not advance American interests. We are further driving Russia into China's hands. We are increasing the risk of nuclear war. And
China is not in support of Russia. What is he talking about? They even refuse to give any amount of fucking military aid. They're not even willing to sell, like, ammunition to Russia. So what the fuck is he talking about? I don't know what he means by driving Russia into China's hands. Does he mean we're making Russia vulnerable to a Chinese invasion? Or that this war is strengthening their bond in some way? Like, hasn't China, like, officially stated that they're not in support of Russia invading Ukraine and they're against it? What is he talking about?
We're depleting capabilities that we may better use in other circumstances.
This guy's
So,
crazy.
I think that was the payment to Hunter Biden corrupt? Absolutely it was. Do I think that it has some relationship to...
So here's the fucking right-wing lunatic conspiracy where they try to say Hunter Biden did this and then make this big logical leap, and then his dad must be related somehow.
our posture towards Ukraine?
This is
I think
just
it's likely
crazy.
that it does. And does this affect the way Vladimir Putin may look at the relationship between the U.S. and Ukraine? I think that's a legitimate question to ask too, because if you're in Putin's shoes, you're saying, wait a minute, here's a country that's paying bribes to the son of the person who's now the U.S. president that's now arming my enemy to the teeth. So yes, I do think that Hunter Biden has become a geopolitical disaster. Already, his situation...
Oh, you can't make this up. This guy's a wacko.
with Burisma in Ukraine was the basis for the second impeachment of the last president. And so this guy is a whirling dervish of a disaster in Washington, D.C. There's not some fringe issue anymore that's just a partisan politics tussle.
Okay, yeah, this guy's like just repeating crazy wacko Republican conspiracies.
And you can go watch the original episode. All right, so now we're all caught up. A couple of days after the news broke and I did my episode, when people were still trying to make excuses for the couple and say, no, this obviously didn't happen, this is so weird, we haven't heard it confirmed, Ethan's wife, Lily, broke her silence and gave a statement to a couple of news outlets which confirmed that this actually all happened, that they are together, and that her marriage was blown up by Ariana Grande and her husband. Now, she said, quote, I'm focused on my son and doing the best to navigate a spotlight I have never wanted or experienced before. She is wanting to set the record straight after watching with horror as stories are published speaking to her experience. She finished by saying, I'm asking for privacy and respect as an individual who is not in the entertainment industry and as a mom. I ask to be left alone to rebuild my life and raise the beautiful boy I gave birth to last year. I love that she threw that in there. Last year. It's like, screw you, Ethan Slater, as she should. Now, she also told Page Six that Ariana's the story, really, not a girl's girl. My family is just collateral damage. Now, obviously, Lily is very upset. She is hurt. I have some thoughts about this, though, because yes, Ariana is the big story. She's the celebrity. She's the one that everybody knows. We're just now learning about Mr. SpongeBob over here. But your husband cheated on you with her. Like, make him have some accountability too. Like, the story is both of them. It's really not just her. Like, she's not a girl's girl, but your husband is not a good husband. So that needs to be.
What's the old saying? A man is only as reliable as his options. Chances are she's putting more blame on Ariana Grande because there's this perception that, like, yeah, when you're dealing with a girl who's much more attractive, like, obviously a dude's gonna cheat. It's kind of sexist. But that's probably why she thinks that. It's like self-esteem related too, probably.
Be part of the statement. But anyway, back to the story and what we have now found out since it originally broke. We also now know that they didn't just start dating after they had already separated from their spouses. They didn't wait until they had, cleared things up. They didn't cheat. No, they were cheating. They were dating while they were filming Wicked and while they were still with their significant others. And the people on the set of Wicked knew because apparently they weren't too secretive about it. Here's an article from yesterday. Sloppy Ariana Grande, Ethan Slater seen kissing at bar before he split from his wife. And the source says that Ariana Grande and Slater packed on the PDA in public in at least 2 instances that took place earlier this year. Quote, they were seen making out at a pub in Hampstead, and then they were all over each other at Michelle Yeoh's Oscar party in March. So again, this has been going on for a while. Now, in addition to them not being discreet about any of this with their coworkers, they apparently went on double dates with their spouses. Like, when their spouses would fly over to the UK to check in on them and say, hey, how's the movie going? How's the filming going? They would all go on dates together, like, come hang out with my coworker and his wife while they were having an affair. Here's an article about that. Ariana Grande hung out with Ethan Slater's estranged wife and baby just months before romance news. So they went on double dates. They were all hanging out, but she also hung out with Lily, held their baby, and apparently told Lily how excited she was to be a mom one day and how much she really, really wanted a baby. Well, apparently she fell in love with that baby and decided that she wanted to make a baby with her husband, which is just like psycho behavior. Somebody commented and said, I hope Ariana has a disturbing looking redheaded baby from him. I mean, probably. Another person said, every day I wake up and it gets worse. And somebody on Twitter said, people might say, quote, I'm over it. But let me tell you, if somebody hung out with your family while you had your first baby and then cheated on their husband with your husband, oh hell, Lily J deserves 100 days at least to drag Ariana Grande through the mud. And that is in response to a lot of people online saying, why is the wife making all these statements? Like, let it go, move on. She's a celebrity. She's going to do terrible things. It's like, no, her family was just blown up. She can make as many statements as she wants to the press. She should clear her name, clear everything up so that we all know what actually happened. Because again, this is somebody that young women look up to and admire and aspire to be like, which again, you should not be doing anymore. Somebody replied to that tweet and said, can Lily sing? Can she drop an album? And the guy wrote back and said, she needs to drop a diss track. I'd be up in the studio today. Facts. Now, this whole thing Ariana Grande has going on right now is just so unhealthy. It's kind of like traditional dog kibble, which is why you need rough greens. Obviously, you guys know that I am obsessed with my dogs, Rocky and Tater. They're at the groomer right now getting all cute, which is very necessary.
How does Destiny justify this spong bab?
Let me take a look. Florida schools are now teaching kids using Prager University videos. Far right-wing propaganda organization that's isn't actually a university. One video features a cartoon. Christopher Columbus saying, being taken as a slave is better than being killed. Whoa. That is nutty. Yeah, like, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't PragerU also promoting this idea that it's black people's fault for slavery? Like, there's a lot of pretty disturbing things going on with
look like
Florida's school system.
If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crush, but hey, at least you're having fun. Hi everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say.
That's pretty funny that they made a AI SpongeBob cover, and it's actually less annoying to listen to, too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, I'd like to see Destiny justify some of this shit. Like, especially considering all things going on. Like, PragerU videos, literally, like, promoting the fucking slave trade. Them banning, what was it, AP Psychology, so that because like gays and trans are fucking mentioned in the course for high school students, and then he's trying to do this fucking gaslighting thing where, oh, the changes to their black history, that's nothing. I don't know why he does that. Like, there's so many warning signs that something bad's happening, and then he tries to gaslight everybody into thinking, oh yeah, don't worry about the conservatives, even though they're fucking fascists. Thanks for the nation there, Dodo.
Necessary because Rocky looks incredibly scruffy right now, but I love her anyway because I'm obsessed. Anyway, that is the reason why I'm so excited about my partnership with Rough Greens. I love getting products for my dogs. I love making sure that everything out. You're gonna feel great about yourself. Your dogs will be healthy, much healthier than everything that Ariana Grande and Ethan Slater are doing right now because they are trash and toxic. As all of this is coming out, there's one thing that kind of slipped under the radar, I feel like, which is the fact that Ariana Grande is now giving Ethan space to handle his divorce and figure out things with his wife. Here's a tweet from TMZ about it. Ariana Grande supports boyfriend Ethan Slater in working out issues with estranged wife, giving him the space that he needs. What an angel. That is so nice of her. After she acted like a homewrecker, now she's saying, oh, go figure out your family life. Somebody replied and said, she's like a marriage counselor, really. Another person said, LOL, she's bored already. Guys, that's like, I said this in the original episode, that is literally her song. Break up with your girlfriend because I'm bored. Like, no wonder she did this. And that is the main point here. When I said that she has done this before, that is what I mean. Ariana Grande likes the game. She likes the chase. She wants to nab a guy from a girl, hang out with them for a while. She never dates them for very long. She never marries them for very long, never stays engaged to them for very long. And then she moves on to another guy and steals him from a girl. Like, it has happened time and time again, guys. It's crazy. It's more times than I ever imagined. Like, back in 2014, her ex claimed that she cheated on him with another guy, and then she dated Big Sean, whose ex-fiance was Naya Rivera, and Naya Rivera at the time claimed that she caught Ariana and Big Sean together in their home while they were still engaged. Here's the article about that. Naya Rivera claims that she caught Ariana Grande at Big Sean's house when they were still engaged, and then a few years later, when she had that very, very well-documented fast engagement to Pete Davidson, his ex came out and said this. Cassie David says that Pete Davidson dumped her in a text message just one day before she learned that he was dating Ariana Grande through Instagram. We all remember that post. It was the black and white, them leaning on each other. We could see his tattoos. Her like big long extension ponytail was falling out. I remember it perfectly. Like, what a time. I think that was like 2018, 2019. That was crazy. Blew up the internet. And apparently, he only broke up with his girlfriend the day before. So obviously, there was some overlap. But we're not finished. That's not all she did. She eventually went on to marry this guy named Dalton Gomez, who she is now divorcing. And his ex also has something to say, because right around the time that she went public with Dalton, the ex posted this on her Instagram story. When you see your ex with a person they told you not to worry about. Like, this girl has done it time and time again. Another person commented and said, she also overlapped Mac Miller's high school sweetheart and her relationship with Mac. And then Mac Miller's high school sweetheart, who he had dated for like 10 years, who moved out to LA with him, you know, while he was blowing up, wrote an entire blog about the ending of their relationship and how there was another girl involved. Like, come on, y'all. Somebody said, how could the girl who released the song Break Up With Your Girlfriend, I'm Bored do this? And then another person pointed out another one of her songs saying, y'all thought I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it was a joke? Like, literally, she is just like collecting men like Super Bowl rings. I think she has more men than Tom Brady has Super Bowl rings. Somebody else said she clearly has.
Gee, maybe Brett could learn some riz from fucking Ariana Grande. I mean, I don't think it's right to help somebody cheat on their spouse. I'd never do that. I wouldn't want to be part of something like that, but like ultimately, well, I guess she did cheat on her spouse before, like in that most recent situation. But if yeah, I mean, if she's single and these dudes are in a relationship and these guys want to fucking cheat, like, it's really on them ultimately.
As a type, somebody else thought I'm giving her and SpongeBob less than a year. I'd say even less than that, considering that she is already giving him space. Because she got him. She won the game. She moved on. She obviously has commitment issues, and she's just running around trying to pick up men like Pokemon. Like, she's playing real-life Pokemon Go. Another person said, poor girl needs a different form of validation from men. Like, don't pity her, guys. I see this all over the internet. Oh, she really has a lot of issues. She's just trying to work it out. No, she's an adult. She is 30 years old. She should have worked through these issues long ago. If she did this as a 6...
She's 30? She's only 2 years younger than me. She looks so fucking young. She literally looks like a fucking 12-year-old. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Wonder if it's just because she's so freaking small and tiny. But yeah, this does not look like somebody who's fucking 30. That's bizarre. How does she still look like a fucking 12-year-old? That is weird.
16-year-old and then learned from that mistake and moved on, it would be a totally different story. We wouldn't even be discussing this right now. But she's done it time and time again and is still breaking up relationships and going after guys who are in relationships. And obviously they are at fault too. That is important to acknowledge. But this is a pattern with somebody that, again, young girls look up to and aspire to be like. She obviously does not care about relationships. She cares about the chase and the game. And the men who fall for that should be ashamed. Now, the last thing I want to share with you guys, because it was too perfect, it's not exactly about Ariana Grande, but it just fits in perfectly with what we're discussing. We obviously know what's going on with Lizzo right now. She's getting sued for being a terrible person and fat-shaming her dancers. So everybody is online sharing horror stories about working with her and knowing her, and you just have to watch this video.
I first met Lizzo late 2016, 2017-ish. She and my boyfriend...
The time my boyfriend left me for Lizzo. Dude. How can you even be mad? Like, if you're dating a dude who'd leave you for Lizzo, either he's fucking insane or, like, you are just such trash. Like you have to admit it's your fault. It's one of those. Like, really? That's hard to believe.
Co-hosting a show on MTV called Wonderland. And no, she wasn't very nice. She wasn't very nice to me.
Like,
I knew
dude,
she
that's
didn't like
like-
me, but the people around
That's
her
like cheating with Grimace.
were nice. Like her sister seemed nice. And I kind of ignored it because I felt like, well, you know, she's already like in this celebrity scene or whatever, so she probably just feels like she has better things to do than talk to me. And I just noticed that, like, even when we were just out to eat or at the beach or something, she still wasn't very nice to me. And it wasn't like a production thing, like, oh, she's just really busy or whatever. She just didn't like me. So yeah, I eventually found out that she and my boyfriend had something going on, ex-boyfriend. And that was that. I left the relationship. I mean,
Good
yeah,
for you.
it was heartbreaking. I mean, I was with him for 10 years. I supported him through everything.
Boyfriend wanted the
This is
PS5 money? Like, bro, it's Lizzo, though. I think you'd need more than a PS5 to, Oh, wait, that one looked interesting. Shit. Damn it, it's not on the recommended anymore. Like, you'd need more than PS5 money for this. You know what I mean? Like, what the actual fuck, bro? Like, really?
So guys, Tristan's just done his first...
Like, I don't know what you have to... What you have to do to get a fucking guy to cheat on their girlfriend with her. It's weird. He must have been thinking about, like, money or something.
Exactly the Lily J story. Lily and Ethan have been together for 10 years. He goes and is doing this, entertainment production. He's doing Wicked just like this girl's ex-boyfriend was, working with Lizzo, and she came in, bulldozed that, and the guys fed into it and blew up their 10-year relationships.
When he finally got a big break, he left me for Lizzo.
I mean, obviously, it would take a toll on you because somebody that you had been with for 10 years utterly betrayed you for somebody who is, rich and powerful and famous. It's a betrayal. You're ruining a relationship. You're ruining a life that you had created together. And then in addition to the betrayal, you guys know I have to say this. This girl's really pretty. She seems lovely. Imagine the hit to your confidence when your boyfriend leaves you for Lizzo. That can't feel good. Like, I'm sorry. Apparently, Lizzo and Ariana Grande, they're trending at the same time. Maybe they should be friends. Maybe they should really try to work through things together. And also, this story has been confirmed. Lizzo is still dating this guy today, which maybe makes it a little better than Ariana, because I think Ariana just, dates them for like a year and then moves on. Lizzo is held on to this one that she stole. I think she's collected less Tom Brady Super Bowl relationship rings than Ariana Grande has. But anyway, there is your update. I think it deserved a second episode. Sadly, there are girls like that out there. I have met them. I have been around them. They toy with men in relationships for fun because it's a game, not actually wanting to commit to anybody. And to be fair, men do that too. I think that this just comes back to our culture's utter disdain for commitment and loyalty. It is not normal or cool to be a relationship person anymore. It is not normal or cool to have a traditional nuclear family. It is not normal or cool to get married young. We know that. But you know what? At this show, we're trying to make it cool again. We're trying to make it normal.
Strawberry donated $2. Is there any genetic reasons why black people, women especially, are the most obese demographic, or is it purely just due to their poor diet choices? Well, 80% of obesity is, predictive with genetics. So there likely is a genetic component where, black people are likely more prone to obesity. On top of that, there's probably some cultural aspects to it as well. So, but yeah, there likely is a genetic component. Thanks for the donation, Strawberry. I have a very nice fuzzy kitty with me. Oh my god, Prismo, you're so soft. Swear Prismo's coat keeps getting, nice and softer and smoother. Wow, he is so handsome. He's a really handsome kitty.
This live stream after being fully released from house arrest. If you
probably one of the finest smokes money could buy. Who was involved? Why the American embassy gave the Romanians the order to come and raid my house, because it was not the Romanians. It's not Romania's fault. We knew all of this. We had seen every message. We had seen every signed piece of paper.
Whoa, they're stupid. He's talking about the court case in a fucking live stream.
However, we haven't been able to talk about it. And still, to not interfere with the judicial process at all in Romania, I'm not going to talk about it at all.
He just did.
But what I am going to say is now the information, because...
Yeah, and Tate has blabbed like crazy too.
Charges have been filed. Now, the charges have been filed. Typically, if the charges indicated very strongly that I was a human trafficker, I'd probably be thrown back in prison, at the very least kept on house arrest. But obviously one of the finest judges in this great country.
So they were already in jail and under house arrest for a total of 6 months. Again, I'm assuming in Romania they still have this idea of innocent until proven guilty, so we'll see. They may put him back under house arrest or put them back in jail if they consider them like a flight risk, in which case they may offer bond. So... Newbie gains when I tell others, do I need to do pressing movements to build big shoulders, or are lateral raises enough? In all likelihood, lateral raises are enough. I would, like, you can just track your progress and see how far you get with just doing laterals. And if you're not satisfied with the growth you're getting from laterals, then... yeah, incorporate overhead pressing. I think having you do need a requisite amount of strength with overhead pressing to be a good bench presser. I noticed my pressing was much more stable after I was able to overhead press like a respectable weight. So if you're concerned with your bench press strength or your chest development, I would still do some pressing. Thanks for the nation, newbie gains. Hope that helps. Yeah, so Tate says, I'm not going to talk about the trial, talks about the trial, and lies about it. They don't learn. They're so stupid, dude. Yeah, so them getting charged but not actually getting arrested again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. They already served 6 months, so it might be a procedural issue where the court just doesn't find it appropriate to have them in jail for 6 months without being charged. Charge them right when the 6 months are up, and then put them back in jail while this whole trial goes on. So it's probably something like that going on, and then he's trying to give you this idea. If I was actually guilty, don't you think I'd be in jail right now? So bad.
Looked at it and said, let them go. But now that charges have been filed, things are starting to leak. And I'm going to point you all towards a video. Rather than speak about it myself and speak about...
He is nuts.
The revelations of what's going on. And speak about exactly why this happened.
Wow, what a dummy.
Who made this happen and why? Who did they speak to? What are the chat logs? I'm not going to bring that up. But a very good friend of ours, Miss Candace Owens. Well, I wouldn't say very good friend.
Here we go. And then he's going to use Candace Owens as evidence of his innocence when Candace Owens relied on their own lies. They're not smart. Oh my god, this is going to bite them in the ass in court. Holy shit.
Yet, but a wonderful woman. Her and her for a year and a half.
They don't even realize how bad this is. They're that stupid. I I would imagine their legal representation, their lawyer said, don't mention anything, don't talk about it at all. And they just won't listen, and they think they're smart, and they think, oh, we're only giving information that really doesn't matter. They're fucking their whole case up massively. Because they're lying. They're lying about it, and one of the big factors in this case is that they're lying manipulators, and they also have to rely on their own testimony as evidence in court. So if they can prove these people are just fucking liars, scammers, they're dishonest, not only is that going to strengthen the narrative that they're human traffickers, but it's also going to basically just debunk a huge part of their defense, which is their own testimony. Man, oh, the court case is going to be so great. They're just going to be totally fucked. Oh, hey. What's going on here?
Obviously played video games on the show before. I have played them very, very terribly, but it's usually been in my studio on the desktop. Not today. Today, we're going big. Today, I am playing 3 games, one of which I have played before. I have played Pac-Man before. I'm very bad at it, but we're gonna start with Frogger. I have no idea what this is. Do I just press start? It's bad I don't even know the rules.
What is Zoomer?
Where am I?
So you're down at the bottom, and you have,
Oh.
you have to cross-trap it.
Oh God. Oh, ew, that was bad. Okay, all right. Oh, what do I do now? Oh, I swam. Oh, I drowned. Oh, I'm back down there. Oh, nope. Oh.
Yeah, this is just pathetic.
Pac-Man. Where am I? Oh. Where am I? Oh.
The fuck is this? This isn't the arcade version. What are they playing this off of? Is this like the NES version or
I don't
something?
remember. Am I eating them or are they eating me? Oh, that's not good.
really
right?
weird.
That's not good. That's not good. Oh, up, up, up.
Wow, she is
I'm not
stupid.
getting any points. I'm just in my own little world over here. Where are you? Let me get you. Yes! Oh!
She's not even just bad at this game, like she's actually stupid. She could have killed like 2 ghosts right there. And then she just didn't.
No! Up. Over. Get! And now gamers freak out on their mics.
I like how she has to do this fucking shit where she like goes to a shooting range or a racetrack, plays video games, because she knows she has a mostly male audience who are like fucking simps, and then they're like, whoa, she plays video games? So pathetic. Kid Boot on $2 you smashing? Let me see. I'd have to see more of her. Like, I don't really know what she looks like just from this. Like, her face looks alright. But I don't know. The way it's shot and the color balance and everything. It's like hard to actually see her face. It's kind of like Noob Saibot from MK3. Thanks to the nation though, Kid Boo. To be fair,
wow, you really
this
have to,
game
like, hit
is
every
very weird and stiff, but
Oh God.
yeah,
Oh.
she's not smart.
I don't think I'm going to like this one. Why am I? Oh. Mm.
She's not just bad at video games, like, she's actually dumb. Like, if you aren't dumb, you wouldn't do some of the things she's doing.
I hate these noises. Can I jump over him? Ooh, and do a jump.
to whack the barrel.
But I will by the fact that
This is just remarkably fucking boring.
Welcome back to.
See, she's played RE7 before, looks like.
'78 last week, and now I'm going to play Resident Evil
7.
7 Biohazard.
You were right. I did lie. Away.
Club. R-rated version.
Louisiana. I have to find out what happened.
Mike Donatello's not to react on stream, but I'd highly recommend you watch this on your own time because it's kind of long. Let me see.
All right, do we have Sean? What's
Yeah, I saw this. Who ended up winning the debate? Like, I'd imagine Sam won because Actual Justice Warrior is a bit of an idiot and kind of racist. But yeah, I've been meaning to watch that. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Look around. People in these horror films and these horror games, they're just morons.
Shit.
Shit is right. Okay.
You have to find.
Like how this gets 623k views. It's literally just because her fucking simp fan base is like, oh my god, a girl plays video games?
Find a different way. Oh, look at that path.
Does this look like Louisiana?
Right? They captured like the shithole.
This is... Wow, a white van with a missing woman?
Like, it really shows you a big problem with, I don't even know if it's, a socialization issue or if there's just something inherent about women where they just don't like video games for some fucking reason, but, like, it's funny how there's so many fucking dudes who are just absolutely clamoring for women who have similar hobbies to them, like are into video games or into guns or into cars, and then like these girls like just have to show just a minor amount of interest where they're even willing to try, and then, you know, like dudes come in their fucking pants. It's so strange how women don't try to have like adopt some of these hobbies. 21st Savage donated $2. Bro, watch the shit. I was legit hoping the Indian guy would murder him. Let me know if you feel the same. Fucking kill him, kill him. Let me see. Oh yeah, I've seen this video. It's pretty funny. This guy's a dipshit. Yeah, he literally got a trash can and was trying to steal cigarettes.
Hey, don't. Hey, ain't nothing you can do, man. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, they fucked up his legs. I don't think they should have killed him, but yeah, they should have just fucked up his legs. That's pretty fucking funny.
One more do this, okay? Get the fuck.
Yeah, he deserved that. Thanks for the nation, 21st Savage.
Oh! Oh my god. Who are you? Oh! That looks like some like satanic ritual shit. Can I go under it? How do you duck? Oh, crouch? I was about to say crotch. I'm not very good at the looking and running at the same time.
See, the game's giving you an opportunity to practice right now.
Oh, I'm here!
Well, this is the guest house.
Oh. Ah! Ah! Who is that? Oh, it's me. It's telling me to go in. That's not pleasant. Whew.
Yeah, you can go in.
Wouldn't let me.
Yeah, you're butting up against the wall.
Oh. Classic me. Oh. Okay, well, I want to leave now. Uh-oh. How do you get out?
You can't go.
Why?
You can't go back.
Why?
You must proceed.
No.
She literally has to be told this.
Is there an objective to all of this? Oh! Ugh.
Get out of the way.
See if she gets to the part where, yeah, Mila fucking starts stabbing you. 24 Savage, $20. Niggas, gorillas, some nigga streaming with 3M Twitch followers said he was giving away free PS5 at Union Square. Caused right. If you have 3 million concurrent viewers on Twitch, like, that is such a stupid fucking idea. Out of his fucking mind doing something like that. I know about that whole incident. I was watching a Destiny stream with XQC. Watch the full thing, at least to the Eric Adams moment, Boomer moment. You'll see what.
Twitch streamer who unleashed chaos on the streets of New York City yesterday.
Like, these kids are so fucking crazy and stupid too. Like, for no reason, they started smashing cars and shit. I don't know about this particular streamer, but if his audience is actually like this, he must be a fucking moron, like retarded. Like there's probably a reason I don't have 3 million concurrent viewers, and I'm not stupid enough. Like, I have to get hit in the head and like lose half my fucking IQ. And then maybe if I upload content like retarded enough, I can get like, 3 million kids watching me concurrently. That's the only way to explain this. There's certainly a correlation between being a fucking moron and how many people watch you like on YouTube or Twitch or something. Jake donated $2. Are you still strength training? You're gonna get weak if you don't train. Well, yeah, I'm still fucking strength training. I literally just did it on stream. Thanks for the donation.
Is now facing charges. Kai Cenat promised to give away free PlayStations. Thousands of people showed up, but when those PlayStations never materialized, a riot broke out, resulting in property damage, injuries.
Why would he say he was going to give away PS5s when he didn't have any PS5s?
And arrests. Now Cenat is facing charges. We get the latest now from ABC's Rena Roy.
Tonight, hours after violent pandemonium, social media influencer Kai Cenat hit with 3 charges: felony riot causing public injury or damage, inciting a riot, and unlawful assembly. Thousands rushing to Manhattan's Union Square, creating chaos.
$100 gift cards all here, bro. We gonna go crazy for New York, man.
After Cenat told his millions of followers on live streaming platform Twitch Friday that he would give away video game consoles and gift cards.
Children cannot get their values, their beliefs from social media.
Today, New York City Mayor Eric Adams saying he believes outside agitators inflamed the situation.
You don't come to get free Game Boys and bring smoke bombs.
What? That was the police. Wasn't that the police dispersing tear gas? Outside agitators? These are fucking stupid-ass kids.
Fire extinguishers and tents being thrown by the crowd.
People also hurling bottles.
Oh, that was a fire extinguisher being thrown. Okay.
Climbing onto subway entrances and statues, jumping on cars and setting off fireworks. Some even hanging onto this SUV,
Why does he think there were outside agitators?
several falling off. This Uber driver's window completely smashed. He says police pulled him out of the car.
They said, leave everything, get the hell out of here, otherwise they're gonna kill someone here today.
The NYPD says some officers were crushed, pushed,
Dude, it's too bad these kids weren't fucking shot.
and hit with
Typical black behavior. This is why I'm a racist.
I don't know if this is just black behavior. I do see some white kids in this crowd, but yeah, not all black kids are like this. Thanks for the donation, Ray. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. Like, the same fucking jackass who's complaining about this riot is the one who wanted to ban guns in New York City. It's too bad these kids weren't just fucking shot at. It's too bad this fucking Uber driver didn't just blow these fuckers away. Yeah, that, like, if they were actually shot at, that would end the fucking rioting pretty goddamn quick.
with objects, dressed in riot gear as they struggled to control the massive crowd. Authorities arresting more than 60 people.
An NYPD official tells us that they do believe Sanat was planning on handing out a few PlayStation 5s, and police say a lot of this could have been avoided if he had just contacted them ahead of time. We've reached out to his team for comment. We haven't heard back yet. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Like, I'm thinking he intended to do this. If I've never even fucking heard of this guy before, if he has like 3 million viewers on Twitch and has that kind of crazy concurrent viewership, okay, yeah, this guy is fucking retarded. He had to have known. Like, he just would have had to have. Like, who's that other guy, IShowSpeed? Like, even IShowSpeed wouldn't do something that retarded. Looks like he was hanging out with IShowSpeed. Like, everyone says IShowSpeed's an idiot. He's actually a pretty smart kid. He knows that acting like an idiot gets him money. So, it's all an act. He's actually pretty clever. I think this guy seems like he's literally copying IShowSpeed. I just want to see some of his content. Well, yeah, that explains why his fan meetup resulted in a riot.
What am I dead? Don't tell me. Hold on, bro.
Yeah, IShowSpeed did this gag. He's literally copying,
Nah, I'm not stopping. What you wanna do?
Is he in his own house, or is this an apartment? Looks like a house. You gotta be... 21st Savage, Johnny Tellers, he missed the moment. Eric Adams said the kids were looking for free Game Boys. Well, yeah. As if those kids even know what Game Boys are. Also, when are you going to New York? Are you still doing that? I'm probably not going to do it. I still need to update my passport too. The reason I changed my mind on doing it is my mental health is just so fucking horrendous. I don't think I can handle a trip like that. Really bad idea for me to be alone for that long too. So, probably not going to do that. Thanks for the donation though, 21st Savage. Maybe next year or something. Okay, yeah, now it makes perfect sense why his fans are so retarded. He literally encourages... Yeah, so he has like fucking retarded 14-year-old kids watching this who see him trashing his own house, not having any like care consideration for property.
What we doing, bro?
And then when they get angry, they like break other people's cars and shit. Like, at least he's doing this at his own house and everything. But I totally understand now why.
What am I doing for the 4th?
What the fuck?
Right there.
Yeah, I totally understand now why his stupid ass fucking audience rioted. He's doing this on a 2-stroke. Like, it's not bad enough, but on a 2-stroke.
Let's go twin.
Yeah, hell yeah. You crazy? Yeah, hold it real quick. Hold it real quick.
Looks like an old bike.
Let's go crazy. You ready? All right. Let's see what you're working with. Let's see. I turn the gas on for you. See, all right.
Yay, okay dude, 3 white kids out of the thousands of blacks, just admit that their animalistic genes tends to get out of hand so they chimp out.
Yeah, I don't think that's why that happened, but thanks for the donation, Ray. 24 Savage Night Tellers, why don't the Democrats mention crime in cities and N-words out of control, BLM riots? Those have caused unbelievably more damage than January 6 riots, which, by the way, were encouraged by the FBI and Antifa. Yeah, I think the BLM riots are due to poor policing for the most part, so police can blame themselves. But thanks for the donation, 24 Savage. Like, I would think this is not a good idea. Like, he seems to have a thing for burning things in enclosed spaces. Having a vehicle run indoors is bad enough, but it's also a 2-stroke. Like, you're burning oil and having blue smoke fill up the fucking room. That can't be good for you.
Nah, Josh.
Well, now I know how to get famous. I just have to light fireworks indoors. Well, I have been wasting my time. I could have been a millionaire if only I had thought to light fireworks indoors.
Oh god, that's horrific. Oh.
I wonder what she's gonna say at the daddy part.
Mia, oh thank God I found you. It's me, it's Ethan.
Ethan? Ethan?
Are you alright?
You shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? You contacted me.
No, I wouldn't. Did I? Did anyone see you? Did he see?
Dead or Tellers, Pikmin 4 has been such an amazing game so far. I'm at the part where I'm close to rescuing Olimar. This moment in the game was probably my favorite so far because it's so beautiful. Why don't you play Pikmin? It's good. I played Pikmin 1. I enjoyed some of it. I wasn't a big fan. I don't like having, like, timers in games. I had a problem with that with Dead Rising games too, which is why I always modded them. I don't know if Pikmin 2 or the newest one's any different, but I don't know, maybe. I'll consider playing it. I didn't play Pikmin 2. I do like the new kind of Pikmin things, like the big dog thing that you have. Like they basically have different creatures you can control. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo.
See you.
Hey, who else is here? What the hell's going on?
Daddy's coming. We need to go.
Daddy?
We need to go now!
Do I follow her?
Yes.
That's what your mom says when she says I'm coming over.
I remember this room. There's another door here. I'm sure of it. It's not here. It's gone. It's gone! We're gonna be a family now that you're here. There's another door here. I'm sure of it.
Mia,
We gotta get out of here.
I hate this.
just stay here, all right? I'm gonna have a look around.
No, leave me alone!
What happened?
Mia?
Okay.
She keeps covering her mouth for no reason.
No. No.
Yeah, you can really tell she's playing this on a console because of the texture loading.
Gotta pick up your guitar.
Resist? R. R. Dying. Dying.
No, this is all supposed to happen. It's
Oh.
okay.
I can hear her. I can feel her clawing her way back inside of me. Get out! Leave me alone!
Like, are you fucking trolling? Brett does not seem mature for her age.
I feel bad. I deserve this.
Goddamn right you do.
Who are you, Mia?
So I just killed the person I came to get.
You really shouldn't have come here.
Who's this? And what the is going on?
My name's Zoe. There should be a way out through the attic.
Attic.
Go there. Now.
Where's the fucking attic?
It's okay, it's me. I know you didn't mean to have done that!
Fight!
It f***ing hurts!
Oh my god, it's literally shut in. How do I get...
There she goes.
Now, let's see how you feel.
Well, she's actually gonna have to go through some gameplay, so she's probably gonna die.
Back up.
What?
Look up, look up,
She
look up,
literally
look up.
doesn't understand how to video game.
Ah!
Back up, back up, back up.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh, crazy lady! Crazy! Shoot! 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 Aim and shoot! It's not letting me shoot! Die! Reload! Use first aid! There's too many things I have to do!
R2.
Oh!
There you go.
Dodonutilars, Bulborbs are so cute. Also, the the bread bug is back and so cute. He doesn't attack you, just tries to steal your loot and then bury it. Yeah, I always liked the Bulborbs.
Hashtag bread bug problem.
Oh. Oh my god, they're literally bread. Yeah, that's pretty cute. The bread bugs look funny. I might play it because of the bread bugs. Thanks for the nation, Dodo. Like I said before, like she's not just bad at video games, like she's dumb. They already like showed you what button does what, and then she like can't remember two different fucking button combinations. And it even says it on screen how to reload.
I can't.
Yeah, that's right. Die.
Oh, you did it. She's down.
Oh God, what do I do now?
Right.
Was that her on the phone baiting me into going there?
Walk around.
Where?
Just go walk around. Just check out your surroundings. Go back up to that ladder.
Where she was?
Yeah.
Welcome to the family,
Some bitch wasn't no good if it hit him.
Yes.
Get out the way, Marguerite. Hit boy's got to eat. He got to have his supper.
Oh!
Come here, boy. Let's do this. Come on.
Shit, oh shit, he's not eating it, Jack! He's not eating it!
Shut the hell up, Marguerite!
Way out through the main hall.
Alright.
If I want the gun, end it there because.
Well, she is not good at video games, but we already knew that. Let's see some of this shit.
Here we go.
Not being vegan until the age of 23, I have always held non-human animals close to my heart. From around the age of 5, after watching the film Babe, I told my parents that I no longer wanted to eat animals. Unfortunately, they didn't know any better and believed that eating animals was necessary, so they convinced me to continue eating them.
Man, Babe was such a good movie.
Specifically,
I gotta watch that movie again. Babe was so fucking adorable.
never eating pigs again from that moment. Despite not being vegan until the age of 23, oh my gosh, I just repeated myself, sorry guys. It was during my travels, I was couch surfing in Hawaii with some other backpackers and stole the Netflix details from one of them. To expose these atrocities.
Alright, maybe I'll go to the UK vegan campout next year. I remember, I think they invited me as a speaker for 1 year. And then they had Tim Sheaf also being speaker. And this was after Tim Sheaf said that he's a flat earther. But before he said he's not vegan anymore and shit. So I said, I'm not going to speak if Tim Sheaf is speaking. If he's going to be on the same stage, I'm not doing it. So they said they can't do that. And then I'm like, all right, I'm not doing it. And I'm sure they regret that decision now, given what happened to Tim Sheaf. So maybe I'll like go if they don't want me to speak there, but looks kind of cool. Donate Tellers, what time is the debate tomorrow? Did he say 12 p.m. Central, so that's 1 p.m. your time, right? Are you going to be up then and get ready? Yeah, I'm going to make sure I get up. So yeah, it'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who do I even go to first? Oh my god.
Yeah, thanks for your amazing work. During this moment, you are incredible.
Oh my god.
And all around the world.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's so hard to smile. Lovely meeting you. Thank you so much. How's it going? Oh, thank you. Everything you do. Oh, thank you so much. So lovely meeting you.
We talked in line yesterday with Armstrong, and you said you were nervous. But only speaking that moved me.
All over my page. Okay, amazing. Disruptions with night. That, and I'm seeing.
I think we've already seen that one. Well, I think it's late, so I think I'm gonna go to bed. So, I will see you tomorrow. I should, if everything goes to plan, have a debate with a 10-year-old child tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, and then I'll have a normal stream later in the day. So, see you all then. Big thanks to everybody donating Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And nighty-night.